Bowl in Miami, Florida on the CBS radio network and around the world through the American Forces Radio, CBS Radio Sports presents the AFC champions, the Pittsburgh Steelers, against the NFC champions, the Dallas Cowboys. Hello, everybody. This is Pat Summerall, and along with Jack Buck and Hank Stram, we'll bring you all the action and the excitement of Super Bowl XIII. Today's game is sponsored by Ford Motor Credit Company, the people who want to give you credit for being you. By Kmart Automotive, your savings store. By Buick. After all, life is to enjoy. By the Brewers of Budweiser, the king of beers. By STP Products. By the Eastco Family Hand Tools. By Goodyear Service Stores and independent dealers across America. By United Van Lines, where even their name begins with U. By the IBM General Systems Division. By Pepto-Bismol for the relief of indigestion. And by Phillips Petroleum, the performance company.
For you sports fans, WROW brings you football. For the familiar, relaxing music of WROW, tune to 95 on your FM dial, WROW FM. Right now, it's football on WROW AM.
It's not tension because tension ties up your muscles. You know, it's more of a taking it all in.
The voice of Charlie Waters.
I've been around long enough to just get off on it. Boy, I love it. And I go out there in the pregame warm-up, and I love the fans, and I love to see it all. And I try to harness all that energy that I have inside of me and try to make it happen on the field. Where the younger player, and that's what it's all about. That's the mystique of it. The younger player is just completely baffled by it all. And our team, yeah, it's just can't wait. And it's a great feeling, you know. And it's because of the media, you know. It's because Joe Namath. It's because our country's exposed to football. But it's winning and losing. It's the reason why we're in this business, you know. The only way to play this game is to win.
That was the voice of Charlie Waters, the Dallas Cowboys super safety man, and his feeling about what it's like to play in the Super Bowl. Obviously, he takes it very seriously. It has always been quite a week, but it all comes down to what most believe will be the most exciting climax this afternoon here at the Orange Bowl in Miami. Chuck Noll, the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, has never lost a Super Bowl game as a head coach. His Steelers have been here twice, and they have won twice. They beat Minnesota, and they also beat Dallas. Many have said the Super Bowl is too conservative, too low scoring, not enough offense. Chuck Noll differs. Listen to his reasons.
I don't know that they're necessarily conservatively played. I think you do what you can do against the people you're playing. And I agree with the part that you have two good defensive teams usually in a Super Bowl game, because you have to have good defense to win. That's number one. You have to be able to stop the other team before you can win the game. And I think that has a great deal to do with it. The inability to make the long gainer, I think, against a good defensive team, or the sustained drive against a good defensive team, is the thing that forces all the punting. And I think I don't look at that necessarily as a conservative game. I think they're good defensive games, and many of them are exciting.
Head coach Chuck Noll of the Pittsburgh Steelers. That Pittsburgh team has a reputation of being intimidators. That's the word that's been used all week. Of being rougher than necessary. But is that really with the way they approach the game? Here are the thoughts of defensive end L.C. Greenwood.
I really think so. You know, we play very good football, very rough football. We play the game real clean, and you know, it's hard for a lot of people to believe that, you know, but because of a lot of the things that's happening out there on the field. But we are, you know, very physical football team, and we go out there to take it to the opponent, and whatever happens, you know, happens. And you know, we don't think that we don't do anything. You know, we don't hit and kick and hold and do all that kind of stuff that a lot of people are doing, and a lot of people are complaining about, you know, that we are doing. You know, we don't do all that. We go out there and play a very clean, rough football game.
Next down the defensive line to L.C. Greenwood is tackle Joe Green, one of the best and now really one of the oldest of the Steelers. There was a time that he would challenge you if you called him Mean Joe, but he seems to have gotten used to that. I asked him about it.
With age, it has. With some very beneficial projects, it has. I've learned to live with it.
Joe, a couple of years ago, I know you had numerous physical problems. Has that all gone away?
It has gone away to the point that I have made some adjustments, and I can deal with it now. I have my confidence level back, and I think I can perform the way in a way that will satisfy me.
Mean Joe Green. The man who is really the catalyst of the Steelers is Terry Bradshaw, their quarterback. He has had his best year. I asked him why.
I think the one thing this year that's helped me is the fact that I've learned to play the game and have fun. You know, that's, they say, well, God, you ought to have been doing that a long time ago, but you really don't. I don't think you ever, I didn't know, I never was playing for fun until a few games this year. I decided to go out and relax and have a good time. And I think I discovered a formula that fits me pretty well. If I can relax and go out and not worry about the outcome of a game, and then my abilities seem to come through, and I relax and I can play and use everything I have, use all my skills.
How much longer for Terry Bradshaw? Have you given that any thought?
I've given it a lot of thought. I saw Billy Kilmer this morning, and he's played about 17, 18 years. So I'd like to match him, because I know if Billy can play 18, I
You mean on the field?
Yeah. Oh, yes. That's all I was saying.
Steeler quarterback Terry Bradshaw. We will continue in just a moment.
This is the end of the final conclusion to the Colony Pro Shop clearance sale.
The Colony Pro Shop is getting ready to move to their new location. To save money, they're selling everything in the store at reduced prices, so you can save money too.
This is the termination of the last closing moments of the Colony Pro Shop clearance sale.
Right now, the Colony Pro Shop, you can save on quality golfing equipment from Dunlop, Spalding, Molitor, Top Flight, and more. Plus save on Etonic golf shoes, down vests, Ray Cook putters, golf bags, golf carts. Absolutely everything in the Colony Pro Shop must go.
This is the finale to the ultimate culmination of the Colony Pro Shop clearance sale.
Absolutely everything is on sale now at the Colony Pro Shop at the outside entrance of the Northway Mall. Before they move to their new location, the Colony Pro Shop is clearing out everything at prices you won't be able to resist. A Super Bowl of savings. But hurry.
This is the end of the commercial.
Dallas quarterback Roger Staubach has also had a tremendous year. The Cowboys are in the Super Bowl, in fact, for the 5th time. And like Bradshaw, he is the captain of the whole ship. Just how does he feel about his opposite number, Terry Bradshaw?
You know, Terry's had a tremendous year this year, and they're giving him the edge. And, he has been probably played better than any quarterback in the NFL this year. On a given day, statistically, if you look at it that way, I've had as good a year as he had. But he's played extremely well in the playoffs and in games. He's stronger than I am. He's faster than I am. He calls his own plays. Is
there anything you are that he is?
I got more hair than he has.
He sings better than you.
That's true. He sings better than me. I bet I'm a better basketball player than he. No, he's probably. I bet I can hit a baseball better than he can. No, it's. We both have. I'm a strong arm thrower. I'm not but he is extremely strong. He's got a great arm, but my arm has been my big asset for me as far as the strength of it. I'm not in fact, I get criticized for throwing the ball too hard sometimes, and he's that way too. So we're a lot alike in some. I run, he runs. He's faster than I am.
Dallas Roger Staubach. Probably no linebacker ever in the history of the NFL has drawn the attention of Dallas linebacker Thomas Henderson. To put it mildly, he is confident. He plays not only on defense, but on the special teams as well. And I asked him if he would rather just concentrate on his regular defensive assignments.
Requested to be on special teams. I could easily be on 1 or 2, but, Pat, when you get in these kind of games, I don't want to see a rookie out there doing something that I know I can do. I don't want to see him trying to do it. So that's why I'm on the punt coverage, punt return. Plus, it gives them guys. They see me out there. Hell, he wants to win. That's why I don't have any problems here with Cowboys either, because regardless of what I say, I'm on the kickoff return, punt return, field goal rush, third down passing situations, first and second down defense, and a starter. And so if I'm not involved, tell me who is. And but if I was just playing, say if I was just a substitute on third down and was come out here talking all this mess, and we're going to be really a part of the game, I could get a lot of other players in trouble. But if I talk, I'm on the field enough that if anybody wants me, they can come get me. But only one thing, they have to bring something to get something.
Thomas Hollywood Henderson. He talks and he brags, but he also backs it up. Dallas Randy White is the Defensive Player of the Year. And here is teammate Charlie Waters' appraisal of Randy White.
He is the best football player that's ever played the game, in my opinion. Now, maybe I don't know that much, but I love it. I love being around him. He's quiet. You know, we can all learn from a quiet man. You know, he's as nice a gentleman you ever meet in life, and and we call him monster, you know, part man, part monster, but he's 5 times a man anybody I ever met. You know, he might be half man and half monster, but he's a hell of a man.
We'll be back with more of Super Bowl XIII right after this message.
There's a kind of man who's mighty proud of his car, and you'll hear him say out loud, I take good care of what works hard for me. So for my car, it's STP. Yeah, in my car, it's STP. Over 18 million people use STP oil treatment. That's why you see STP oil treatment everywhere you go. At auto supply stores, service stations, discount stores, even supermarkets. All these places stock STP because people want STP oil treatment in their engines. That's what makes it the best-selling oil treatment in the world. I take good care of what works hard for me. So for my car, it's STP. It's STP in me. Yeah.
Well, the stage is set. Good afternoon from the Orange Bowl in Miami. This is Pat Summerall, and Super Bowl XIII is just about 10 minutes away. It's been raining all day in Miami, very lightly in the last few minutes, very hard early this morning. In fact, until 9 o'clock, there was a tornado watch in effect. All that's gone away, and the Orange Bowl is absolutely packed right now, watching the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders as part of the pregame show. Super Bowl XIII between the Cowboys and the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is the 5th time Dallas has been here. This is the 3rd time for Pittsburgh. Dallas is 2-2. Pittsburgh is 2-0. And the Steelers are 5-point favorites at last word. We'll be talking in just a minute with NFL Commissioner Pete Rozelle, who, as far as I can tell, is on the way right now. And coming up just behind me. When you sit here and look at this spectacle and see what you've done, what you've put together, it must give you a great feeling of being very, very proud.
Well, I think all of us take a great deal of pride. You really get a feeling on this day, Pat. And I think that the fact that so many people throughout this country and our armed forces around the world are listening to this and having a chance to get some of the feeling you people are going to convey to them on CBS radio just pleases all of us.
What about as you look ahead for the National Football League? I think throughout the week there have been some questions asked about your scheduling system, where some people feel that the bad teams are rewarded for being bad and getting an easier schedule, and the good teams are punished for being good.
I think it worked very well, actually, this year, Pat. In the past, we had some very crazy schedules where the weakest teams would play by far the toughest schedule, so we just went by cycle. Now, each of the 4 finishers each year will play 12 common opponents with the other teams they're competing with in their division. We never had that before. 4 of the games, or just 1/4 of the schedule, is stacked against the comparable teams in the other divisions of their conference. So I think it's fairer, frankly, than we've ever had.
I know that next year the Super Bowl will be in Pasadena. How much further down the road have you planned?
In March, we're going to pick a site for 1981, Pat. We haven't planned beyond the Rose Bowl.
How do you keep, or do you keep from being emotionally involved and picking a favorite in a game like this? The Steelers are just coming on the field.
I am emotionally involved. I want sudden death.
I think we all would welcome that. Can you get any feeling, do you have any feeling about which one of these 2 ball clubs might be stronger?
I really don't. When you look at the year that they both had, their records, they just seem so close to me. And the fact that they've both been here before, they're not going to be uptight. You see, it won't be first time out in the Super Bowl for either of them. They're Super Bowl veteran teams. And I honestly think it's just got to come about through a turnover and perhaps late in the game.
Do we anticipate in those meetings, or whenever they take place, any more rule changes?
Well, we're going to be working on that. Our competition committee, which is chairmaned by Stram, the president of the Dallas Cowboy team in the game here today, will be meeting with his competition committee prior to our annual meeting, and I'm sure there will be some rule changes. We always try and come up with some that will minimize injuries.
Commissioner, we thank you so much. By golly, you've done a great job.
Thank you, Pat. I hope we have a great one.
Sit back and enjoy, and thank you for coming by. Dan Rooney has built quite an organization in Pittsburgh, and he is obviously very proud of that. And Dan is just about to join us here in just a second, and I think the first thing we have to say to you, Dan, is congratulations.
WROW-Albany.
It's really great to be here. The drafting philosophy of the Steelers, is it true what you read all the time, that you seek out the best athlete available and do not draft by positions?
Yes, we have done that actually for some time, but Chuck Noll is really, that's his philosophy, that we have to do this. Now, of course, sometimes we'll sway away if, down the line a little bit, but basically we come out and try to take the best athlete available.
Dan, at this moment, how do you feel? Confident? Maybe questionable, or how would you say your mood is at the moment?
Well, let's say this, that you always have some question when you're in any game and you're ready to do this, but I will say that our team is very, very confident. In fact, if I have any fears, it's the confidence of everybody connected with us and everybody, let's say, around that you've talked to. Our team really thinks that we have the best team and that we're going to win.
You have been remarkable in that you've been so injury-free in recent years, since the Steelers have been such a good football team. This year, I think it is even more remarkable. You really have had nobody hurt seriously all year, have you?
No, Benny Cunningham was the only one that, had the bad knee and really didn't come back. We thought that he would be able to be back, let's say, around the 12th game and didn't make it. Larry Brown was hurt for a few weeks, but I really have to say they were the only two that missed any time at all.
How's your father feeling?
He's great. He's real good, and he's very happy about today.
This family, the Rooney family, if you talk to the Steeler players, you have maintained a closeness, I think, to the players all the way through that squad that perhaps nobody else ever had.
Well, we are very close, and it's an organization that the players are part of, and we've always tried to keep it that way, and I think that's what's really got us here.
Dan, I know you would like to get back and enjoy this contest as much as you can. Thank you much for taking this time.
Thank you, Pat.
It's a pleasure. Dan Rooney, who has done such a remarkable job in building the Pittsburgh Steelers, and of course Tex Stram, who has done such a remarkable job of building the Dallas Cowboys. He will be with us at the half, as well as will Kerry Roselle. Both teams are on the field, and we will soon have the opening kickoff.
Time for the game. A time to relax and enjoy. The thrills and excitement of football action at its best. From Buick, the people who bring you the best in football. Come in and see the great lineup of 1979 All-American Buicks. Skylark, Skyhawk, Century, Regal, LeSabre, Electra, and the all-new Riviera models are starring at Buick dealers everywhere. See your Buick dealer today.
Before you start an improvement on your home, you should improve your workshop with quality Master Mechanic hand tools from True Value hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you choose the Master Mechanic open-end wrench set or the combination wrench set for just $8.97 each to help with many home and auto repairs. Both sets include 5 wrenches made of quality drop-forged chrome-plated steel for years of dependable service. You'll find Master Mechanic hand tools exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores. Again, live from the Orange Bowl, CBS Radio Sports brings you Super Bowl XIII. This is Pat Summerall, along with Jack Buck and Hank Stram, who will be bringing you the play-by-play and the analytical work. We'll be underway in just about 4 minutes, we think. Both teams have been introduced. The Orange Bowl crowd is well over 70,000 people. The payoff is going to be $18,000 to the winning team. It rained, as we mentioned before, all morning in Miami. Now it's turned into a very, very light drizzle. 25-mile-an-hour wind. If you're familiar with the setup in the Orange Bowl, it'll be going, the wind will, from left to right. Temperature just around 70 degrees, but for the moisture and the wind, it would be just about ideal. They had scheduled 3 skydivers who were supposed to jump out about 3,000 feet over Biscayne Bay over downtown Miami, actually, and come down and land in the middle of the field, one with the American flag on the NFL emblem, which is right in the middle of the field, one on the AFC champion Pittsburgh Steelers emblem, and one on the Dallas Cowboy emblem. But because of the bad weather, that hasn't worked out. Pittsburgh Steeler captains and Dallas captains out. Pittsburgh record, of course, was the best in pro football. Dallas struggled a little bit early in the season. Their record was 6-4, but they came on with a flourish. The captains of both teams out in the middle of the field right now. As we mentioned before, Pittsburgh is a 5-point favorite. But as being down on the field and talking to the Dallas players, coaches, and administrators early, listen,
we've got some very interesting matchups in this ball game today, but maybe the most interesting will be Sam Davis against Randy White. They're terrific.
Obviously having some problems in picking up the coin tossing ceremonies that are about to go on right now. The coin, by the way, will be tossed by the owner and the president of the Chicago Bears, George Halas, 83 years old now. Let's see who won. Dallas has won the toss. Pittsburgh, don't forget, will have a 25 or gusting wind of up to 25 miles an hour behind their back as they kick off. Dallas won the toss. And the Steelers, for some strange reason, appear to be kicking off against the wind. That I can't figure out. I'd like to bring in now the man who will be bringing you the play-by-play. Guy who's broadcast Monday Night Football and whenever for CBS Radio Sports all year and done such a great job. He's also the king of St. Louis, Jack Buck.
Thank you, Pat. And my first comment has to be that I agree with you. Having watched the pregame warm-up and the punting in particular, it does appear to me that Pittsburgh not only is kicking off, but they are kicking into the wind and giving Dallas the advantage at the outset of the game. And what a familiar situation that is to the man on my left, a gentleman who coached the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs here in the Super Bowl game that was played in New Orleans, Hank Stram. Hank, do you agree with Pat and me?
Yeah, it's hard to understand. It reminds me a great deal of the game we were all involved in back in 1962 in Houston, Texas, in our overtime game against the Houston Oilers, where we wound up kicking off kicking off into the wind. I don't know what the situation is here, why that would occur, because there's a wind that goes 25 miles an hour, and the way the flip the coin went, why Dallas chose to receive, and you would think that the Pittsburgh Steelers would take the win, but that's not the case here.
I was watching the punting, Pat, before the game, and Dallas in this first quarter, well, here's our national anthem.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red flare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us that star-spangled banner yet wave, o'er the land of the free and the home of the
That was the Glee Club, the men's Glee Club from Colgate University, the Colgate 13. And Pat Summerall, my remark was that watching the pregame warm-up, the punts going in the direction the Cowboys are going, we're traveling 65 yards, and they have the ball to boot.
Well, of course, they released the balloons, and the balloons are all going in that direction, so I don't think we made an incorrect judgment.
Hank Stram, a pleasure to be with you again. This will be our 25th football broadcast on CBS Radio, and this is fun, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. The excitement of being involved in the game from a coaching standpoint, Jack, is something special. But it's been very special being involved in this game like we're going to be this afternoon from a radio standpoint. It's very exciting for me, and I know it is for you, and it's a real treat for me to be with you again after 24 games especially. That's really a chore.
For me as well as for you. It is Roy Girella about to kick the ball off from his own 35. The Steelers going from our right to our left, and evidently kicking into a very strong wind.
You know, one thing about this kind of a game, Jack, it's very obvious that the Pittsburgh Steelers are very emotionally involved, and much more so physically, just looking at them, than the Dallas Cowboys. And with that being the case, I'd much rather be on defense to start the game than I would be on offense. Let's see what happens.
Here's a line drive kick, and it heads for Butch Johnson. Took it inside the 10. He's out to the 20, to the 25, and did not get to the 30-yard line. The Cowboys will start from their own 28-yard line with the linebacker Dennis Winston downfield making the tackle. Hank, I agree with you. Watching the Steelers before the game, if one team is more emotional than the other right now, it's the Steelers rather than the Cowboys.
And that sometimes that can hurt you more than it helps you, but if that's the case, you'd much rather be on defense than you would on offense to start the game, because if you make a mistake on offense in this particular situation, why Pittsburgh would have great field position and have a great opportunity to jump ahead in this game.
Robert Newhouse and Tony Dorsett are in the backfield. They go into the eye. Billy Joe Dupree, the tight end, on the left side. They start Drew Pearson in motion to the left. The first snap from scrimmage. Staubach gives to Dorsett, trying to get outside. He gets to the 30. He gets to the 35-yard line, and he gained about 7-8 yards on the play. One of the big questions before the game was, which team can run outside?
Well, it's very obvious that Dallas has an advantage as far as being able to run outside, but you can't just run outside from formations and go across the ball and try to get outside in a conventional way against either one of these two teams, Jack. You have to go out with counters or misdirection. That was a misdirection play. They had both receivers, a slot formation. Drew Pearson and Tony Hill on the right side ran a counter play to the left side. It got the linebackers moving one way, he went the other, and that's why they were able to succeed on that first play of the game in this Super Bowl game.
An 8-yard pickup by Dorsett, and it's 2nd down and 2. From the Dallas 36, the give is to Dorsett. He flicks it up the middle in midfield and beyond on a big pop. And a Dallas first down to the Pittsburgh 47. They started Newhouse, the other back, to the left with the snap of the ball, and there was a big hole for Dorsett, tackled by Donnie Shell.
You know, one thing against the Pittsburgh Steelers, you know, they're very aggressive coming off the ball, and if you're going to run at them, you have to try to trap them. That was a trap play that time with the right guard, Tom Rafferty, trapping the defensive right tackle, Furness, of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and there's a first down for Dallas. A beautiful play, well executed.
16 yards that time, 8 previously for Dorsett. Now from the Pittsburgh 47 and from the I formation. Staubach at quarterback, hands to Newhouse, and he tries to find somewhere to go and gained only a yard. There was no hole. It was jammed up first by Jack Lambert, the middle linebacker, forcing Newhouse to go elsewhere, and Jack Ham and L.C. Greenwood were in on the tackle, and it's going to be 2nd and 10 for the Cowboys. They are playing John Fitzgerald at the center, Herbert Scott and Tom Rafferty at the guards, Pat Donovan and Rayfield Wright the tackles, Billy Joe Dupree the tight end. The wide receivers are Tony Hill and Drew Pearson. Dorsett and Newhouse are in the backfield with Staubach. Up front for Pittsburgh, it's Greenwood, Green, Furness, and Banaszak. And it's 2nd and 10, and Staubach might throw for the first time. From the Steeler 47 and from the I. With Drew Pearson in motion, a toss to the tailback. Dorsett running wide, cuts it back. He's to the 40. He's to the 35-yard line. And he is out of bounds at the Steeler 34 for another Dallas first down. First he got outside to the left side, this time to the right side. And Dorsett is killing him softly.
Yes, and you know, they're using some misdirection with motion. At that time, they had a little confusion, seemingly, on the part of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Dorsett goes outside from the I formation, a quick toss. That's something that you have to do if you're going to go outside against Pittsburgh. You have to do it quickly, and that's exactly what they did from the I formation. Dorsett so far in the game, 3 carries for 38 yards, and they're off to a great start. Something that nobody thought they could do this well so early, and that's run the football as consistently well as they have.
From the 34 of the Steelers, a first down for the Cowboys. In motion, Drew Pearson out of the I formation with the 2 tight ends. Here's an end around and a fumble. Pittsburgh gets it. Pittsburgh gets it on their own 45-yard line, and you wonder why, when a team is rolling, doing exactly what they want to do, they have to come up with a trick play. Joe Green recovered the fumble on the end around.
Well, that's what we talked about earlier, Jack. The nice thing about starting a game like this defensively, there's a lot of chances for an offense to make a mistake in the early parts of the game. It's unusual that they would call that kind of a play. It was a reverse play. Started like a sweep to the left and then a reverse back. And Pittsburgh has possession. 1st and 10 on a 46.
Now the Steelers from their own 46-yard line. Have Bradshaw at quarterback. Blyer in motion. A toss to Franco Harris trying to get outside. Cannot. He is tackled for a 1-yard loss on the play. He tried to go to his right, then tried to cut it back, and Charlie Waters up quickly from the safety spot was the prime defender on the play, but he had a lot of help, and it's 2nd and 11. Why do teams do that, Hank? They're doing just what they want to do, and then they got to get cute.
Yeah, you outsmart yourself sometimes, Jack, and that's exactly what happened. They were moving the ball so well with what they were doing, with what I would just call vanilla plays, nothing fancy, just good execution, and then they tried a double reverse situation and blew the exchange, and now Pittsburgh has possession, 2nd and about 11 on the 46.
Stallworth is to the left with Lynn Swan. Split backs, Blyer and Franco Harris, and Bradshaw give the ball to Franco Harris. Nowhere to go. Gained only a yard, trying to go up the middle. It was plugged up by the Dallas defense of Larry Cole and Randy White. Then they got linebacker help, and now we might see the very first pass of the game. By the way, was Pearson going to throw the ball on the end around?
No, I don't think he was. I think it was a play that was designed like a sweep to the left, and then from that a reverse from it, but they just blew the exchange, and that's all that happened.
Stallworth is to the right with Lynn Swan. The tight end is Randy Grossman, and he is on the left side. And on 3rd down and 9, the Steelers from their own 47. Bradshaw back to throw. He's rushed. He throws, and it is caught at the 40-yard line of the Dallas Cowboys by Stallworth for a first down with a one-handed grab. Did Bradshaw get rid of the ball in a hurry? First down, Pittsburgh at the Dallas 40.
A beautiful play inside. Gosh, it was a great throw because there was pressure on Terry Bradshaw. A beautiful catch inside. And Pittsburgh has a big first down situation on a 3rd down play. They have 1st and 10 on the 40-yard line going in. A beautiful play inside from Terry Bradshaw to the receiver breaking across the middle.
They've played 4 minutes. There is no score. It's at the Dallas 40, and it's a first down for the Steelers. Bradshaw is back to throw on first down. He rolls left and throws to the sideline, incomplete to Stallworth. He caught the ball, but he was out of bounds. This broadcast is presented by authority of the National Football League. It is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the National Football League is prohibited. 10:47 left in the quarter, no score.
You know, Stallworth made a beautiful catch coming across the middle just a few moments ago, and he made a sensational catch with a one-handed catch on the sideline here. It was out of bounds, but it typifies the kind of skill and ability and the kind of dexterity that this great young receiver really has.
Stallworth left, Swan right, 2nd down. Rocky Blyer running right, trying to get out around the corner. He gets 2, maybe 3 yards, and he is bumped out of bounds by Benny Barnes, the cornerback. And that's going to be another 3rd down play for the Steelers coming up. The wind is swirling around, and the Steelers, although they lost the coin toss and had a choice of direction, do not have the wind advantage here in the first quarter. The ball is now at the Dallas 38, and it's 3rd and 8.
You know, one thing that Pittsburgh does not do very well is to go outside because they're kind of a sledgehammer, two-fisted, strong kind of a team. They obviously, I think, are trying to create the impression they're going to try to run outside to set up what they do best, and that's run inside as the game progresses.
Swan is to the right, Stallworth left, Bradshaw back, not much pressure. He stands and throws, and it is complete for a first down inside the Dallas 30 to the tight end, Randy Grossman. And right on the money was Bradshaw. He drilled it between 2 defenders. That's 2 3rd down passes that he has completed for first down.
And, you know, they had double coverage on the outside receiver that time, covering the tight end Grossman with a linebacker. He made an outside release, which means that he ran outside of the linebacker, made him turn his back, and then broke to the outside while the linebacker was looking inside. The ball was perfectly thrown right at the numbers. Grossman made a great catch, and it's 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. A beautiful march by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
After recovering a Dallas fumble, Bradshaw on first down now from the Dallas 28. Fakes to Franco Harris, and
he's wide open.
Long into the end zone. Stallworth has a touchdown. A touchdown for the Steelers. On a 28-yard pass play on first down, and if Bradshaw throws the ball like that all afternoon, he's going to kill him.
You know, and the thing about it, he was open for a long time. Stallworth was. The ball hung up there because of the wind for quite a long time. but he did a fantastic job of getting the ball there. It was a play-action pass, faking inside to Franco Harris, thrown on the outside to John Stallworth, and it's a touchdown for Pittsburgh. They go ahead 6-0. A beautiful play.
After recovering a fumble, the Pittsburgh Steelers have marched to a touchdown, and Bradshaw took him 54 yards in 6 plays, and Roy Girella, who missed 1 extra point during the year, 44 out of 45, tries to make it 7-0. The ball is snapped, set, kicked, and 7-0 it is, with 9:47 remaining in the first quarter. And with a score, the Steelers 7 and the Dallas Cowboys nothing. Let's take them out.
St. Louis.
Wow, the Steelers looked so good on that drive after recovering the Dallas fumble. They kicked off to Dallas to start the game. The Cowboys moved for 2 first downs, fumbled on a trick play and end around. Drew Pearson, recovered by Joe Green. Bradshaw really threw the ball beautifully on 2 third-down passes to pick up first downs, keep the drives going, and then for the second time today, Hank, in the early going, he threw on first down, and he burned the Cowboys.
And you have to throw on first down against the Dallas Cowboys because they use a flex defense, which means they have 2 men, 1 or 2 men off the line of scrimmage by a yard, yard and a half on many first down situations because they expect you to run. With that being the case, you do not get a good pass rush, and it's very important that you throw on first down against this Dallas team, which they did very successfully.
Girella kicks off high, very high, and short to Brinson on the 12, 15, 20-yard line, 25-yard line. Brinson to the 28. The Cowboys getting the ball for the second time. Will go from there. 9:38 remaining in the first quarter, and the tackler was Jack Delaplane, one of the Steeler backup running backs.
You know, Jack, the other thing on a touchdown play, Stallworth really made a great move on Aaron Kyle. They ran a play-action pass, and Stallworth went inside like it was going to be a quickly thrown ball, and then he sped up the field. Aaron Kyle took the bait inside, and Stallworth just ran right by him. Had he thrown the ball quicker, it would have been a very easy touchdown pass.
Tony Hill is a wide receiver with Drew Pearson. On the wing goes Dorsett. Comes back now as a setback with Newhouse on first down. Staubach runs into Dorsett. Gets up, looks, throws, incomplete. Newhouse was there to block for Staubach, and Staubach, when he took his drop to throw the ball, ran smack into him, fell down, got up, and then simply was happy to avoid the loss or the interception. Threw it away, second and $10 from their own 28.
Yeah, it looked like Dorsett went the wrong way. There was some kind of a mix-up in the backfield, but Dorsett just didn't get across there as fast as he should have. It was a crossbuck play, and he didn't get across there quickly enough and ran right into Roger Staubach, and they lose yardage on the play.
Dorsett was using one of his personal timeouts. It's second down for the Cowboys. They shift out of the eye with Dupree, the tight end, on the right side. And here's a delay to Dorsett going to the 30. Out to the 31 and really popped. He was hit hard with the biggest hit of the early going here. And brought down on the Dallas 32-yard line, a gain of 4. Jack Ham crashed in from the outside, and he really popped him. It's a third down play, 3rd and 6. Let's see if Staubach can be as effective as Bradshaw was. Coming up on the 9-minute mark remaining in the first quarter.
You know, you wonder whether or not in critical situations, too, that the Dallas team will not try to take advantage of the young rookie, Ron Johnson, who plays the left quarterback position for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But they're in a shotgun formation right now. Let's see what they do.
A big rush is on. The blitz is on. Staubach throws it wide open. It is Butch Johnson down to the 45 to the 44-yard line of the Steelers. And Staubach beat the blitz.
That's what he did. He read the blitz. Evidently, they feel they throw so much from the spread formation. I think in the last 47 times they've been in the spread, they've passed 46.
And you said it, Hank Stram. Will they pick on the cornerback? And that's who Butch Johnson picked on. Ron Johnson, and he ran away from it.
Yes, he did. He was wide open, but they picked it up extremely well. Johnson was in a bump and run situation that time, and Butch Johnson just ran right by him, made a move to the outside, came back inside, and had all the room in the world, and it's a wonder he didn't go all the way for the touchdown, because he had that much of an advantage on the left cornerback, Ron Johnson.
If he'd have been full stride when he caught the ball, I don't think anybody would have caught him.
No, that'd have been he'd have singed the field. There'd have been a big brown spot right down the middle of the field, because he'd have scorched it had he got it right.
Both teams have made big third down plays. It's first down Dallas now at the Pittsburgh 42. And here is a toss to Dorsett going wide, cuts it back 40-yard line, and down to the 38 of the Steelers for a gain of about 4 yards on the play, with Mel Blunt, the cornerback, stopping him. 7:50 left in the quarter, and the Steelers are ahead. The score is 7-0. They scored on a 28-yard pass play from Bradshaw to Stallworth.
You know, it's very obvious that Dallas has great respect for the outside speed of the Pittsburgh defense. They're using counter plays to get outside, trying to slow down the reaction of the linebackers and get outside that way. They've done it twice to the left and have succeeded in making big yards on both occasions.
Both teams are perking. The ball is at the Pittsburgh 39, and it's 2nd and 7 as Dorsett got 3. And on second down, with Drew Pearson in motion, Staubach is rushed. Sack, gets away. Still roaming in the backfield. And brought down at midfield for a big loss of more than 10 yards. Staubach was rushed. He got away from the first rush by Steve Furness, who broke through. Then Furness finally did get him after Staubach avoided the first rushing Steeler, who was Lauren Tays, the linebacker.
You know, Jack, that play, they fake a sweep. They're in a split backfield, which means they have Dorsett and Bob Newhouse in the backfield in split positions between the offensive tackles. And in that part of the field, they liked that play. And evidently, the Pittsburgh Steelers were looking for it. They anticipated it and played it extremely well. It was a play-action pass with the idea of throwing back inside across to the left side of the field. But they played it well and never had a chance to get the ball off.
Now the Cowboys from the shotgun are back in their own territory, their own 49, 3rd down and 18. Staubach is back to throw. He runs to the right. No pressure. Looking. And tackled for a loss back inside his 40-yard line. Chasing him and finally getting was White and White. Who got him specifically, Hank?
White, number 78, was the guy who made the tackle. It was from a spread formation, only a 3-man rush. They surely didn't blitz like they did the last time they saw him in the spread formation.
And now it is Theo Bell, back standing his 20-yard line, waiting for the punt from Danny White, who will kick it away from near his 25. So the Steelers, leading 7-0, will get the ball. And it's Theo Bell out of Arizona, waiting for it. White with ample time, kicks it rather high, and Bell's going to return it from his own 18. He runs to the right, gets a good block at the 20. He's up to the 25 and tackled at the 30-yard line. A 12-yard return by T. Bell, who got a dandy downfield block. We have 6:09 remaining in the first quarter. There's the timeout on the field with the score. The Pittsburgh Steelers 7 and the Dallas Cowboys nothing.
If you're looking for an unusual gift, here's a tip for you. You can help that special person on your gift list take off, and the cost to you is only $10. That's right. Richmore Aviation Schools, located at Schenectady, Saratoga, and Columbia County airports, are now offering a Discovery Flight gift certificate for only $10. The offer includes a pre-flight briefing, an opportunity to fly an airplane with the assistance of a professional flight instructor, more after-flight instruction, and of course a handsome gift certificate. And $10 pays for everything. It's a great gift offer and a great chance to get acquainted with the Cessna Pilot Center system of pilot education. It's the fastest and most efficient way in the world to earn a pilot's license. So come on out to Richmore Aviation Schools at Schenectady, Saratoga, and Columbia County airports and solve a gift-giving problem. And while you're there, be nice to yourself. Sign yourself up for a Discovery Flight too.
Danny White is just punted 43 yards, a 13-yard return by T. Bell, and the officials haven't stopped this game once. There have been no flags in the first 9 minutes. Pat Haggerty is the referee. Art Demas the umpire. Gary Bergman, the head linesman. Jack Betty, the line judge. The back judge is Pat Knight. And it's Dean Look, the side judge. Field judge is Fred Swearingen. Chuck Heberling is an alternate along with Al Zapato. And they haven't thrown one flag.
No, that's the kind of a game you like to see in a big one like this. And here again, I mentioned earlier, but this Pittsburgh team, ready to take advantage of the way Dallas plays, they have to throw the ball on first down. And let's see how much more of that they do as we progress during the course of this football game.
From their own 30, the Steelers going from our right to our left to give to Franco Harris. He gets outside. He goes to the 35. He picked 5 yards before he was tackled by Aaron Kyle from the corner.
That play, Jack, was an option trap. By that, I mean that they can run inside or outside of the person they try to trap. They tried to trap that time Harvey Martin, but he didn't come up the field. He went inside. As a result, Franco Harris read that block and went outside and picked up 5 yards in the play. A very good play on the part of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Mike Webster, the center, out over the ball with Davis and Mullins, the guards. Penny and Cole, the tackles. 2nd and 5, Steelers. Bradshaw back to throw. He rolls right. He looks. He throws. And incomplete. He overthrew his intended receiver, who was Lynn Swan, who had gotten very heavy coverage. In fact, double coverage as the safety man, Cliff Harris, came up to help the corner man, Benny Barnes. It's 3rd and 5, and Bradshaw has hit on 2 third-down plays previously for first downs.
You're right, Jack. That's a good observation on your part because they were, I think, what happened on the play was that Terry anticipated single coverage on Swan. He didn't get it. He wound up with double coverage. He tried to get the ball between the corner man and the safety, but he saw that it would have been a disaster had he tried it. He threw the ball between them and over the top, and very wisely the ball was thrown that way, so it was incomplete and not intercepted.
3rd and 5, Swan and Stallworth to the right. Grossman, the tight end, is on the left side, and Bradshaw's back to throw over the middle. Wide open. There's Franco Harris. He's out to midfield, down to the 45. And he is inside the 45-yard line of the Dallas Cowboys. Franco Harris looked like a wide receiver after catching the ball. Tackled by Cliff Harris, and that's a third down play in which Bradshaw has been effective.
Yes, they have 5 defensive backs in the game at this time, and they evidently thought they could lick the linebacker, which they did. D.D. Lewis was the player involved on the defense that time. Actually, I think it was Mike Hegman, number 58. And he was the guy they picked on. He was wide open, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh.
And the ball is at the Dallas 43-yard line. Bradshaw on first down. Fakes to Blyer, back to throw. He throws to the right sideline, and this one is caught by Swan for another Pittsburgh first down to the Dallas 30, and he's out of bounds.
That's the kind of thing he has to do against Dallas because of the flex defense. You have to throw the ball, especially on play-action passes. That was a play-action pass. And again, you know, the thing you want to do is make sure that you try to get him out of that 5-man defensive back situation as much as possible. And if you throw the ball on first down, your percentages are greater, far greater, than if you try to throw the ball on third down against those 5 defensive backs. But the way they've been throwing the ball, they've been doing a good job either way, Jack.
Bradshaw is just killing them and has a first down at the Dallas 30-yard line. He's 5 out of 7 for 86 yards. And none intercepted. 1 touchdown. He's back to throw. Stands in the pocket, and he throws, and it is intercepted. At the 15-yard line, the Dallas Cowboys, D.D. Lewis comes back. Out across the 30 to the 35, and that's one thing that Bradshaw will do in almost every game he plays. He'll simply act like he's colorblind and just throw the ball to the other team. He did it that time.
He did it that time. D.D. Lewis was right in front of Stallworth on double coverage, and I don't know why he didn't see him. But evidently he didn't. Stallworth was breaking to the outside. He threw it right to D.D. Lewis. And I must say, D.D. Lewis was wide open, Jack.
4:18 left in the first quarter. And with a score, the Steelers 7, the Cowboys nothing. Let's take time out. With all the publicity on the Super Bowl game, naming the top teams in pro football is easy. Naming the top brands of hand tools is not so easy. Perhaps many people have not heard of the name Isco. But if there were a Super Bowl of hand tools, Isco would be right there. Isco is one of the world's largest makers of sockets and wrenches. They're made in America, and they're made to last. So remember the name, Isco. Super Bowl quality in American-made hand tools.
The kind of man who takes care of his hard-working car has got no use for a dirty carburetor. So he gets a little red bottle of STP gas treatment and adds it to the gas every time he fills up. STP gas treatment gets in there and helps keep that carburetor clean. And that's honest work for something that comes in such a small package.
Available in over 1,300 Kmart automotive departments across the USA.
We have 4:18 remaining in the first quarter. The Steelers lead the Cowboys 7-0 here in the Super Bowl game, the Orange Bowl in Miami, Florida, Super Bowl XIII. I'm Jack Buck. Hank Stram is alongside, and Pat Summerall is with us. You'll hear from him at halftime and at the end of the game. We now have a turnover for each team. The Cowboys fumbled here in the first quarter, and Bradshaw was just intercepted.
It's very obvious, Jack, that they want to run outside and run at the defense with counter plays. I'm surprised they haven't thrown more on first down, especially on Ron Johnson. Let's see what they do at the start of this drive.
Split backs, Newhouse, Dorsett. Motion by Jackie Smith. Two tight ends in there. They give to Newhouse, and he moves out to the Dallas 38 for a gain of 3. Jack Ham was one of the tacklers, along with Joe Green.
The exchange between the fullback Newhouse and Roger Staubach that time was very sloppy. It was not a good mesh. Yep. It was not a good mesh between the fullback and the quarterback. The timing and execution of the play suffered because of the contact that was made between the fullback as he ran into the hole and got a piece of Roger Staubach.
Again with a two tight end offense. The Cowboys go to work. And on a wing is Jackie Smith. It's 2nd down and 7 from their own 39. Smith goes in motion. A toss to Newhouse. Trying to get some blocks. Lambert hauls him down from behind. Lambert was running much faster than Newhouse, and there was a loss on the play.
He had the angle on him, and again, I think, Jack, it illustrates what we talked about a minute ago, is the fact that it's very difficult to run on Pittsburgh if you're just going to take the ball and throw it out there from conventional formations. You have to do it with counters or from quick pitches to the outside, but you're not going to do it by running across the ball because they react to pursue and respond so well to what they see.
A loss of 1 on the tackle by Lambert, back to the Dallas 38, where it's 3rd and 8. Pearson goes to the right, and Tony Hill is out there with him. And the other wide receiver, Butch Johnson, is to the left. Preston Pearson checks into the lineup, and from the shotgun formation, Staubach throws to the sideline and incomplete. He tried to hit Preston Pearson, who had the attention of Jack Ham, and the Cowboys will have to punt for the 2nd time. By the way, when they move into that shotgun formation, the Cowboys have thrown the ball this year 46 out of 47 times they have used that formation.
You know, Jack, that time, too, they had a good situation in that they had man-for-man coverage on all the receivers, and it's very obvious that they tried to match Pearson on Jack Ham that time. Ham had him faded in good shape, covered well. Roger threw the ball over the top, fell incomplete. Now they're in a punting situation, and we'll see where Pittsburgh has possession on this next exchange.
The ball will be kicked from about the 25 by White. That's where he kicked from the last time. Theo Bell is waiting for it. This kick is high, short. It'll be well covered. It bounces inside the Pittsburgh 35 and bounces out of bounds at the Pittsburgh 38. Not a very good kick. There's a pause in the action, and let's take time out.
When you say bye, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. You say but wiser.
When you say bye, gone as far as you can go to bed. The very best. When you say bye,
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Breaker 9, this is KAFB0012. We got a motorist in need of assistance at mile marker 332 southbound. Can you send the tow truck? Come on.
The truck driver. Sometimes he's helping when you don't even know it. So next time you pass one of those big 18-wheelers, why not wave at the guy behind the wheel? After all, he's a pretty good friend to have around.
Breaker 9, we got a power line down at mile marker.
This salute to the American trucking industry was brought to you by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company.
Danny White, who averaged 40 yards per punt during the regular season, just kicked one for 24 yards, putting the Steelers in good shape at their own 38.
And it's surprising because they have the wind, and you would think that he'd get a good shot with the wind, but he didn't. He kicked it on the inside of his foot, didn't get much distance. And let's see if Pittsburgh throws the ball again on 1st and 10.
Bradshaw was intercepted the last time he threw. He has Stallworth to the left and Lynn Swann to the right, and he gives to Franco Harris, who breaks it across the 40, the 45, and gained about 9 yards on his slant to the left side before Aaron Kyle got him, and they blew the Dallas line apart. Ed Jones, Larry Cole, Randy White, and Harvey Martin. They ran right at White and Martin.
They sure did, and they did a good job of running right at those people. And one thing I think that people feel around the league is that if you're going to run against Dallas, you got to run inside of Harvey Martin. It's tougher to run outside. He's a great pass rusher. Run inside of him, and that's exactly what they did on that last play.
And a gain of 9 by Franco Harris, who is in the backfield with Rocky Blyer.
Benny Barnes and Aaron Kyle are both suspects on the corners, and I think any time that they have a chance to get one-on-one situations, you would think that they would take advantage of it because they ought to be able to throw the ball well against those defensive backs.
There's a flag now. There's the first flag, and it might be holding. It is holding against the Steelers. Franco Harris had run for the necessary yard and a first down, and I think this is a Super Bowl record. They played until there was 1:51 remaining in the first quarter, and that's the time left now before we had a penalty. Here's Pat Haggerty about to tell us what it was. After marking the ball back inside the Steeler 40 to the 38.
We have holding number 57, offense. Second down.
That was Sam Davis, the left guard, who was caught for holding, making it second down. Second down and 20 for the Steelers. And this is when the Cowboys like it, when they figure you're going to throw.
Yes, this is exactly what, and they like to blitz a lot in this situation too, Jack. Let's see if they do. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see Pittsburgh run some kind of a trap play because Dallas will be anticipating pass. They'll be coming hard, and a trap play could get a big chunk of that yardage back on this second down situation. Let's see what they do.
Steelers put in the linebacker Mike Hegman, the defensive back Randy Hughes, as they check with the official to see if they still had time to bring substitutes on the field, which they did, and Dave Stalls comes in also to help with the pass rush. They're a different team when it is second down and long. It's second down and 11. The ball at the 38-yard line of the Steelers. Here's Franco Harris avoiding a tackle coming outside to the 40. And he's out near the 43-yard line.
And they did run the ball. They ran it to the left. It was kind of a counter smash play right at Harvey Martin and Randy White. But it was a very good call, and I kind of anticipated they would run because they like to run on passing situations and pass on run situations.
Pittsburgh on third down conversions is 3 out of 3, which is to say they've made first down on a third down try each opportunity they've had here. 1:20 left in the first quarter, and it is third down and 5 for the Steelers from their own 43. Stallworth is to the left, and Lynn Swann is to the right. Bradshaw takes the ball. He's back to throw. He stays in the pocket. He's rushed. He's sacked and tackled. A fumble. The ball comes loose. Dallas, I think. Yep, they've got it. They've got the ball. The Cowboys do at the Pittsburgh 41. As Bradshaw started to run, was sacked, tackled, and lost the ball. And Ed Jones came away with a big skip.
Well, it's a great opportunity for the Cowboys. The first chance that Pittsburgh had, they recovered a fumble on their own 46 and promptly marched for a touchdown. Now Dallas forces a mistake. They have possession on the plus 42 or 41 of Pittsburgh, and let's see if they take advantage of the great field position they have right now. Harvey Martin was the guy who made the tackle on the play.
And the other end, Ed Jones recovered it. Tony Hill is to the right, and Drew Pearson is to the left. The tight end Dupree is on the left side. It's Newhouse and Dorsett. And Staubach on first down gives the ball to Robert Newhouse. He gets only a yard on a slant over the left side. He couldn't get clearing blocks from Herb Scott and Pat Donovan. And Jack Lambert along with L.C. Greenwood were there. It's L.C. Greenwood, Joe Green, Steve Furness, and John Banaszak up front. Jack Ham, Jack Lambert, Lauren Tays, the linebackers. Ron Johnson and Mel Blunt on the corners. Donnie Shell and Mike Wagner are the safety men, and it's 2nd and 9 Dallas with 30 seconds left in the quarter.
They tried to trap on that first down situation with Herbert Scott trapping to the right, trying to trap Joe Green, but didn't succeed in doing a good job. And I'm surprised that Staubach didn't see that Pearson was one-on-one on Blount on a bump and run situation. It would have been a great time to throw the ball against Blount on first down. Let's see what they do.
Second down and 9. Staubach back to throw. He's rushed, changes direction in the pocket, throws into the end zone, and it is incomplete. Intended for Drew Pearson. He battled with Donnie Shell high in the air in the end zone as Staubach thought perhaps he'd get the same coverage that he got on the previous play.
Yes, and that was the same play they tried earlier and lost a lot of yardage on. That Pittsburgh anticipated so well. Roger did a great job of getting the ball away quickly, and Pearson almost made a fantastic catch. It looked like he had possession of the football and then dropped it.
He had his back to us, and I thought he had it.
I really did, too. But Donnie Shell, you have to give him a lot of credit. He was turned around completely and really made a good play on that last pass.
It is third down and 9 for the Cowboys from the Steeler 40. They're in the shotgun trying to take advantage of the recovered fumble. Pittsburgh shows the blitz. The blitz is on. Staubach is rushed, gets rid of the ball. It's caught by Tony Hill at the 25 to the 20 to the 15. And flag. Touchdown Dallas. They beat the blitz again. Tony Hill caught the touchdown pass of 40 yards. On the final play of the first quarter, they'll kick the extra point before we have the intermission. Donnie Shell had the last shot at him, and Tony Hill ran by him.
Yes, and you know, the way they played it, Mel Blount didn't even know the ball was thrown. He had his back to the play completely. Didn't know that Tony Hill caught the ball in front of him, and Tony Hill scampered right down the sideline. But Mel Blount, 47, didn't even know what happened on the play.
40 yards. And a touchdown with Raphael Septien about to try the extra point. There was an offside against the Steelers on the play. It was declined. The touchdown is good, and we might have a tie game. That was the final play of the first quarter, but they will try the extra point before they change ends of the field. We got a football game, Coach.
Yes, we have a wild one. Very exciting. A lot of things are happening.
Charlie Waters will hold the ball, and Septien will try to make it 7-7. This was after recovering a Steeler fumble. That's the way the first touchdown came about for the other team. The extra point is good. This game is tied 7-7, 41 yards, 3 plays, Dallas. That's the end of the first quarter with a score. The Steelers 7 and the Cowboys 7.
At Ford Credit, we've been helping people finance their cars for 18 years. So we realized that sometimes a personal situation may cause you some concern about getting credit. For example, maybe you want to finance a second car and wonder whether you will qualify. Maybe you've just changed jobs and you're concerned that this will affect your credit. And then again, maybe your income is subject to seasonal ups and downs. Or maybe you're just out of school and want to start building a credit rating. Well, at Ford Motor Credit Company, we believe in people. So whatever your personal situation, have your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer call us. He'll lay out a wide selection of payment plans. And credit decisions are quick while you're in the showroom. Remember, when you're buying or leasing a new car or truck, Ford Credit wants to give you credit for being you. Tell your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer you'd like to finance with us. Ford Motor Credit.
Well, it's a good thing, Coach Stram, that for the Dallas Cowboys, that is, that Tony Hill was alert to the blitz.
Yes, he was. And, of course, I'm surprised, really, that Pittsburgh, not that they blitzed, but they showed the blitz so vividly to Roger Staubach. You could tell right off the bat everybody was on the line of scrimmage. It was a bump-and-run situation against a spread formation. Now, against a normal formation, Jack, why the quarterback has to run back to that spot, you got more of a chance. But when he's back there like he is in a spread, by the time you get there, the ball is gone, and that's exactly what happened. And Roger read it terrifically well, so did Tony Hill, and they caught him in a feast-or-famine situation, and the offense won the guessing game and executed the play perfectly, and now it's 7-7, Pittsburgh and Dallas.
At the start of the second quarter, Raphael Septien will kick it off. Larry Anderson is the deepest, and this is a terrible kick by Septien. And this is trouble for the Steelers, but they do get it. Anderson took it on the 26. He's to the 30-yard line and changes directions. He's back at the 28 and still going and tackled at the 27-yard line. And if that doesn't look like a Donnybrook out there, that was a terrible kick by Septien, but there for a moment there was a chance perhaps that Dallas, because it was so high and short, would get the ball. Bruce Huther finally put an end to the mayhem out there.
Yeah, there was a little confusion as to who was going to pick up the bouncing ball. And they finally made the decision, but by the time they did, why the Dallas Cowboy coverage team was able to make a good response to what they had seen, and they didn't get a good return on the play, and now they have possession 1st and 10 on about the 26.5-yard line.
We'll call it the 27. There was a return of 1 yard, and it took them 18 seconds. Here's Bradshaw with Franco Harris and Rocky Blyer. Blyer goes in motion. He's hardly handled the ball. A first down pass. Bradshaw back to throw, and he throws, and it is at the 37-yard line, a completed pass for the Steelers with a great grab by the tight end, Randy Grossman. He had his back to us, and I didn't know whether he had caught it cleanly, but he had, and that's going to be a first down.
Yes, he made a diving catch for that ball, and one thing about Grossman, he doesn't get a lot of notoriety, but I tell you, I've seen him play, and you have too, Jack, several times this season, and I have yet to see him drop a ball.
He's not that big either. That was another first down pass by the Steelers, and he just did gain more than 10 yards. And now the ball is at the 37-yard line of Pittsburgh. Stallworth left, Swan right. Grossman on the right side. Blyer and Harris in the backfield. Webster to snap the ball to Bradshaw. And here's a give to Franco Harris, trying to go left and trying to get outside. Chased by Jones all the way across the field and pushed out of bounds, but he had a substantial gain on the play. Ed Jones came all the way across the field to put an end to it. Hank, let's get a comment from Pat Summerall about the early going in the Super Bowl.
Well, Jackie, you look at what the Dallas Cowboys just did. It was the last play, as you said, of the first quarter. That's the first touchdown Pittsburgh has given up in the first quarter this year in all of their games. So if that's a milestone, that's one.
A lot of things have happened here in the early going. We have 13:48 remaining in the first half. The score is tied 7-7. Stallworth is left and Lynn Swan is right, and it's 2nd down and 3. The give to Franco Harris. To the 45-yard line, he's hit and driven back, gained only a yard. Ed Jones got him. Ed Jones stood him straight up, Hank.
Yes, he did. They really didn't get off the ball very well that time. The Steelers didn't. The right side, Ray Penny, Jerry Mullins, they did not do a good job of moving the Dallas Cowboys, and they did not succeed in making the yardage for the first down. 3rd down and 2.
The Dallas Cowboys tried to get Larry Bethea into the lineup, but they didn't do it quickly enough. The Steelers come out. 3rd down and a yard and a half is what they need. The give is to Franco Harris, left side, and he's very close to a first down as he is tackled near the 47-yard line of the Cowboys, and I do believe he has it. Yep, it's the first down.
Yeah, he made it easy. They were in a double wing formation that time, which means that they had one person on the outside of the tight end on the right side and another one on the left side, which is a double wing. They gave the ball to the left side with Franco Harris. Nice cavity on the inside off tackle, and he made the necessary yardage for the first down. 1st and 10, and let's see if they throw the ball again on 1st and 10.
Grossman, the tight end, is on the right side. Bradshaw's back to throw. He looks, he throws over the middle, incomplete. And closing in on the ball was Charlie Waters. He wanted to find his tight end, Randy Grossman, again, but Grossman couldn't shake loose. It's 2nd down and 10.
He made up his mind that he wasn't going to throw the ball to Lynn Swan, evidently, that time, and looked to the left all the way. But Lynn Swan was really wide open on the inside of Benny Barnes, number 31, the left corner, and had a one-on-one situation, and I'm surprised that he didn't find him and throw the ball to him because it was a good situation.
They might be trying to lull Benny Barnes into a little nap here because they haven't paid much attention to him. 2nd down and 10 from their own 47, 48-yard line for the Steelers. Both wide receivers on the left side, and Bradshaw fakes a handoff. He's back to throw, fakes the throw, does throw, incomplete and almost intercepted by Dallas. He tried to get it to Lynn Swan, and Charlie Waters darn near intercepted the ball at his own 33. Bradshaw can move, can he?
Yes, he can. And he can throw extremely well on the move. That time he did not. The ball was almost intercepted, Jack. But I'm surprised here again. He's got a lot of opportunities to throw the ball just from the pocket, especially on 1st down on Aaron Kyle and Benny Barnes. The few times that they've thrown passes from the pocket, it looked like Swan was wide open and had much of an opportunity to get a reception, but he hasn't thrown to him, I guess, anticipating to be double covered.
And Rocky Blyer hasn't touched the ball yet. It's 3rd down and 10 from their own 48 for the Steelers. They are Strong right. Bradshaw rolls right, fumbles, picks it up. Rush hit, tackle way back inside the 40-yard line. Loose ball. Dallas picks it up, and it's going to be a touchdown. A touchdown for Dallas on the loose ball. Picked up by Mike Hegman. Of all the unlikely heroes, Bradshaw simply dropped the ball, picked it up. It bounced back to him. He was rushed, hit, tackled, went down. The ball bounced up. Hegman picked it up inside the 40-yard line of the Steelers and ran for the go-ahead touchdown. You hear of all the highly publicized players, Dorsett, Staubach, Harvey Martin, and Randy White. Here it's Mike Hegman making the big play.
You know, here they use a formation that they haven't used so far, and he tried to fake to Franco Harris, who was right behind the right guard. I don't know what they were trying to do. The exchange was bad, and he fumbled the ball. Hegman picked it up and ran 37 yards for the touchdown. But here again, they got away from what they really do well, Jack, and it cost them and got him in trouble.
And it cost them 7 because Septien has just kicked the extra point with 12:08 remaining in the half. The Dallas Cowboys, who fell behind early, now have the lead. And with a score, Dallas 14, Pittsburgh 7. Let's take time out.
When you say Bud, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say Bud, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Make it sunny days and autumn nights, mountain streams and city lights. Make it Buick. After all, life is to enjoy. Leave some time for kids and having fun. Open air and summer sun. Make it Buick. After all, life is to
Hank Stram Dallas loves it when they have you 3rd and 10.
Oh, they really...
Bradshaw just lost the ball. Here came Tom Henderson. He wrestled him. Hegman took it away from him and ran 37 yards for a score.
But here again, the point being, Jack, they tried to do something that they very rarely do. They deviated from what they do best, and it cost them a touchdown.
Here's Larry Anderson, unwilling to run it out of the end zone after a long kickoff by Raphael Septien. It'll come out to the 20-yard line. 12 minutes left in the half. Let's pause 5 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS radio network.
The Capital District's NFL football station. This is WROW, Albany.
Understand that Harry Bradshaw injured his left arm on that last play. He's being examined. We'll have to wait and see what the word is, see whether he comes back. He is back in there. We'll see how effective he is, Coach.
Yeah, he's like a big blacksmith. You know, you really got to hurt him to keep him out of a football game, but I'm sure he's going to be fine.
And the Steelers start from their own 20. Blyer hasn't handled the ball all day. The give to Franco Harris, running left on a slant. Tackled at the line of scrimmage, gained only a yard. Harvey Martin tripped him up. Harvey Martin got one hand on him, and you don't usually bring Harris down that easily.
You know, the other thing, if you're going to run that kind of a play on Harvey Martin, you really got to run it a lot quicker than running it from a split backfield. Franco Harris had to run a long way to get to where he was going that time. It's a long time to hold those blocks. They were not able to do that, and as a result, they didn't succeed in making much yardage, just a yard on the play. Makes a 2nd and 8 specifically. It really made 2 yards on the play.
And check what I said about Blyer. He's handled the ball one time for no gain. It's 2nd down and 8 from their own 22 for the Steelers. The momentum has swung to the Cowboys. And Bradshaw gives to Franco Harris on an inside handoff, moves to the 25, but that's all. It's going to be 3rd and 5 for Pittsburgh. Tackled by Larry Cole. Cole is playing in place of the 15-year veteran Jethro Pugh. Pugh has had a knee injury, which has plagued him off and on all year. So Cole is with Ed Jones, Randy White, and Harvey Martin up front. They don't lose much with Larry Cole in there.
No, they don't. They really don't. They like him very much.
Dallas likes this 3rd and 5. They'll blitz on this situation. Swan to the right. Stallworth to the right. Dallas leading 14-7. 10:45 left in the half. And Bradshaw with Blyer and Franco Harris in the backfield with him is back to throw.
No blitz that time.
No blitz, and here's the pass, and it is caught for a first down by Stallworth. Breaks a tackle, gets to the 40. He gets to midfield. He might score. Stallworth.
It looks like he's going all the way.
with a touchdown of 75 yards, and I think that ties the Super Bowl record. We have a sellout crowd here, 79,000 plus. Stallworth broke a tackle after catching the ball for about a 15-yard gain. And Pittsburgh ended up going 80 yards in 3 plays, 75 of them on the touchdown pass to Stallworth, his second of the day after Aaron Kyle missed him. And he cut back against the grain and turned down the speed, and he got you excited.
Well, I tell you, Jack, you know, it's very obvious that you can throw the ball, as I mentioned earlier, on Benny Barnes and Aaron Kyle. You don't have to be fancy. Just get back there and throw the ball, which he did on that play. There was a lot of room, and Stallworth really made a fantastic run, and now it's a 14-14 game.
Craig Colquitt, the holder, did a good job on a high snap. He got it down, and Roy Jarrella kicked it through to tie this game, and what a game it is. This might turn out to be, if the same pace continues, the best Super Bowl game ever, and a lot of people thought it would be. There's a timeout on the field with a score. Dallas 14, Pittsburgh 14.
He's got ideas about the driving, ideas for having fun, ideas to really think about, ideas for everyone.
There are many reasons to see Latham Ford right now. Break the winter blues and see all the beautiful 1979 Ford cars and trucks with more standard features than ever. And now is the best time to buy a quality used car from Latham Ford. Prices are always lower in winter, and Latham Ford needs space on the lots, so they're ready to talk your kind of money. Right now, the selection is fabulous with over 100 used automobiles and trucks. These include Cougars, XR7s, Monte Carlos, LTDs, and more. Quality used cars, and they're covered under Ford's A1 security plan. It's easy to sell these cars in warm weather, but in the winter, the prices just have to go down. There is financing available, and a selection you may never see again. All the new 1979s and great deals on quality A1 used cars are waiting for you at Latham Ford, 1 mile north of the Latham Circle on Route 9R.
10:25 remaining in the half. This game is tied. That did tie a Super Bowl record set previously by John Mackey in 1971. 14-14. Those touchdowns came 1 minute and 43 seconds apart. After Hegman scored on a 37-yard run of a recovered fumble, 75-yard touchdown pass to John Stallworth. Butch Johnson is deep along with Larry Brinson. They're at their 5-yard line. Jarrella now should have the wind advantage. And he boots it high, rather short. Butch Johnson takes it on the 10. He's to the 15, up the middle, to the 20, to the 25, to the 30-yard line. And downed on the 31. Just buried his head and took what he could get. And downfield for the Steelers was Rick Moser, one of their backs. Well, the Cowboys have the ball in the seesaw battle. Steelers scored first. Dallas went ahead. And now we're tied.
The return is good for 21 yards.
From the 31-yard line, the Cowboys send Drew Pearson to the right. The tight end Billy Joe Dupree lines up on the left side. And it's Newhouse and Dorsett. Dorsett going on a wing. Now back into the backfield with Newhouse. And Staubach on first down. Gives the ball to Newhouse. Tackled for a loss in the backfield. Steelers came roaring through there with John Banaszak, the defensive end, getting to him, and Newhouse couldn't get off the mark.
It was a read play with Newhouse running to his left and trying to spread the defense and then looking for a cavity to run through, but he didn't have an opportunity at all. Banaszak, the right end, really did a great job of responding to what he saw, went to the outside and stopped Newhouse, and 4 losses, 2nd and 14.
2nd down and 14. And now Preston Pearson checks in for the Cowboys. Drew Pearson goes in motion. Here's a toss to Dorsett, running right, trying to get outside. He's in trouble and tackled for another loss. Back at the 24-yard line. And it is going to be 3rd down and 17. Jack Ham chased him, got him. And Dallas has been persistently trying to get outside, and it hasn't worked since the early going.
Now, the only way they've succeeded in getting outside, Jack, has been on a kind of a misdirection where they hit the fullback up the middle to hold the linebackers and then give the ball to Dorsett on a play to the outside from the I formation. They succeeded in doing that well a couple of times, but on just conventional sweeps, they haven't managed to get outside at all.
It is 3rd down and 17 for Dallas. They go into the shotgun. Preston Pierce and Tony Dorsett are on the wings. Butch Johnson is a wide receiver. Staubach is back to throw. As time looks, he's rushed, he's hit, he fumbles. The ball's picked up by Pittsburgh. They lose it, and Dallas gets it back, but they'll have to punt. The line of scrimmage is their own 12-yard line. Another wild play here in Super Bowl XIII. Staubach was hit, fumbled. The Steelers had a chance to get it, but finally Tom Rafferty collected the ball for the Cowboys.
You know, it's amazing. Steve Verness had a chance to just fall on the ball. All he had to do, Jack, was fall on a football, and he didn't do it well. It's a part of the fundamental basic things that you do, just knowing how to fall on a football. You don't try to pick it up as a lineman. You try to wrap your body around it and fall on it and give your team possession. He did not do that well, and as a result, they didn't get possession on the 13-yard line, and now they're going to kick. The Dallas Cowboys will kick to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
White's in the end zone. He gets into the ball from about the 3, hangs it high near midfield, and the ball is taken on the 49 of the Steelers by Bell, and he's tackled on the 49 of the Dallas Cowboys. The last time the Cowboys had the ball, they had it at their own 31, and they ended up back at their 13-yard line. We have 7:43 left in the half. And with the score, Steelers 14, Dallas 14. Let's take time out.
Every move we make for you. United. Every step we take for you. Your every move straight planned for you. We sanitize our fans for you. United. Even our name begins with you.
You are the most important part of every move we make at United Van Lines. You come first in our name and in everything else we do, like our pre-planned moving system, our Betty Malone relocation services, and our exclusive sanitized vans. Let United Van Lines be an important part of your move.
We do our very best for you. North, south, east, and west for you. United. Even our name begins with you.
Call your United Van Lines agent. He's in the yellow pages.
It's brightening up here in Miami. Looks like we'll get through the day with no more rain. Pat Summerall, you must be going crazy back there. I know you got a lot of things to say.
I've never done it like this before.
Well, there's been some action.
Oh, yeah. You know, they talk about the Super Bowl being a dull game, but, boy, they're going to have to find some new adjectives to describe this one, Jack.
And the Steelers, Inc. are in good shape at the Dallas 49, but they really did miss a chance with Furness if he had just gotten on the ball.
Just a coaching point, Jack. One thing that we used to work on a great deal with our teams, and once a week, we always had a drill where you just fell on the football, and the basic rule of thumb was that if it's in front of you, if the ball's way out in front, then of course you can gamble and try to pick it up and run with it, but it's right straight down below, then you got to fall on the football. That ball was right down below Furness. He should have fallen on it. He didn't, and he tried to pick it up and lost possession.
Steelers are at the Dallas 48-yard line with a first down. Bradshaw on first down is back to throw. He looks and he throws now to the sideline. It's caught by Swan at the 40, 35, 30, to the 25 and to the 22-yard line of Dallas on a comeback pattern. He had so much time. Swan turned and came back to his quarterback. Tackled by Charlie Waters at the Dallas 22.
He was rolling out to his left, a play-action pass with the express purpose of trying to throw the ball to Stallworth. He was covered well, and it shows you the kind of ability and the escapability skill that Terry Bradshaw has. He saw he was covered. He looked across the field, saw Swan open as a secondary receiver, got him the football, and now Pittsburgh has possession. 1st and 10 in the 22 of Dallas.
The Pittsburgh defense changed this situation around when they forced Dallas to kick from their own end zone. And now they're at the Dallas 22, and Franco Harris runs left. He is tackled for a loss on the play. Ed Jones got after him. And Harvey Martin. And the linebacker, D.D. Lewis. And Harris is sitting there, apparently dazed, wondering where in the world they come from and why couldn't I go where I wanted to go.
Well, that was an option trap again. That time the right guard, Jerry Mullins, was trying to trap Harvey Martin, the defensive right end. And what Franco Harris does, he goes at the defensive end and reads the block of the right guard, Mullins. If he takes him out, he goes inside. If he takes him in, he goes outside. He tried to go outside, didn't succeed in getting the job done. And Too Tall Jones made the tackle from the backside.
Harris lost 8, back to the 30. It's second down and 18. And Bradshaw straight back to throw. Has time over the middle. Flags go down. The pass incomplete. He intended it for Grossman, the tight end, and that's only the second penalty that we've had. Now, somebody might have been holding in the Dallas backfield. Or is holding against somebody. Let's wait and see. Here's Pat Haggerty.
I think it's holding against Dallas, Jack.
Yep. Pat Haggerty calls holding against Dallas. You could tell from the timing of the flag throwing that Dallas was in trouble, and this will be an automatic first down no matter where they put the ball down. We have 6:07 left in the half. We're tied 17 all. The ball is marked down to the Dallas 24.
Holding. Number 56, defense.
14-14 the score. Thomas Henderson was called for holding. The ball is now at the Dallas 25, and it's 1st and 10 Pittsburgh.
You ought to throw the ball out here to Lynn Swan on the left cornerback. They're going to throw the ball.
Bradshaw back to throw over the middle, and it is incomplete at the Dallas 11-yard line. The ball was thrown behind the intended receiver, and that was Stallworth. Aaron Kyle was covering.
Bradshaw's pass intended for Stallworth. Kyle defending, second down.
Pittsburgh scored first, led 7-0. Cowboys took the lead 14-7, and the Steelers tied it up. And with 6:02 remaining in the half, that's where we stand. It's 2nd and 10 Steelers going from our left to our right. They're at the Dallas 25.
Now they come in with the extra defensive backs, and now your strategy has to be to get the ball to the tight end or the running backs as receivers, because they do a good job of doubling the outside people. This time they're in a slot formation to the left.
Here's the delay to Franco Harris, and he gained only 2 yards. They were trying to do what you're talking about, Hank, do something other than throw the ball into that extra heavy pass defense that Dallas sets up. It's going to be 3rd down and 9 now at the 24-yard line. Larry Stalls, who comes in to help with the pass rush, was there to stop Franco Harris on the delay or the draw. They mark it at the 23. It's 3rd and 8.
This would be a good time, Jack, to use 3 receivers, a slot on one side and a split in on the other, to take advantage of the defensive backs coverage and get backs on linebackers. And let's see what they do. They use a slot formation, looks like, to the left. And Grossman is to the right side.
3rd down and 8. Bradshaw back to throw. He's rushed. He is hit. He gets away. He is sacked at the 35-yard line. Down he goes. Bradshaw. Dallas just loves it when they know you're going to throw. And they sack Bradshaw. That's the 3rd time they've gotten him today. And it was Mike Hegman who is turning out to be, at this point, the most valuable player in the game.
And it's tough when everything is predictable, Jack, and that's the thing that makes it so difficult. It's fun to play offensive football when it's a guessing game involved as to whether you're going to run or pass, but as soon as the defense, a team like Dallas, knows you're going to throw the ball, boy, it's really murder to keep them out of there. And that's exactly what happened on that last play.
What a long field goal attempt. Colquitt holding at the 41-yard line. It'll be a 51-yard attempt by Roy Girella, trying to put the Steelers on top. 5:04 left in the half. The snap, the kick. It's a pretty good kick, and it is forward off to the left. And did the ball hit? It just missed.
No, it hit the crossbar. Hit the crossbar and bounced left, Jack.
Hit the crossbar right at the corner of the upright. 51-yard miss. The ball will come back out to the original line of scrimmage, putting the Dallas Cowboys in pretty good shape at their own 34-yard line. 4:55 left in the half. A pause in the action. The score 14-14. Let's take time out.
Your attention, please.
IBM would like to invite you to a free executive seminar on small computers. A seminar that could have a profound effect on the future of your business. You see, in the past few years, computers have gotten smaller, easier to use, and less expensive than ever before. In fact, if you can afford as little as $18,000, you can afford an IBM computer. But obviously, price isn't the only factor you should consider. In addition, you need a lot more information about computers and data processing, presented in terms that business people can relate to. And that's what IBM's free executive seminar is all about. If you'd like to know more about small computers, call the General Systems Division of IBM and we'll reserve a place for you at our seminar. That's the Executive Seminar on Small Computers at your local IBM General Systems Division office. There's no obligation.
Well, how are the passers doing? Staubach, 2 out of 5, 65 yards, 1 touchdown. Bradshaw, 8 out of 14, 197 yards, 2 touchdowns. He's had 1 intercepted. Pittsburgh has turned the ball over 3 times. Dallas once. Dorsett has gained 44 yards and 6 carries, and Newhouse hasn't gained a yard. Neither has Rocky Bleier.
Excuse me, Jack. During the course of the season, Dallas averaged 28 passes a game, Pittsburgh 23 passes a game, and Dallas averaged 39 runs a game, Pittsburgh 40 runs a game. So, they both have a very strong run philosophy.
After the missed field goal, Dallas starts from their own 34-yard line. And on first down, Staubach has Jackie Smith in motion. And he gives the ball to Dorsett, running left. He gets a block, cuts it back at the 35, and is tackled at the 39-yard line. They picked up 7 yards, and Mel Blunt came up from the corner to get him. Pat Summerall, neither team has really been successful here in this Orange Bowl.
Dallas' record, as a matter of fact, is 1-5. They won one of the old runner-up bowl games down here against Minnesota. And Pittsburgh is 1-3 here. They've only, their only victory in the Orange Bowl was against Dallas in Super Bowl number 10. They've never beaten Miami down here.
So one team will walk away with a win here today, no matter how long we have to play. The ball is to the 39. Dorsett got 5, and it's 2nd and 5. Preston Pearson checks in for the Cowboys. Staubach calls the play, gives to Newhouse, trying to go wide. Donnie Shell kept the play inside, and there was no gain on the play. A great job by Donnie Shell of containing that one.
Yes, and they've tried to run that play on several occasions, running to their left with Newhouse carrying the football. They still haven't succeeded in doing anything of any consequence on that kind of a play. Pittsburgh really did a great job on the last coverage. Donnie Shell especially coming up to make the tackle.
It was actually Shell forcing the play, yes, and Cole, the linebacker, combining with him to bring about 3rd and 5. Still at the 39-yard line. Drew Pearson goes to the right, and it is Butch Johnson to the left. The other wide receiver is Tony Hill. He's on the right side. Dallas hasn't made a first down in this quarter. They're in the shotgun.
One thing I'm sure, they won't see a blitz against the shotgun again like they did earlier.
A low snap from center. Staubach handles it and gets it out to Drew Pearson, who caught the ball for a first down at the 46 against his old teammates. Jack Ham was there covering, and a difficult pass to cover Preston Pearson. It's a first down for the Cowboys.
It's obvious that the Dallas Cowboys want to get the ball to Preston Pearson from their spread formation on obvious 3rd down situations. It's obvious, too, that Preston Pearson is working on Jack Ham one-on-one. He succeeded in making a diving catch that time. A beautiful play. Dallas has possession, 1st and 10.
Burton Lawless is in there as one of the guards for the Cowboys. Tony Hill is to the right. Drew Pearson is to the left, and Staubach on first down has split backs, Newhouse and Dorsett. Now Drew Pearson is in motion. Staubach's back to throw. He looks, he drills it high over the middle, and it is caught at the 45-yard line of the Steelers by Tony Hill, who had a touchdown earlier. And his forward progress gives Dallas another first down at the 44 of the Steelers.
There was another play-action pass, and normally on that pattern, Tony Hill, who was lined up on the right side in a split-in position, normally goes into the post. That time, instead of going into the post, he just stopped in the open area. Roger looked back and threw the ball right on the numbers. Tony Hill made a fine catch, 1st and 10 Dallas.
The 2-minute warning, 2 minutes left in the half. Score tied 14-all. The officials have called another timeout, so let's take a moment for this message.
There's a kind of man who's mighty proud of his car, and you'll hear him say out loud, I take good care of what works hard for me. So for my car, it's STP. Yeah, in my car, it's STP. For the kind of man who changes his own oil, there's now STP motor oil. STP adds more to its oil, more of the extras that help make an oil work. And because STP puts more into it, the guy gets more out of it. For engines in good shape, up to 15,000 miles or 1 year between oil changes and normal driving. And what that means is extra protection for the car he owns and loves. I take good care of what works hard for me. So for my car, it's STP. It's me and STP.
We have 2 minutes left in the half, and they have a great halftime show lined up for these fans here at the Super Bowl. And Pat Summerall, you're going to have some guests.
Have Tech Stram of the Cowboys. That organization, of course, has been one of the most successful that there is. We'll have a little bit something different, I think, Jack, and it will have the wife of the commissioner of the NFL, Carrie Rozelle, Mrs. Peep, and Dick Brescia of CBS will be on with some news I think you'll be glad to hear.
Okay, this is quite a drive the Cowboys have going after that Jarrella miss, which didn't miss by much, Coach.
No, and you know, the unusual thing so far in this game, Jack, is that Billy Joe Dupree has not caught a pass yet. They haven't thrown a pass to him so far in the game.
He's on the right side with Dorsett and Newhouse in the backfield. And it's a first down play. Staubach is rushed, and he throws the ball out here to Dorsett. He gets a block. He's at the 40. He's to the 35, and he is out of bounds at the Steeler 32-yard line. And now play continues after the whistle had blown, and a flag goes down. Now, they may call this against both clubs, but Dorsett had stepped out of bounds, come back inbounds. Some of the Dallas players are about to leave the sideline. They better not do that. And a substantial gain for the Cowboys on a little swing pass, which Staubach was just able to get rid of before the Pittsburgh defensive pressure got to him. And now the officials talk it over, and Pat Haggerty is going to tell us what's going to happen here. They don't like to throw anybody out of a game like this, I know, Hank.
Well, it was a hot dog play by Dorsett.
We have unsportsmanlike conduct. Number 29 on the deep Dallas, 33 on Pittsburgh, decline.
They call it on both. They call it on both sides. They call it on Ron Johnson and Tony Dorsett. So
But Dorsett made the play, and then after he got downfield, he tried to stick the ball in the nose of Johnson. That's what happened. That's what prompted the problem. It was a hot dog play on Dorsett's part.
Well, you know, they could have called taunting on that, Coach, because there's a new rule in the league. It costs you 15 yards if you taunt the other player.
That's exactly what happened, and it should have been a call, a penalty against Dorsett. But the thing was nullified. They called it on both players. But that's what happened on the play, Jack.
Dorsett took the pass, and he went to the Pittsburgh 32, and the Cowboys, as far as the Steelers are concerned, are getting dangerously close for at least a field goal. They're at the Steelers' 32-yard line, and a first down with ample time, 1:51 left in the half. Each team has 3 timeouts remaining. Now they use a slot formation to the left, start Drew Pearson in motion. They're in the eye. And they fake to Dorsett. Staubach back to throw. He throws long into trouble. It's intercepted. Inside the 20-yard line and back out to the 25 comes Blunt, who's tackled at the 30-yard line, and that stops that, and then a flag goes down. Blunt intercepted Staubach on first down at about the 18-yard line and ran it back out to the 30-yard line, and tempers flare now as a flag went down when the tackle was made. Both teams are hot, Hank.
Yeah, they're both very emotionally involved in the game, especially Pittsburgh. We thought earlier in the game that Pittsburgh was much more emotionally involved on the sideline than Dallas. But the way things have progressed during the course of this game, Dallas is getting very involved too. And there's a penalty
against Dallas. Mel Blunt had 4 interceptions this year, and that gives him 39. This gives him 40, second only to Jack Butler's record of 52. He had a goal line interception in the Steelers' Super Bowl IX victory over Minnesota. And he was the most valuable player in the 1977 Pro Bowl. He's a good one, Mel Blunt, who just stopped that Dallas drive with 1:41 remaining in the half. What was the penalty for, Hank?
I think it was a late shot on Mel Blunt after he made the interception. But here again, Pittsburgh has a lot of time with 1 minute and 41 seconds left before the half to move the ball down the field and at least maybe get into field goal position. and possibly go ahead at halftime by 3 points or possibly 7. But they have good field position, the ball being on the 44-yard line of Pittsburgh.
So out they come, the Steelers in their black and gold with Swan to the right and Stallworth left, and the tight end Grossman on the right side. Blyer and Harris in the backfield with Bradshaw, and a toss to Harris, running left, and Harvey Martin slowed him down, and then he's tackled for a loss on the play, and then a flag goes down.
Here again, Jack, I keep mentioning this, but it's tough to run outside on Harvey Martin on a plain vanilla play. They tried to do that time, and Harvey Martin played it extremely well. If you're going to run at Martin, you must run inside to do a good job.
Holding against the Steelers now. They were holding. They had been at their own 44, and Dallas will accept the penalty. As we indicated, Dallas really feels great about their defense when they have in that long yardage situation. Like to get those extra people in there in their defensive backfield, help with the pass rush up front. They're a different team.
Illegal use of the hands. Offense, number 72.
Gary Mullins was called for the hold. We have 1:33 remaining in the half.
See if they run the ball this time. This would be a good time for a trap play. They want to take a chance here at coughing up the football and getting in trouble. No, they're going to throw the well. That's a high percentage play.
A screen to Swan. He's to the 40. He's to the 45. He's to the 50. He breaks loose. He's to the 45. He's to the 40 of Dallas. And tackled at the 38-yard line of Dallas, and the Steelers are rolling. Charlie Waters finally ended the play with 1:17 remaining in the half, and timeout called by Pittsburgh with 1:15 remaining in the half. And the Steelers are in striking position. That was quite a ramble by Swan.
Yes, there was a quick screen, which is a very high percentage pass. And good blocking there by Rocky Blair. Looked like came out and did a great job in front that provided Len Swan with the opportunity to get by the first tackler. And he went right down the field and made a first down on the play. And now, of course, is 1st and 10, Pittsburgh, on the Dallas 33-yard line. It was a 29-yard gain by Len Swan on a quick screen to the right side. And the key block was made by Rocky Blair.
Now to see the Super Bowl program. The official Super Bowl game program will again be a collector's item, and you can be one of the collectors. The program will feature scouting reports on the two competing teams, photos, an art portfolio of Super Bowl record holders, a special feature on the Lombardi Trophy, and the past 12 Super Bowl rings. You can get a copy of the book by sending $3 to Super Bowl XIII, Winona, Minnesota, 55987. Super Bowl XIII, Winona, Minnesota, 55987. The $3 covers purchase of the book, postage and handling. Please allow 6 weeks for delivery. The preceding announcement has been brought to you by the National Football League. Here at Super Bowl XIII in the Orange Bowl in Miami, I'm Jack Buck. Hank Stram is alongside. You'll be hearing from Pat Summerall at the half. 1:13 remaining until halftime, and the score tied 14-all. The Steelers have the ball at the Dallas 32-yard line with a 1st and 10. And we certainly want to again welcome the folks, the ladies and the gentlemen tuned in on American Forces Radio. And Hank, I've been wanting to mention the folks who listen to us in Hawaii. They've been great, faithful listeners on Monday night.
I met some friends from Hawaii the other day. They said they enjoyed the radio cast in Hawaii, and we're very pleased that they do.
Bradshaw back to throw. Good protection. Throws, and it's caught at the Dallas 11-yard line for another first down by Lynn Swan with another of his patented leaping catches. And Benny Barnes was receiving help from Cliff Harris, but Bradshaw and Swan connected. It's a first down at the Dallas 11 with 53-52, and now 50 seconds left in the half. And on first down, Bradshaw sets his club. He's back to throw. He looks, he throws, and it is caught by Franco Harris. And he dropped it. He dropped the ball with the safety man covering on him. Stopped the clock with 40 seconds remaining. And he caught the ball. He'd have gone somewhere.
Yes, it was just a little bit low, and from this angle, Jack, it looked like he made the reception. Boy, this is really an exciting game, Jack. Isn't it a super one?
I tell you, I think I've seen them all, and this is the best to this point. It's the first time they've ever had 4 touchdowns scored in the first half of a Super Bowl game. And the Steelers have 2nd down and 10 from the Dallas. Well, the ball is at the 16-yard line. I said 11 earlier. It's at the 16-yard line with the score tied 14-all.
And 40 seconds left on the clock, which is a lot of time.
And 2 timeouts remaining for the Steelers. Out they come with Stallworth left and Swan right. Boy, I'd hate to try to cover Swan in a spot like this.
Safety
Cowboys
blitz.
show the blitz. And the give is to Franco Harris. He rambles to the 10 and spins down to the 8-yard line of the Cowboys. On what evidently was a trap play of some sort, eh?
They caught him. They caught him right at the point of attack with the safety man blitzing on the play. Aaron Kyle finally made the tackle, but it looked like he might go all the way on that play. But you talk about guessing right or guessing wrong. That time they read the safety blitz. They had the right play call, a trap. They ran right into where the safety man was coming and made a sizable gain on the play. Is 3rd and 1.
Now the Steelers have to be smart because they have only one timeout remaining. There are 33 seconds left in the half. It's 3rd down and 1. The ball is at the Dallas 7. And they want to make sure that they use their final timeout at a most propitious time. Well, where are you going to be a week from tomorrow?
Well, we're going to enjoy the Sunny West Pro Bowl in Los Angeles, and that should be a dandy.
It's a week from tomorrow night. The final postseason game will be there. Hank Stram and I, along with Pat Summerall, have the play-by-play coverage, the analysis, and Pat will have the pregame, halftime, and postgame commentary and interviews. You can hear it here on CBS Radio. Listen on most of these stations for CBS Radio's live coverage of the Pro Bowl Monday, January 29th. That's a week from tomorrow, starting at 8:50 Eastern Time. So Franco Harris has run to the 7-yard line. And it's 3rd and 1 for the Steelers, who appear ready to get some points.
Yes, you would think so. And let's see if they run left this time and try to go inside or at Harvey Martin, the defensive right end. Let's see what they choose to do on this play.
All of this followed the interception by Mel Blount with 1:41 remaining in the half. And now on 3rd down, with Harris and Blyer in the backfield and Stallworth in motion. Bradshaw's back to throw. He looks. He's on the run. He lofts it into the end zone. Touchdown by Rocky Blyer. Rocky Blyer, handling the ball for only the 2nd time today, made a high leaping catch of a lofted ball for a Pittsburgh touchdown.
Boy, you talk about a beautiful touch on the part of Terry Bradshaw. He rolled out to his right and threw the ball right over the top. Rocky Blyer made a sensational catch over the top of the defensive back, but it was beautifully executed. Cole, defensive player for the Dallas Cowboys, number 63, was in hot pursuit, but he didn't get there in time. Terry dumped the ball over the top, and what a beautiful play. It really wound up being a situation where Rocky Blyer beat D.D. Lewis, number 50, on the play.
Well, teams had better not miss an extra point in a game like this. Colquitt will hold, and Girella, another high snap, the kick, and it is good, and the Steelers lead for the 2nd time today. They led 7-0. Now they lead 21-14. Any indication, Pat Summerall, how this game is going to swing? There's no way to tell.
There's no way to tell. You said a minute ago, this is the first time Super Bowl has ever had 4 touchdowns scored in the first half. That's 5. The second half is like this. It'll be easy to write about and easy to talk about.
The play calling has been distinctive here today, Hank.
Yes, it has. You know, going into the game, I had the feeling perhaps that Pittsburgh might be a little bit more aggressive with their play selection because Terry Bradshaw was calling the plays, and a lot of times the young player will exercise a little bit more flamboyancy on his selections than maybe the coach would. But the way it's turned out with both teams have been really very explosive in the play selection on the part of both teams. One side with Tom Landry calling the plays, the other one with Terry Bradshaw, and they're really doing a great job.
Rocky Blyer just caught that touchdown. He was drafted into the Army after his rookie season in '68. He fought in Vietnam, suffered leg injuries that nearly ended his career. He won the George Halas Award in 1974 as the NFL's most courageous player. When people see him on the football field, they think he's a little guy. When you see him with those pads off, he's got a terrific upper body, Hank.
Yes, he's got the torso of a guy 230, Jack. He's strong, and he's a very unselfish player, a sledgehammer kind of a back, and does a great job of blocking for Franco Harris.
Here's the Pittsburgh kickoff, and this is going to be Larry Brinson. He took it on the 9. He's to the 10, to the 15, to the 20, to the 25, 30-yard line, and beyond. Tackled at the 34 with 19 seconds remaining in the half. And Rick Moser, a good downfield man, a running back for the Steelers, making the tackle. The Steelers on that last drive took only 5 plays after Mel Blount intercepted with 133. Actually 141 remaining in the half. 5 plays, 56 yards, and a score, with Lynn Swan getting a big portion of the yardage. And now the Cowboys are at their own 34, and they're trailing by 7. Some game here in Super Bowl XIII. Glad you're tuned in here on CBS Radio. And now they split Dupree to the left as a wide receiver, and they operate out of the shotgun, the Cowboys do. The double wing. Here's a bobble by Staubach. He hangs on. Flags go down. He's back to throw. He runs. He's hit from behind and tackled at the line of scrimmage. Now we'll check the flag. Steelers, you can see them seem to grow in this game, Hank, after those early problems, 3 turnovers.
Yes, but the emotional tempo of the game has changed from side to side. I think really Pittsburgh has dominated that area. White that time really made a great play from behind on Roger Staubach, number 78.
He'd been chased by Greenwood and Banaszak, and then he was hit from behind.
Procedure, 5 men in the backfield. Dallas, decline.
Can't you do that, 5 men in the backfield?
Yeah, you can in Canada, but they got the rules mixed up.
So the penalty was declined. No gain by Staubach, and it's 2nd and 10 from their own 35 for the Cowboys, with only seconds remaining in the first half. They're in the shotgun again. They've got to have at least 7 men on the line of scrimmage.
And the defensive back of Pittsburgh, they're almost in the parking lot. They're that far deep, Jack.
Tony Dungy checks into their defensive backfield. Here is a delay to Preston Pearson, who gets to the 40. Is tackled on the 41 with 4 seconds remaining, and neither team anxious to stop the clock. Well, now they do stop the clock, just to make a liar out of me. With 2 seconds left on the clock, Dallas has called timeout. Jack Ham was the tackler. And I suppose they'll throw one of those alley-oops, hoping for a freak touchdown or perhaps a defensive penalty, which would prolong the half.
Yeah, they'll throw one of those anti overshots with the express purpose of having maybe somebody catch it or somebody call pass interference or maybe a bobble ball where they'd have some kind of a chance to make a big play right before the half. And if it's intercepted, so it doesn't make any difference. It's just like a punt, and I'm sure that's what they'll try to do in this play.
You ought to call the Atlanta team and find out how to do it.
Yeah, that's right. They call it Big Ben. And they won 2 big games with it and enabled them and provided them with an opportunity to get into the playoffs with a Big Ben play.
It is now 3rd and 3 for the Cowboys with only 2 seconds left on the clock, and the Steelers leading 21-14. They led 7-0. The Cowboys grabbed the lead 14-7. Steelers came back to tie and then go ahead, and turnovers have played a big part in this game, as people anticipated they would. Staubach is in the shotgun. A low snap. He handles it. He's back to throw. He looks. He runs. And now he airs it out rather short, and it is incomplete to Butch Johnson. And that marks the end of the half. It was Preston Pearson for whom the pass was intended. And that was some first half of football here at the Orange Bowl in Miami. The guns sounding. And that's the end of the first half with the score. The Steelers 21 and the Cowboys 14.
St. Louis.
Here's the way the scoring has gone in this game. The Dallas Cowboys received the opening kickoff. They ended up with a fumble, and Pittsburgh moved on down to score. A 28-yard pass play to Stallworth put them on top by the score of 6-0. Jarrella's extra point made it 7-0 with 9:47 remaining in the half. Then it was a touchdown pass, good for 40 yards to Tony Hill from Roger Staubach on the final play of the first quarter, which ended with the score tied at 7-all as Septien kicked the extra point. Mike Hegman took the ball away from Terry Bradshaw, stripped him of it with rule of fumble, and Hegman ran 37 yards for a score which put the Cowboys ahead for the only time, 14-7, with 12 minutes left in the half. And then an eye-popping play, a 75-yard touchdown pass, the second touchdown pass caught by Stallworth from Bradshaw, tied the game 14-all with 10:25 remaining. Mel Blount intercepted Staubach with 1:41 remaining in the half. And then Bradshaw, who has thrown 3 touchdown passes, hit Rocky Blyer for a 7-yard score. And the score here at halftime is 21-14 in favor of the favored Pittsburgh Steelers. And we throw it over to Pat Summerall.
Jack, thank you very much. I'm standing with the Czech Stram of the Cowboys, who I know is not very happy at the moment. Any particular thing?
No, it's just the way the game has gone. It was going to be a game that would be, I thought, decided by people who got the right bounces and the right calls. And so far, we got a very fortunate break in Mike Hegman picking the ball off of Bradshaw. And but start of the game, we had a lot of momentum gone, and we were going to go for the juggler, as they say, and we muffed a reverse that we had, and I think a pass was going to come off of it. And then at the end of the half, I thought 2 very unfortunate calls by the officials turned around a momentum that we had and enabled the Steelers to come back and score the touchdown right before the half.
Texas, you know as well as anybody over the years, everybody has written that the Super Bowls have been dull. This one, they can't say that.
I don't think they're going to call this one the Super Bowl. I don't remember a game that the 2 clubs have gone after each other like they have in this game. And when I say that, it's more they're going after each other offensively. They're not holding anything back. They're throwing on every down. And it looks like that's the way the game is going to wind up, and that's the way these kind of games should be played.
Tex, what you say is oh so true. The Steelers, in fact, haven't even had to punt yet. Turnovers often in a big game like this play such an important part. When you look at what's happened so far, is any one critical point that you might say is the reason that Pittsburgh is leading by 7?
Well, no. Well, obviously, the only point that they're leading by 7, I would say the last series when we went down to their 30 or 35-yard line, and I thought Dorsett was being set upon, shall I say, after the whistle had blown, and he retaliated. Instead of us having a 15-yard penalty and a first down on the 11-yard line, they called it both ways. And so we came back, and on the next play we had an interception, and then they called another 15-yard penalty on us, which I thought was extremely questionable. But what it did was it took away the momentum that we had, and we were in our 2-minute drill, and we were down in their territory, and it turned it over the other way, and they came back and playing great football. They capitalized on it. Both teams are going to capitalize if the other guy makes mistakes.
And the way the 2 quarterbacks are running things, I'm sure you're right about that. Tex, just to get away from the game for just a moment, the Cowboys and the Steelers both are teams with just super organizations. When do you start back to work after this game is over, or do you ever stop?
Well, yeah, we start. Our scouts, in fact, spent most of this week back in Dallas putting all of our reports together after the All-Star games and that type of thing, and we'll go back and we'll immediately start getting ready for the draft that'll come later in the year. When you play in the Super Bowl, of course, your season is extended so late into January and almost February that for the rest of the spring you're playing catch-ups.
Tex, we appreciate it. I know you want to get back and get your thoughts together. Thanks so much and congratulations.
Well, thank you, Pat. It's going to be a heck of a second half.
I'm sure it is, and I hope so. We'll continue with our halftime activities in just a moment.
Ready, set, come on.
He's letting it fly. It's right on target. There's never been a Super Sunday like this one. It's Stewart's Make Your Own Super Sunday in official NFL miniature helmets. For just 99 cents, you get a delicious takeout sundae that you create. Plus, you get to keep the helmet with official NFL team decals. It's complete. Make them, take them, collect them, trade them. Make your own Super Sundays now during football season at all Stewart shops.
You're enjoying NFL football action on WROW.
First Line Report gives you details on an important news story of the day. Background you don't get in ordinary newscasts. Hear First Line Report at 6:35 every weekday morning on WROW Radio 59.
Pat Summerall along with Jack Buck and Hank Stram at the Orange Bowl in Miami, where the score at the half is Pittsburgh 21, the Dallas Cowboys 14. A game that's been marked by turnovers, long plays, and as we've said throughout this first half, certainly not one that can ever be called dull. Halftime show is going to be like the rest of this whole extravaganza, I guess you'd have to say, although they're having some problems right now. The whole field is going to be covered by a solid sheet of muslin, and a map is going to be on top of that depicting all of the islands in the surrounding Caribbean Sea. It ought to be something if they ever get it underway. We'll return with our halftime activities from the Orange Bowl in Miami after we take time out to review the news at this hour on the CBS Radio Network.
CBS News, little progress reported from Israel in the latest U.S. mission to get treaty talks with Egypt going again. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Assistant Secretary of State Alfred Atherton has been meeting for several days with top Israeli officials, trying to narrow differences enough so talks with Egypt can resume. So far, it hasn't worked, and he's extending his stay, as Dan Raviv reports from Jerusalem.
Atherton is staying a little longer, said one source, because there's plenty to talk about. The head of the Israeli negotiating team, Eliyahu Ben Elisar, said that Atherton's staying because there's still not enough agreement.
Had there been agreement, we would have escorted Mr. Atherton to Ben Gurion Airport, though we love seeing him here.
American officials say Atherton will not be flying as originally expected to Cairo tomorrow. That flight may take place on Tuesday, but if necessary, there will be more talks here. It seems that Israel's cabinet today decided to accept little of the compromise package that Atherton offered. Atherton may be offering something new later this week. Dan Raviv for CBS News, Jerusalem.
The Shah of Iran, who's been resting in Aswan, Egypt since leaving Iran, scheduled to arrive in Morocco tomorrow, the next stop of what he calls a winter vacation, but which many assume will be permanent exile. Back in Tehran, the new Iranian Prime Minister Bakhtiar, in a nationwide broadcast today, insisted his government remains strong and said he will not be driven from office by the return of the exiled religious leader Khomeini. Some anti-Khomeini demonstrations in Tehran today. He is still in France, but says he'll fly to Iran Friday to form a Muslim republic. The U.S. backs Bakhtiar, but the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Frank Church, thinks the administration should have been more cautious.
It was a bit premature for us to endorse the Bakhtiar government. Bakhtiar stands on a banana peel, and he'll have to be a adroit acrobat indeed to keep his footing. I think we might have refrained until we had a better idea of what kind of government would emerge from the present chaos.
Church appeared today on the CBS News broadcast Face the Nation. The Environmental Protection Agency today confirmed it's thinking about allowing more smog in urban areas, perhaps 50% more. The EPA's Walter Barber, an air quality expert in Raleigh, North Carolina, says one reason is that the old standards are artificially high.
The level set in 1971 was in part based on an erroneous interpretation of some data, which has since been corrected, and we believe the data suggests a slightly higher acceptable level of exposure.
The Washington Post says the EPA is under a lot of pressure to relax the standards, pressure from White House inflation fighters and oil, chemical, and auto companies. Good news for the snail darter, a 2-inch fish, an endangered species that's been holding up construction of the TVA's $200 million Tellico Dam on the Little Tennessee River. Sources at the Interior Department today say an expert there has sent a letter to Secretary Andrus urging a program to provide for the long-term welfare of the darter. Congress's Endangered Species Committee, which some environmentalists call the Extinction Committee, meets for the first time this week. It has the power to decide whether specific government projects, like Tellico, will be allowed to wipe out endangered species. Ready for a real Buck Rogers-type ray gun? Scientists in both the U.S. and the Soviet Union are working on particle beams that could be fired from the ground or from space at nearly the speed of light. They might be able to knock out enemy missiles before they reach target. Might be offensive weapons, too. I'm David Jackson, CBS News. Now, let's go back to the Orange Bowl for the second half of Super Bowl XIII, Pittsburgh and Dallas in Miami.
Pat Summerall at the half of the Orange Bowl, at the Orange Bowl, the halftime of Super Bowl XIII, where the Pittsburgh Steelers lead the Dallas Cowboys 21-14. Whatever thread of rain we had earlier in the day seems to have just about disappeared. You can hear the halftime activities in the background. But I'm standing right next to one of the best-looking people you'll ever see, the wife of the NFL Commissioner, Carrie Rozelle, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Pat, for having me.
How much of a football fan would you consider yourself?
I would say perhaps 100% fan.
The job of being the NFL Commissioner, as your husband has, entails so much traveling, so much detail work that I think a lot of people don't realize. How do you stand that schedule?
Sometimes I think that it gets a little rough, but my problems are not certainly as serious as his, and I think really my part is more fun than not.
Well, it's easy to see that you enjoy it. What'd you think of the first half?
Unbelievable. What a great game, the best ever.
You don't think this one could be billed as dull, do you?
If anyone says this game is dull, I will be very much surprised.
This, of course, is the end of the Super Bowl season, the end of the season with this climax here at the Super Bowl. What's the rest of the year for you like?
Well, I think now we'll go on to the Pro Bowl in Los Angeles, and February 1st we can slow down for about a month, and then we'll be off to the league meetings. So it's always busy.
Get back to your husband and enjoy the halftime show and enjoy the second half, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat, very much.
Just great to have you. Jack Buck, I can see, is sitting back down at his chair, enjoying the halftime activities. What was your impression of the first half, Jack?
Well, I didn't expect this many points, Pat, with the Steelers out in front, 21-14, and I didn't expect to see the mistakes that came about, but I suppose it was inevitable that those things would happen with regard to the fumbles and Hagman stripping the ball. You know, were not for that play, which really you'd call a freak play, Hagman stripping the ball and going in for a score, we'd look up and see it 21-7, and we might have the makings of a rout. A lot of people were looking for an upset over the favorite Steelers, but I don't see anything that would indicate that the Cowboys are going to win the game. Do you?
No, not really, although I've done a lot of Cowboy games over the course of the year. I think this is the 9th one, and they have often, particularly early in the year, had troubles early in the game, the first quarter, second quarter. They're a very good second-half team.
They did against Atlanta, they did against Los Angeles, and they're having trouble there today.
Pittsburgh, of course, came out in a very emotional style, but so did Dallas. And as Hank Stram pointed out early in the game, sometimes in a game like this, you can be a little bit too emotional. Once again, then, the score at halftime at the Orange Bowl in Miami of Super Bowl XIII is Pittsburgh 21, Dallas 14.
If you own a light truck, pickup, camper, or van, here's tremendous news from Capital Land Tire Mart. Right now, Capital Land is featuring special sale prices on Dunlop Gold Seal steel-belted radial truck tires. You probably spend more time behind the wheel than the average driver, so you need tires that can take the punishment of many miles of city and highway driving. You need Dunlop Gold Seal. The strength of steel provides the durability and wearability you require. And with the design of the radial plies, you also get a comfortable ride and easy control and handling. Plus, with lower rolling resistance, you'll realize savings on fuel costs. Radial performance at work or play. The Dunlop Gold Seal light truck tire. Now specially priced at Capital Land Tire Mart. Capital Land, with the most concerned tire service you've ever known. Capital Land, Route 9, Latham, just south of the Circle next to McDonald's. Capital Land, with special prices on Dunlop tires.
Halftime activities continue at the Orange Bowl in Miami. Super Bowl XIII, Pittsburgh 21, Dallas 14. This is Pat Summerall. And the Vice President and General Manager of the CBS Radio Network, Dick Brescia, who is also a very astute and very knowledgeable sports fan, has joined me in the halftime booth. And Dick, I know you've got a very important message to all of us.
Yes, Pat, this seems like the appropriate time to share a little good news with all of our sports fans who have been following the CBS radio coverage of the NFL throughout this exciting season. And what the news is that we'd like to share is that we're proud to announce that your two cohorts here are going to be back with us next year, Hank Stram and Jack Buck. That is, of course, unless Hank is stolen away from us for one reason or another, or if Jack is picked up in the third round as a draft choice. He's quite a fleet wide receiver, I understand. But we're very pleased to announce that the two fellows will be back with us, bringing to sports fans the excitement of the National Football League season next year, and we thought this would be a good time to share it with us.
That certainly is good news. As well as they've been received and as pleased as you sound to have both Jack and Hank back, it seems to me certainly they're in order for a raise, don't you think?
Well, I don't know about that. You're getting Jack's attention. Of course, Hank never thinks about those things, and so we never try to get into those kinds of conversations. But we're very, very pleased to have both Jack and Hank back with us, and we got one more exciting game for the three of you.
Oh, the Pro Bowl next week,
and we're looking forward to that. That should be exciting. And I understand also that if we have a little time later on this evening, we'll be able to see your movie debut too.
Oh, and Black Sunday on the CBS television network, right? Dick, thank you so much.
Okay, Pat, thank you.
That is excellent news. We're still waiting for both teams to come back on the field. They'll be back in just a moment, and we'll have our halftime kickoff.
A performance story from Phillips Petroleum.
I'm inside a test car about 150 yards from a new kind of highway crash barrier. It's designed so a car in a skid could hit it at 50 miles an hour and the driver could walk away. The nose cone for this barrier has to be shatterproof so there's not a lot of stuff flying around in a wreck. The designers picked a plastic that Phillips Petroleum developed. Phillips asked me to carry this recorder during the test. I'm starting for the barrier. 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. The thing works.
Phillips Petroleum. Good things for cars and the people who drive them.
Pittsburgh Steelers 21, Dallas 14. Here's the way the scoring went in the first half. Pittsburgh broke on top. 28-yard touchdown pass from Terry Bradshaw to John Stallworth. The Steelers led after Roy Girella kicked the extra point 7-0. Dallas tied it on a 39-yard pass from Roger Staubach to Tony Hill. Raphael Septien kicked the extra point. It was 7-7. Dallas then went ahead when Thomas Henderson hit Terry Bradshaw, stripped him of the ball, and Mike Hegman picked it up and ran 37 yards for the second Dallas touchdown. Cowboys at that point were up 14-7. Pittsburgh tied it on a 75-yard pass play from Terry Bradshaw to John Stallworth again. Girella's extra point made it 14-14. That, by the way, tied a Super Bowl record, that pass from from Bradshaw to Stallworth, set by John Mackey back at Super Bowl number 4, the famous one you might recall. It was tipped by Mel Renfro into Mackey's hands. Pittsburgh then, after an interception by Mel Blunt, took the lead 21-14. Rocky Blyer, the touchdown, a 7-yard pass from Terry Bradshaw. Right now, let's pause 5 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS radio network.
Radio 59. This is WROW, Albany.
Statistically speaking, Pittsburgh had 13 first downs in the first half. Dallas had only 7. Total net yards for the Steelers, 271, and Dallas just 102. So the Steelers really have dominated things from the line of scrimmage. Bradshaw 11 out of 18, 1 intercepted. Staubach 5 out of 10 and 1 intercepted. Pittsburgh has not had to punt so far. Dallas 3. And Randy White and company on Dallas defense have had a tough time covering those Pittsburgh Steelers. I'd like to bring back now Jack Buck and Hank Stram and get some of their comments about what they might expect and what has already happened. Jack?
Hank, Pat, just looking back here, with 1:41 remaining in the half, I indicated that the Cowboys, with a score tied 14-all, were getting dangerously close to going ahead. They had the ball down at the Pittsburgh 32-yard line, and Staubach threw on first down, and Mel Blunt intercepted. The Steelers went back the other way, and they instead grabbed the lead rather than Dallas. I'm surprised, Hank Stram, that both teams have taken the philosophy they have of playing what has to be termed wide open football, throwing the ball as often as they have on first down.
Well, I think both teams have the philosophy, and they realize that, the defenses of both teams are so tough against the rush. And to illustrate this point, Pittsburgh was first in total defense, first against the rush, and fourth against the pass. On the other side, Dallas was second in total defense, first against the rush, and third against the pass. So I think both teams figured that it was going to be very difficult to move the ball consistently from a run viewpoint. And I think in this kind of a game, it's really very important, and I alluded to this early, Jack, that you have to throw the ball on first down against both teams. And I think, it's very obvious they feel that way about it, and they've done a good job of moving the football for that reason.
That, generally speaking, the only time the defense has gotten to the quarterback has been with an unusual defense, a blitz or something of the sort. And a lot of the good people here, the Greens and the Randy Whites, really haven't made their presence felt, have they?
No, you're right, and as Hank pointed out during the first half, Dallas is a team that when they get you in a long yardage situation, they come with all different kinds of blitzes. They really don't give you the same kind of look. This halftime spectacle here at the Orange Bowl in Miami, right now the air is full of balloons. The field is full of people from the islands, and the whole ceremony is what you'd expect at a Super Bowl. Back to the football game, though, Jack and Hank. Terry Bradshaw I was talking to on Thursday at the Steeler camp, and he just came right out and said at that time that his intention was to throw the football on first down, and that's certainly when he's been most successful.
Well, the other thing, of course, Pat, as you know, and also Jack, that the Dallas team uses a flex defense, and the flex really means that it's nothing more than a four-man line with three linebackers, but on run situations, they take two linemen off the line of scrimmage and move them back about 1.5 yards or 2 yards, and as a result, with them being off the line of scrimmage, it's very difficult to rush the passer. And they do that for the specific reason of getting the offside to flow on running situations from a pursuit standpoint. But it's important to throw against Dallas on first down for that reason, and Pittsburgh has really done a great job of taking advantage of the flex defense.
Well, with Pat Summerall and Hank Stram both in the booth, both the golf hustlers that they are, it reminds me that you golf fans will be happy to know that CBS Radio Sports has a fine roster of events lined up for you in the months to come. Special reports from the Tournament Players Championship in March, the Masters in April, the LPGA Championships in June, plus, of course, the U.S. Open, the British Open in July, and the PGA Championships in August. And you'll hear those reports on most of these CBS stations. And it's been quite a football season with the additional games during the regular season. I don't think it's taken an unusual toll on people, do you?
Well, I don't know, Jack. I think in some cases it has. Both of these teams have been sort of injury-free, but when you stop and consider 16 regular season games, if you get all the way to the Super Bowl, including the preseason games, you've played the equivalent of 2 college football seasons. And unless you're in great shape, that's got to take its toll.
You know, Hank, on the one play that really might have set the tone for the wide open aspect of this game, when Dallas was moving down the field the first time they had the ball and tried the end around and ended up with a fumble. It's frustrating in this game. I'll bet they worked that play in practice 100 times before today, and here they're trying the game and it doesn't work.
Yeah, well, you know, it's unusual because last year in the Super Bowl game, I'm sure that most people won't remember this, but the very first play of the game against the Denver Broncos, they ran a similar play and fumbled the exchange and got themselves in trouble initially. They went on to win the football game. It didn't make any difference, but in this game today, I was really surprised that they ran that play at that situation because they were moving the ball so well with their conventional style of play. They were doing a good job of running counter plays outside and moving the ball well, and then they tried something that was totally new, and it got themselves in trouble. Pittsburgh later did something that was unusual. They had an unusual formation with Franco Harris right behind the right guard, and he rolled out to the right, didn't get the ball to Franco, blew the exchange. Dallas recovered the fumble, and so 2 new things for both teams created a problem for Pittsburgh and Dallas.
Yeah, we've had a rather long intermission here, and neither squad enjoys something like that.
No, this is a little bit too long. They had some trouble getting the cover down on the field, and it was supposed to be 21 minutes. It's been considerably longer than that. By the way, talking to Tex Stram when he was here, Tex Stram of the Cowboys, at the beginning of the half, that play that they ran, that they fumbled, that you were just talking about, was supposed to wind up back in the hands of Roger Staubach, and he was then going to throw it to Billy Joe Dupree. But, of course, the fumble on the second exchange with Drew Pearson, and the play never got underway. But it is, as you both have been pointing out, very hard to understand why they would do something like that when Tony Dorsett particularly was running the ball so well. He's averaging almost 7 yards a carry, by the way.
One of the things that changed this game around during the first half, Hank, is when Bradshaw popped Franco Harris coming out of the backfield. And a play like that might continue to plague the Cowboys, especially with the extra defensive people that they put in there.
Yes, there's no question about that, Jack. And, of course, as we mentioned earlier, the big thing about the Dallas defense is the fact that you really have to throw when they don't have their defensive specialist in the game. And that's the trick against Dallas. Most games that they play during the course of the season, they dominate so many people that most of the time you wind up playing against their past defensive units, and it's tough to throw the ball consistently against that kind of a situation.
Ironic, wasn't it, Pat, the second time that Rocky Bleier touched the ball, the first time he ran for no gain, that he hauled in a 6-point play.
And a ball that was very well thrown by Terry Bradshaw. It was one that couldn't be zipped, couldn't be thrown as hard as he sometimes throws. It had to be lobbed, and he did it very well, and Rocky Bleier scored the touchdown.
A couple of other aspects of this Super Bowl XIII. One, tickets were very hard to come by, despite the price of the tickets, $30, 79,000 plus here at the Orange Bowl. They got a break in the weather. It rained most of the morning here in Miami, but now it's cleared, and now because of the unusual starting time, it is dark as the Steelers come on the field. Of course, the lights are on here at the Orange Bowl. It's a pretty sight. The Cowboys will come out here in just a moment. We'll have a kickoff shortly, and let's take this time out.
Hello, I'm Pat Thomas, defensive cornerback for the Los Angeles Rams. I'll be playing on the NFC squad in this year's Pro Bowl, Monday, January the 29th. Listen here for CBS Radio Sports live coverage.
We're all going to listen here for the Pro Bowl game, Monday, January 29th, when the hard-hitting AFC and NFC squads go head-to-head in this year's wrap-up of pro football postseason play. CBS Radio Sports' Jack Buck and Hank Stram will be there in the Los Angeles Coliseum to bring you all the play-by-play action. Pat Summerall will be there, too, for pregame, halftime, and postgame color. Full live coverage begins at 8:50 Eastern Time. So listen here for the Big Three, Jack, Hank, and Pat, with all the excitement of this year's Pro Bowl game, Monday night, January 29th, from the L.A. Coliseum. Game time again is 8:50 Eastern on CBS, your #1 radio network for news, programs, and sports.
The halftime performers have all but cleared the field. Both teams are back on the field. The Steelers will take the second half kickoff. The wind seems to have diminished just a little bit, and the referees are trying to get things organized and get this second half underway. The Steelers didn't have to punt at all in that first half. I thought perhaps the Dallas defense, Hank, might be a little more dominant than it was in the first half, but the Steelers caught him in some funny situations, didn't they?
Yes, they did. And, of course, the big thing, again, you know, they have such a precise passing game, Pittsburgh has, and there's so many ways they have to move the football via the airwave. And so Terry Bradshaw, as everybody knows, has done such a remarkably outstanding job all year long. Going into the game, he's thrown 28 touchdown passes. On the other hand, however, Roger Staubach has thrown 25. So, you know, we're seeing two of the very finest quarterbacks in professional football in this great Super Bowl game here today, Super Bowl XIII.
When you look at the fact that the Steelers are ahead, and they are 21-14, that one of the Dallas touchdowns has to be considered a fluke touchdown when they stripped the ball from Bradshaw. When you look back at the field goal attempt by Roy Jarrella of 51 yards that hit the upright, you give Jarrella that field goal, take the Hegman touchdown away from Dallas, and you've got a 24-7 game, and I think that it wouldn't be untoward to have such a score right now. In other words, I think that Pittsburgh in the first 30 minutes has really shown they're the better football team.
Yeah, no question. They dominated the first half, and as you mentioned, the things that happened, it could have been a lot more decisive at halftime than it actually is. But you know, in the second half, if they should take possession on the opening kickoff and move the ball for another score and go ahead by 14, we could have a very much of a rout here this afternoon in the second half, and it's hard to, you know, it's kind of crazy to say that, I guess, Jack, but because of the way both teams play defensively. But you know, when you have to throw consistently in this kind of a game, you make a lot of mistakes possibly, and it could run up the score.
I thought that both teams were capable of having turnovers go against them and having their defense rally to the situation and prevent the other club from moving it. But that hasn't turned out to be true, because almost every time there's been a mistake, a score has followed.
And it's all been done, and the advantage has been taken care of by the forward pass. And that's what's dominated this game so far, the forward pass.
Well, the officials and the referee is Pat Haggerty. And by the way, he and his crew got through about 9 minutes of this game before a flag was thrown. But then the inevitable happened because tempers flared and things started to get hot and heavy down there. But they've done a good job of controlling the game. Pat Haggerty, the referee, the Art Demas, the umpire, head linesman Jerry Bergman, Jack Petty, the line judge, back judge Pat Knight, side judge Dean Look, Fred Swearingen is the field judge. There are two alternates, Chuck Heberling and Al Zapato. And for Haggerty, it is his first Super Bowl game. He's a school teacher out in Denver. And this crew has a total of 84 years of professional officiating experience and 177 years overall, high school and all. Well, the Cowboys will kick it off. And as Hank Stram intimated, they had better gain a little momentum on defense and start to dominate things a little more. Back deep for the Pittsburgh Steelers is Larry Anderson, and he is flanked by Moser and Delaplane. Here we go with the second half. Steelers leading 21-14. The kick by Septien is high, short, will be returned. Anderson from the 15 quickly to the 20, 25, 30-yard line, breaks at the 35, spins out to the 39-yard line, and Larry Anderson gives the Steelers some momentum on which to work. Guy Brown, the Dallas linebacker, was the tackler.
You know, one nice thing about Terry Bradshaw, you know, he's a very aggressive guy as far as calling plays is concerned. He's on the attack. He likes to be on the attack, and it's going to be very important for them to maintain that kind of a personality in the second half as they did in the first half. And let's see how he starts this third quarter, whether he starts it with a forward pass.
Stallworth has caught 2 touchdown passes. He's to the left. Swan is to the right on first down with Blyer and Franco Harris. They give it to Franco Harris. He is hit in the backfield and tackled for a loss back at the 35-yard line, and he lost 4 yards on the play with Bob Brunig, the middle linebacker, the second man to get to him after Harris had avoided 1 tackle.
Now they're in trouble because now they have to throw against the 5 defensive back structure, and this is what you really do not want to do, to come up with second and long, 2nd and 14, and have them dictate to the offense rather than you dictate to the defense.
21-14, the Steelers lead as we have played the first 45 seconds of the second half. 2nd and 14 Steelers going from our right to our left. They're thrown 35-yard line, and Bradshaw is back to throw. He is chased out of the pocket. He's on the run. He throws on the run, incomplete. Over the hands of Rocky Blyer. Overthrown with Mike Hegman covering on the play. 3rd and long coming up for the Steelers.
That was a rollout by design, Jack. He goes back into the pocket to create the impression that he's going to throw from the pocket. He gets the defensive end, Harvey Martin, to think it's going to be a pocket pass, and then he rolls on the outside with the halfback, Rocky Blyer, in that particular case, helping out on the block on Harvey Martin. It didn't work that time because Harvey Martin responded very well to what happened. He had to throw the ball in desperation, and it fell incomplete. Now it's 3rd and 14.
And we'll watch the Dallas club and see if they blitz, and they blitz almost as much as anybody. Of course, with the exception of the Atlanta team. Randy Hughes is in defensively for Dallas, and on 3rd down, Bradshaw.
No buts.
Rolls right. He's on the run and throws on the run, and it is caught, but not enough for a first down out to the Steeler 43, and Colquitt will have to punt for the first time. Theo Bell helped him by coming back into the pattern, and Bradshaw was very accurate despite the fact that he was running, but now they'll have to kick, and Butch Johnson goes back together.
Well, Dallas would be happy to give him that kind of a play because the big thing, they didn't want him to get the first down, and it was a very important drive for Dallas to stop him on the first series in the 3rd quarter, see where they get possession on 1st and 10, and now with the score 21-14, they'll have an opportunity to do something to get back into this game and perhaps tie it.
Colquitt gets it away from his own 35 to Butch Johnson, and he calls for a fair catch and takes it near his 15-yard line. So the Cowboys are way back at their own 15 as they get the ball for the first time in the second half. With a score, the Pittsburgh Steelers 21, the Dallas Cowboys 14. Let's take timeout. When a pro football team makes it to the Super Bowl, you know one thing. They have quality players in depth all the way down the line. And that's what makes Isco hand tools such great performers. Quality all the way down the line. Isco is one of the world's largest makers of sockets and wrenches. They are made in America, and they're made to last. So remember the name, Isco. Super Bowl quality in American-made hand tools.
Buick continues the turbocharging of America with the world's biggest choice of turbocharged cars. The 1979 Turbo Buicks. 4 cars, all powered by the remarkable turbocharged V6. To drive one is to want one. The new Turbo Buicks, Century Turbo Coupe, Regal Sport Coupe, the Sabre Sport Coupe, and the Riviera S-Type. When it comes to turbocharging, nobody else even comes close.
As these two teams, the Cowboys and the Steelers, perform here in the Super Bowl, we should mention some of the other people who had such great seasons, notably Earl Campbell with the Houston Oilers, who won so many honors, and the Los Angeles Rams, and Minnesota, and Atlanta, and the Denver Broncos, who went so far and just missed getting into this Super Bowl. There were a lot of good individual and team performances during 1978.
Yeah, there really were, Jack, and I'd like to also mention Archie Manning, who was able to play a complete season for the New Orleans Saints, who wound up being Player of the Year in the National Football Conference. But he's really a super player and a great leader and a great individual, and it's nice that he enjoyed the kind of success that he enjoyed in 1978, being healthy for the first time in a long time.
Staubach is at his own 15. He has Dorsett and Newhouse in the backfield. And on first down, he gives the ball, and there's a loss on the play as the handoff went to Robert Newhouse, and he has gained very little. We might see Scott Laidlaw in this game before it's over.
Well, it isn't a runner, Jack. He didn't have any opportunity at all to make any yardage on the play. They've run that play 3 times so far in this game, and they've barely got to the line of scrimmage or lost yardage on every occasion. It's 2nd and 12.
White got after him, and Newhouse has not been a force at all in this game.
That left side looked like they were mad at Newhouse the way they blocked for him on that last play.
2nd down and 12 for the Cowboys. Their tight end Dupree is on the left side. Split backs. Staubach rolling right, going to throw. He throws back the other way and incomplete, and a flag goes down. The ball zipped through the hands of Dorsett, who then really blasted. And meanwhile, back in the Pittsburgh defensive backfield, a flag went down, and it's probably holding. And it is against Pittsburgh, and that'll be a first down for the Cowboys.
Donnie Shell on Billy Joe Dupree. That time, I think that's what happened on the play. Let's wait for the call.
We have 12:52 remaining in the third quarter. The Steelers leading the Cowboys 21-14, and Pat Haggerty marks off the yardage.
We have number 31, holding, defense, first down.
Hank Stram called it for you. Donnie Shell, strong safety of the Steelers, would call for holding. And the ball is marked out now to the 18-yard line, and a Dallas first down.
He was all over the tight end like a fly on flypaper that time, Jack. He was all over him, really.
Now a little mix-up in the Dallas backfield, and they're in the power I, and now they send Drew Pearson in motion. An inside handoff to Newhouse, moves across the 20-yard line, out near the 23 before Jack Ham stopped him. Playing on the left corner for the Steelers is a fellow that Hank Stram thinks might be a bit vulnerable. Despite that, he's had a heck of a rookie year, and what a thrill to end up in the Super Bowl in your first year in pro football.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And but Ron Johnson has gotten better and better with every game during the season, and justifiably so, because he got a lot of business, Jack. They're not going to throw out Blunt very much. They're going to throw in the kid, rookie on the left side, and they've done that. But he's grown considerably, and really has played very well for Pittsburgh.
Scott Laidlaw checks into the backfield for the Dallas Cowboys. And they put Drew Pearson in the backfield. They're in the eye. Send Pearson in motion. And on 2nd down and 6, a whistle sounds, and that's too much time. It took more than 30 seconds. delay of game against the Cowboys. And despite all of their shifting and multiple formations, they don't get called or caught like this very often.
Well, you know what happens? If they have a play on a count that's longer than 2, they want the offensive backs to shift at least twice on their own. And so in the process, sometimes, if there's any indecision on the part of the back, it can be a problem, and that's what happened on that last play. They must have gone on 2, and they were waiting for the double shift. They didn't do it quickly enough, and they were assessed a 5-yard penalty.
Well, they lost what they had gained previously. The Cowboys did, back to their 18, 2nd down and 10. And they really are stalled right here. They're not getting a heck of a lot done. In motion is Drew Pearson. Pittsburgh shows the blitz. Here's the fake running play. Staubach back to throw. Has plenty of time and now runs with it. He's to the 15, to the 20, to the 25, and out near the 28-yard line. Picked up substantial yardage, and he's very close to a first down, but I don't think he has it. Joe Green tackled him. And why not run in a game like this, Hank? This is it. There is going to be no other dance after this one for these two clubs.
Yeah, something happens to you. You've got plenty of time to heal. You got 6 months to heal, so you better do everything you possibly can to move the ball down the field, get first downs, and win this football game somehow, some way, and that's exactly what he did in the last play.
I will check my vision here. I kind of think he was inches short on that dash. It was 2nd and 10. They brought the sideline markers all the way in from across the field, and he made a first down. Staubach with a run, carried for a first down out to his own 28-yard line.
They're doing a good job of containing the tight end Billy Joe Dupree. That time, Roger was trying to hit him, but didn't have an opportunity to do so, and as a result, chose to run and did so very wisely and picked up the first down on the play.
And they marked the ball at the Dallas 29. They're moving from our left to our right and trailing by 7. Dupree sets up on the left side. Wide receiver Tony Hill is to the right with Drew Pearson. Pearson now goes in motion. Staubach calls the play, and out of the eye, gives it to Dorsett, running left and hit hard after gaining very little, a yard at the most. He was blasted by Robin Cole, the linebacker, and you don't usually bring Dorsett down quite as crisply as that.
The hole closed very quickly, and it was the same play that they've run on 2 or 3 other occasions. It was a counter play back to the left side with the express purpose of going inside or outside. It was a counter play to hold the linebackers, and that time they played it extremely well. The first time they stopped the play, and they really put the nail in the coffin on that one.
2nd down and 9. Robert Newhouse has a slight head injury, and Scott Laidlaw is in the backfield with Dorsett. They're in the I formation. And Staubach is back to throw. He rolls out of the pocket, wanted to screen it left, but there was no one there to get it. Now he runs again. He's across the 30. He's across the 35 to the 37-yard line. It's going to be 3rd down and about 2, and the Steelers had that one smelled out.
There's a flag down on the play, however, on the far side of the field, Jack.
Donnie Shell and Steve Furness were the tacklers. And now we'll check the flag. Staubach had run for substantial yardage.
Disregard the flag. Disregard it.
Disregard the flag. That's easy for me to do. 10:21 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Are you able to get over something like that, Hank?
Well, the wind blew it right out of his pocket, I guess. I thought it was strong, but I didn't think it was that strong, Jack.
Staubach, who ran earlier to his 29, just has run now out to his own 37-yard line, and we have a key play, 3rd and 2, from the Dallas 37.
This is really a good time for a play-action pass. They need a big play. This would be a good time for them to try to go for the big one and try to get down the field a lot quicker than they would if they take the bus and try to travel slow.
2 tight ends, Smith and Dupree, and the give to Laidlaw, and he's hit for no gain on the play and driven back. Well, they didn't do what Hank Stram suggested, and now they'll have to kick it. Robin Cole made another big defensive play.
That's the 4th time they've run that play, and the 4th time they've lost yardage or just barely got to the line of scrimmage, Jack. Somewhere along the line, they better forget about that one and do something else. But again, some kind of a play-action pass in this situation would have been perfect because really they're all ganged up there. They're trying to stop the run, and you're trying to get back into the ball game and try to do something dramatically different. That would have been a good time for that play-action pass.
Dallas kept the ball for 4 minutes, got a first down, but couldn't get anything more than that. And now it's Danny White about to punt. He kicks it away from the 25 after checking the defense, and he kicks it to Theo Bell, who took it on the 20. He's in trouble and tackled, hit hard at the 24-yard line. Danny White held the ball for a moment, and his teammates stayed on the line of scrimmage, which they have to do except for the wide receivers that gave him great coverage. And Benny Barnes was downfield to tackle T-Bell in the vicinity of his own 24. A timeout on the field with the score. Pittsburgh 21.
Friendly professionals discuss the savings plan best suited to your individual needs. Federal regulations permit withdrawals from certificates of deposit, provided rate of interest on the amount withdrawn is reduced to the passbook rate and 3 months interest is forfeited. Join the super generation. Start earning super interest on your money at any office of TSB, the Super Bank, Troy Savings. Yes, there are a lot of banks, but this is a lot of bank. Member FDIC.
Danny White's 43-yard punt has put the Steelers back to their own 24. Pat Summerall, any early impressions here in the second half?
Only that I very much agree with Hank Stram and the fact that Pittsburgh continues to dominate on defense. The momentum certainly seems to have stayed in their dressing room, and they brought it back. They look good.
It almost seems like the Cowboys need some kind of a Pittsburgh mistake in order to turn things around.
One thing could be a factor, too, is that Pittsburgh in the fourth quarter will have the win, and that'll be a factor also.
Bradshaw from his own 24, going from our right to our left. Hands off to Franco Harris. Dances right. He's going to lose ground. He is tackled by Ed Jones. There was no place to go, and so Franco tried to scoot outside, and Ed Jones stayed right with him, and the big guy, and I mean he is big, at 6'9", 270 pounds, tackled Franco Harris.
You know, it's unusual a call for them to make on that play, Jack, because really the success that they've had running the ball, which hasn't been too great, has been when they've run left, and especially inside of Harvey Martin. It's tough to run to the right side, and yet they try to do that on a couple of occasions and haven't succeeded in making any yardage at all, running at Too Tall Jones.
Harris has gained 32 yards thus far today. He just lost to 2nd and 12 from the Steelers' 22. And Bradshaw to Rocky Blyer. He got about 2. He's back to the original line of scrimmage, and it'll be 3rd and 10 for the Steelers.
Well, if we're not careful, we're going to see a Lawrence Welk offense here, you know, with a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a punt, Jack. And that's the kind of a thing they have to be careful and not do, because they really should stay on the attack and make things happen. If they're going to wait for something to happen, it probably will, and it's usually all bad.
Thomas Henderson and others were in on that tackle. Now we're getting down to the 8-minute mark, remaining in the third quarter. Steelers leading the Cowboys 21-14. Stallworth and Swan are both to the left side. The tight end, Grossman, is to the right side. Blyer goes in motion. A flag goes down. And the whistle sounds before the ball was thrown by Bradshaw. And I think somebody pulled out of that Pittsburgh line a little too quickly.
I was watching Rocky Blyer that time go in motion and seeing what kind of coverage they had, Jack, and I didn't see what took place.
Penalty coming up against the Steelers who will make it 3rd and 16. Back at their 23-yard line. And the referee will tell us about it. On 3rd down, Pittsburgh has made a first down in 4 out of 9 attempts. That was a false start against John Kolb, the offensive left tackle.
Let's see this time if they run some kind of a trap or some kind of a running play or a high percentage pass. They can't take a chance of coughing off the ball down here and giving Dallas a chance to get back into this ball game. Let's see what they choose to do on this 3rd and 16 situation.
Swan to the right, Stallworth to the left. Dallas with a 4-man rush. Bradshaw back to throw from the pocket. He drills it, and it is incomplete. It hit the deck. Incomplete. It hit the deck in front of the intended receiver, Swan, who was trying to come back to get the ball. He had coverage over there by Benny Barnes and Charlie Waters. So now Colquitt, who didn't punt in the first half, will kick the ball to a very dangerous Butch Johnson. Colquitt averaged 40 yards per kick during the year. His longest was 58, and he had none blocked. He's only a rookie, and he's out of Tennessee. He'll touch it off at about his 10-yard line. High snap, he handles it, and kicks it. A wobbly kick. Butch Johnson took it on the 46. He's to the 50, 45, and down to the 41 of Pittsburgh, and Dallas is in good shape. 7:37 remains here in the third quarter. Robin Cole was the last tackler. With the score, the Steelers 21, Dallas 14. Let's take time out.
In the past few years, there's been a big change in business computers. Today, they're smaller, easier to use, and less expensive than ever before. In fact, if you can afford as little as $18,000, you can afford an IBM computer. But just because you can afford a computer doesn't necessarily mean you should sign up for one. To benefit from a small computer, you've got to know more than just the price. That's why IBM is offering a free executive seminar on small computers. A seminar designed to provide the kind of basic information that can help you decide whether or not a small computer is right for your business. If you'd like to attend our free seminar, call the General Systems Division of IBM and we'll reserve a place for you. That's the Executive Seminar on Small Computers at your local IBM General Systems Division office. There's no obligation.
They've had 3 punts thus far here in the third quarter, and this last punt has found Dallas ending up with the ball at the Pittsburgh 42.
Well, so far in the third quarter, Jack, it looks like they left their offensive units in the dressing room because they haven't done very much offensively. Let's see what Dallas does on a first and 10 situation. I would think they'd do something from a play-action standpoint to get some kind of a big play on 1st and 10. Let's see if they do that because they do have good field position in this situation.
Last punt was only 36 yards by Craig Colquitt. Not only short, but he didn't get it high, and Butch Johnson was able to return it a few yards to the Steeler 42. Joe Pearson goes left, and Tony Hill.
I wonder if they have
the right side.
Wonder if they have a play-action pass from that counter run that they've had, because they've run that 4 or 5 times. It would be very effective if they had a pass pattern from it too.
Here's the old flea flicker to Staubach, and he throws it long for Tony Hill, who's well covered and can't get it. It went out of bounds. The give to Dorsett. He spun through it back to Staubach, who was blasted just as he threw the ball by Robin Cole, who, by the way, is playing one of the strongest games of anybody on the field. And there was great coverage downfield on Tony Hill. Quite a speedster, and that rookie cornerback, Ron Johnson, stayed right with him.
Yeah, that's one thing. Johnson's got good speed, and if you're going to lick him, you're going to lick him more in front or inside than you will going away. He covered it very well, and a little razzle-dazzle on the play that really was very ineffective.
2nd down and 10. We saw Ron Johnson in the Senior Bowl game in Mobile. He was the number 1 draft pick of the Steelers, and they knew what they were doing. Now they're in the I formation. Start Pearson in motion again. 2nd down and 10 for Dallas. And here's the toss to Dorsett. Dorsett gets to the 40 and down to the 38 of Pittsburgh. And that's all on a deep and wide toss. It gave Dorsett a little head of steam out of the I formation. But Green and others, L.C. Greenwood, were there to stop him.
The great thing about the I formation, Jack Ritty, is the fact that Dorsett is back there about 7 or 8 yards deep, and when he gets the ball, he has an opportunity to make a cut either inside or outside, depending on how the blocks form. At that time, the play was really designed to go outside, but he kind of cut back inside and made 3-4 yards on the play. Makes it 3rd and 6.
Dallas has only another 7 minutes to take advantage of the wind here in the third quarter. They go into the shotgun, the short punt formation.
Let's see if they try to hit Preston Pearson again.
Back to throw.
And they
He
do.
looks over the middle, and it is caught for a first down at the Pittsburgh 30-yard line. And it was caught by Preston Pearson as Hank Stram called the play. Jack Lambert and Mel Blunt were there to tackle him, and Staubach was really on the money. And what an advantage standing back there in that double wing formation.
Yeah, no question about that. It's a very ingenious formation on the part of the Dallas Cowboys and Tom Landry. It provides them with an opportunity to see the defense and get rid of the ball very quickly. Normally, if you go back into the pocket from the normal position, the quarterback, it takes him 1-3, 1-4, 1-5 seconds. But to be back there and have the ball snapped back, it takes about 0.6 of a second, and that's a big advantage.
Now a first down at the Steeler 30 as the Cowboys trail by 7. Jackie Smith is in the game with Billy Joe Dupree. Smith goes in motion. Here's the give to Staubach to Dorsett, running right, cuts it back and moves for a yard, maybe 2 yards. And Staubach just got rid of that handoff in time. And again, Jack Ham was the tackler. That Pittsburgh rush almost ran right into the handoff.
Oh, they really come off the blocks, and they read and pass rush on the run, and they do that extremely well.
It was Ham and Lambert, 2 of their 3 good linebackers. Well, maybe 4. Robin Cole, Lauren Tays, also very effective. The ball at the 29. Dorsett gained only 1. 2nd and 9.
Good time for a trap play to slow down that rush on a passing situation. They haven't run many traps, but it could be.
Here's the delay and the draw play, and it works inside the 25 down to the 22, and Stram was on the money again as Ham and Lambert again made the tackles on Scott Laidlaw. Laidlaw has done an excellent job of filling in for Robert Newhouse this year. When they describe Laidlaw, they talk about him being a smart football player.
Yes, and that was a draw trap that time with Herbert Scott making the trap block, and they pick up a nice gain on the play, makes it 3rd and 2. They're in good position now, at least for the field goal. But, of course, the big thing, they want to get 7 points on the board, and let's see how they elect to try to do it on this play. Here again, this would be a great time for a play-action pass, Jack.
They're at the 22-yard line of the Steelers with Laidlaw and Dorsett in the backfield. Staubach gives the ball to Dorsett, running wide, and cuts it back and gets a first down as he moves inside the 20-yard line, down near the 17, and a great piece of running by Dorsett, stopped by Donnie Shell and Ron Johnson.
Beautiful run by Tony Dorsett. He made something happen that time. He stretched.
Made something out of nothing.
That's right. He stretched the no-gainer into a first down is what he did, and he did it with brilliant running. And that's what the great backs are able to do, to make their great runs really are runs of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yards. When there's nothing there, the great backs will find some way to make yardage on that kind of a play.
And he ran just inside, we'll call it the Pittsburgh 17-yard line, a first down. Dorsett has run for 60 yards in 11 tries. 3:40 remaining in the third quarter. Cowboys knocking at the door, trailing 21-14. And on first down, Staubach with Dupree, the tight end on the right side, is back to throw. He looks, he runs, he throws, it's batted down, it's incomplete. The ball was tipped and then incomplete at the sideline to Drew Pearson, to Dupree, the tight end, who was covered by Donnie Shell.
That's the first time they've tried to get the ball to the tight end in this game so far. And really, Pittsburgh has done a great job on him because they put the safety man right on top of him, and it's very difficult for him to get downfield because Donnie Shell, their strong safety, is really giving him a good jolt at the line of scrimmage. Boy, he's really giving him he's got him in the vice, and he's hard to get out of there.
There's nobody any tougher than that Donnie Shell on this football field this evening. 3:26 left in the third quarter, 2nd and 10, Dallas. Now Dupree lines up on the left side. Hill is right. Preston Pearson is to the left.
They're in bump and run. Here
Pittsburgh
comes
shows the blitz.
Safety
the blitz is on. Dorsett runs by it inside the 15, down to the 10. And it's going to be 3rd down and 2. And he almost went for the score. Donnie Shell tackled him, and Jack Lambert helped out.
It was almost the same kind of a play that Dallas got caught in earlier in the game on a safety blitz. Franco Harris took the ball down in the scoring area. This time they have a safety blitz. They run the same kind of a play, a trap, with Tony Dorsett, and he pops it through there for a nice gain. It's 3rd and 3. Ball on a 10-yard line.
Dallas has kept the ball for 4 minutes, trying to move in for the tying score. Here's a big play. We'll call it, we'll give you the exact yardage. It's 3rd and 2.5 from the 10-yard line, and now Dallas wants a timeout. They want to make sure on this play it's so darn important. 2:46 remaining in the third quarter. Dallas has the ball, 3rd and 2.5 from the Pittsburgh 10. A pause in the action with a score. Pittsburgh 21, Dallas 14. Let's take time out.
When you said you said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you said you say you can't, that's the only one king of this. There is no other one. There's only something left. Because the king of this is feeling on the rest. When you said you said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
There's a kind of man who likes to do things himself, like working on his own car and pouring in STP oil treatment every time he changes oil. And there's a whole lot of guys who do just that. Last year, over 40 million cans of STP oil treatment went into engines like yours. And that makes it the #1 choice of the men who do it themselves.
Available at over 1,300 Kmart automotive departments across the USA.
And interception leader, Tom Jordan of the Cleveland Browns.
Roger Staubach has come over to the sideline to talk with Tom Landry about this crucial 3rd and 2 play. This has been quite a drive. After getting a Colquitt punt at the Pittsburgh 42, the Cowboys have now moved to the Steeler 10-yard line. And the Cowboys are trailing by 7 with 2:46 remaining in the third quarter. They get a score here. We're going to have a barn-burning fourth period, Coach.
We sure are. And here, this is one of the situations that really hurt the Cowboys in that they don't really have a big, strong, lumberjack kind of a runner to go with Dorsett. And it's very difficult for them sometimes to come up with a 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3 situation if they expect to try to do it in 2 downs, because they do have a 4-down situation on the 10-yard line going in.
The Cowboys were hopeful that Todd Christensen, who was injured this year, would turn out to be that big bruising back that you're referring to, but that didn't turn out. And now we have our most crucialist play of the game. Is that a good word?
That's a crucialist is an excellent word. It'll be in the dictionary next week. See if they go outside with Dorsett.
Dorsett and Laidlaw are in the backfield. The two tight ends, Smith and Dupree, are in there. Now Dorsett goes on a wing. He starts in motion. Staubach on 3rd and 2 is going to throw. He looks, and Smith is wide open. And he dropped it in the end zone. The ball was thrown behind him. Jackie Smith was all alone in the end zone. Staubach didn't throw it soon enough, and he didn't throw it properly.
No, he didn't throw it soon enough, Jack, but Jackie Smith should have caught the ball. It was right on his shoulder pad. He should have caught the football. He didn't catch it, that's all. It looked like it hit his shoulder pads and bounced off, but it was a catch that was very catchable. It looked like he ran right out of the bleachers, right out of the end zone. He was so open. A beautiful play, all to no avail because he dropped the ball.
I apologize when I said the ball was thrown behind him. It wasn't. I was wrong. That ball was right there in his belly. Pat Summerall, it would be something to see Smith become a GOAT in this game.
You know, Jack, the end zones are both painted. That particular one in yellow paint. And Jackie Smith looked like he lost his footing. And that can be a very slippery surface, particularly since we did have a lot of rain.
Here's a 28-yard field goal attempt with Waters holding and Septien trying to cut the Pittsburgh lead to 4. The snap is good, the set is good, and the kick is good. So Dallas gets a field goal out of that drive. 2:35 remaining, 2:36 remaining in the third quarter. It's 21-17 now, and the reason I'm chuckling is that it popped into my mind that the Steelers were about a 4-point favorite coming into this game, and that's what the margin is right now, Hank.
Yeah, and that's how close they are because they're two great teams in every aspect of the game, and in every sense of the word, this game really has been a remarkably outstanding job, just like the kind of a game you'd like to see and expect to see in a great game like this one, the Super Bowl XIII.
28 yards by Septien. The line of scrimmage was the 10. And it's 21-17.
Pittsburgh looked like they were sleepwalking in that third quarter. So far, Jack, they haven't done very much at all offensively.
What was the score in Super Bowl X, Hank?
That Super Bowl X was 21-17. Isn't that something?
And that's what we have right now. As Septien kicks it off, Larry Anderson watches it go out of bounds inside the 10-yard line, and Septien will now kick from the 30 with 2:30 left in the third quarter. Jackie Smith had his legs go out from under him in the end zone. He was in almost a kneeling position, and the ball was right at his shoulder level as he was kneeling. The ball bounced off of him, and there would have been the tying touchdown. It was quite a play call by Dallas. They sure called the right play.
Yes, they did. It's a beautiful call, a play-action pass, and it's really too bad because Jackie Smith is an excellent receiver, and anytime he has an opportunity to get open or catch the ball, he's going to do so. You don't see that happen very often. He's had a brilliant career with the St. Louis Cardinals and then coming to the Dallas Cowboys, but I assure you he's never dropped many balls during that great career.
He never dropped any that I don't remember longer than that one, which is probably his last football game of his career. He'd retired once earlier this year. And I heard Septien about to kick it off from his 30, and this should assure Pittsburgh a pretty good field position. Larry Anderson waits for it. Delaplane and Moser are the other deep backs. Here's the kick, and it is high and not too deep. It goes to the 9. It's taken there by Anderson. 10, 15, 20, running left, 25. And a crisp tackle at the 28 or 29-yard line by Dennis Thurman, the defensive back of the Dallas Cowboys. So the Steelers are going to have to do something now. It's obvious that they can't sit on the ball.
Yeah, they have to stay on the attack, and they've got to make something happen just like they did in the first half. They came out winging it and being very loose. They got to come back to that personality from here on in because the Dallas team is a very good team, and they hang in there tough, and they're not going to roll over and die until this game is over. They ought to run left here.
Blyer and Franco Harris in the backfield. And it's a delay to Franco Harris. He is hit at the 31, drives forward to the 32-yard line and gained about 3 yards on the play.
They wind up running left a little bit left to the offensive center. But the reason I said they were going to run left, Jack, because D.D. Lewis, that time the right linebacker, went out over the split end on that side, and as a result, you had a 3-on-2 situation from a run standpoint, and that was the place to go, even though they didn't make more than 3 yards on the play.
Randy White and Bob Brunig were the tacklers, and it's 2nd down and 7 for Bradshaw from his own 32-yard line. Dallas shows the blitz. Bradshaw is back to throw. He is rushed. He steps out of the pocket and throws the ball long and incomplete. He intended the ball for Theo Bell, who was in there near midfield. Aaron Kyle was covering, and Bradshaw's pass just took off.
Too Tall Jones is limping. He's coming off the field. I don't know what happened on the play, whether he just got a bruise or what it is, but he is coming off the field. I don't think it's anything serious. He evidently just got a bump or a bruise.
He limps slightly, but perceptibly as he comes off, and coming into the game is Larry Bethea, the rookie out of Michigan State, #1 draft pick of the Cowboys. And it is 3rd and 7 for the Steelers from their own 32-yard line with 1.5 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. Swan and Stallworth are the wide receivers. Bradshaw's back to throw. Heavy pressure. He runs out of the pocket. He's on the run. Back at his 20. He throws the ball, and it is caught at the 44-yard line for a 1st down by Theo Bell with a big play.
Boy, that's something that Terry Bradshaw does so well. He moves. He looks like he's desperate. And all of a sudden, he'll throw the ball on the move. He did that time, hitting Theo Bell for the big 3rd down play that provides them with an opportunity to keep possession. And now it's a 1st and 10 situation on about the 44-yard line. A great play by Terry Bradshaw and a good catch by Bell because he came back to meet the ball.
And now the trainers of the Steelers are out there. And they are tending to Terry Bradshaw, who was really blasted as he threw the ball by Dave Stalls. I mean, he was cracked. He's big and strong, but he's going to need his size and his strength to get up. He's in a kneeling position out there in the vicinity of the 25-yard line. That was a big 3rd down play. The backup quarterback is Mike Kruzik of the Steelers. And I have a hunch he might be coming in here because Bradshaw took a terrible whack. Now it's Jerry Mullins who is down there, the offensive guard. And how Bradshaw got up from the hit he took, I don't know. And now Jones goes back in there. It's been a rough game.
Yes, it is. The hitting is very fierce. And, you know, Theo Bell going into this game has only caught 6 games all year long. But that was number 7, and it was a big catch in this Super Bowl game to provide Pittsburgh with the chance to keep the ball keep the ball alive. And really what they ought to do here this time, Jack, again, is throw the ball on 1st down because I think they can throw in the corners anytime they want to, especially if they can get them on one-on-one situations.
Monday Night Football returns one last time this season, the Pro Bowl a week from tomorrow, the 29th. The All-Stars from both conferences complete in Los Angeles. You'll hear it on most of these CBS stations. Monday night, January 29th at 8:50 Eastern Time. That's the first down for the Steelers in this half. Ed Jones is back in there for the Cowboys on defense, and the Steelers go from their own 44. Less than a minute remaining, 3rd quarter. Bradshaw with a screen pass is incomplete. Off to the right side. A pass to his wide receiver, Lynn Swan, but it bounced in front of him.
I don't know why he threw it so hurriedly. He had plenty of time. Had he thrown it properly, he threw it with his feet spread in the wrong direction, threw it off balance, threw it way low, but it had a chance to be a good play. It was a quick screen like they threw early in the ball game. It was good for 29 yards. It would have been good for a good gain that time, but he just threw it poorly and threw it into the ground.
The Dallas offensive line is a little shaken up right now with Mullins out, Corson is in, and Penny is out at the moment. It's 2nd down and 10 for the Steelers. So he might be committed to a passing series. A long count by Bradshaw, back to throw. 4-man rush by Dallas, and the pass is incomplete at the Dallas 40-yard line. It was caught for a moment by Bradshaw, who was then hit by the safety man, Cliff Harris, and the ball fell incomplete.
The thing about that pass, Jack, it was thrown a little bit too high. Anytime it's thrown above your head, the defensive man, even though you have him lick and come in and make a play and knock the ball loose, had the ball been thrown at the numbers, he would have been able to keep the possession of the ball. That was Lynn Swan who dropped it. He actually had it, but in the process of coming down, he got it knocked loose. And so now it's a 3rd and 10 situation for Pittsburgh.
Dave Stalls is in along with Jones, Randy White, and Harvey Martin on the defensive line for Dallas. It is 3rd down and 10 for the Steelers. They completed a 3rd down pass a moment ago. They're at their own 44. The blitz is on. Safety blitz, and Bradshaw is sacked back at the 41-yard line. The safety blitz worked for the Cowboys and helped Randy White make the tackle. That's the 5th sack, the 4th sack of Bradshaw in this game, and the Steelers will have to punt.
You know, going into this game for the entire season, Dallas sacked the opposition 58 times and intercepted 23 passes. On the other side of the football, Pittsburgh sacked the opposition 44 times and intercepted 27 passes. So really, Dallas has really dominated the area as far as rushing the passer is concerned during the course of the season.
Dallas quite good at blocking punts. Colquitt will get it away from about his 30, and he does get it away. Butch Johnson is driven way back. He fields it on the 6. He might have let it go. He's to the 10. He's to the 20. He is to the 25-yard line and beyond. Butch Johnson with a good gambling return. I think smarter football would have been to let the ball go, Hank.
Yeah, and let it go into the end zone, because percentage-wise, you feel anytime you're inside the 10 or on the 10-yard line, you ought to let it go and let it bounce in. Although, I will say that on grass, it doesn't bounce nearly severely or dramatically as it does on synthetic turf.
52-yard punt by Colquitt, and a return from the 6 out to the 28-yard line of Dallas, with 9 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter, and Dallas will lose the wind advantage in the 4th quarter. They're at their own 28, trailing by 4. Laidlaw is in the backfield with Dorsett. And the give is to Dorsett. Dorsett tries to get outside. He breaks a tackle at the 30. He gained 2 yards. Tackle at the 30-yard line, and that will end the 3rd quarter. The only scoring in that period, a field goal by Raphael Septien of the Cowboys. The end of the 3rd quarter with the score, the Pittsburgh Steelers 21 and the Dallas Cowboys 17.
Whatever your occupation, here's something you should know about financing a new car or truck. If you're a teacher, farmer, or have any occupation with an unusual or seasonal pay schedule, you could encounter some problems when it comes to financing. And that's a very good reason to consider us. We're Ford Credit, and we give special consideration to people with unusual pay schedules. In fact, our programs can help your dealer try to work out a payment plan tailored just for you on a Ford, Mercury, or Lincoln car, Ford truck, tractor, or recreational vehicle. Ford Credit. We're as close as your neighborhood Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer. Remember, when you're buying or leasing a new car or truck, Ford Credit wants to give you credit for being you. Tell your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer you'd like to finance with us. Ford Motor Credit.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. I guess about 1,000 people are still outside the gates trying to get in here. 79,641 bought tickets. 78,646 paid in the stadium, are in the stadium. We're going to the 4th quarter, Pat Summerall. What do you think?
Well, again, as Hank Stram was pointing out before, Pittsburgh seems to have become very conservative on offense, and that's something you have to avoid. You can't sit on a lead against a team like Dallas, particularly, when you only got a 1-touchdown advantage.
And it is 21-17.
You know, rushing-wise, Dallas has rushed for 111 yards, Pittsburgh 39, and Dorsett has accumulated 70 of those 111 yards rushing. So he's really done a good job, and really it's unusual, because I think going into the game, people thought possibly that Pittsburgh would run the ball better than Dallas, and it's just the opposite.
Stallworth has been the most effective of the Pittsburgh pass receivers, when most people, I suppose, would have guessed Lynn Swann to be. They've shut him down pretty well, and Grossman has caught a pass or two. But aside from the early action on the part of the Steelers through the air in the first half, they haven't done very much, and they were blanked in the middle 15 minutes, the 3rd quarter.
You know, and Dallas really hasn't shut down Swann as much as Pittsburgh has shut him down themselves because they haven't thrown the ball to him.
First down for the Cowboys from their own, or 2nd down now, and 8 from their own 30-yard line. 2nd and 8, Staubach back to throw, and a quickie to the sideline is incomplete. A very dangerous pass to Drew Pearson, covered by Ron Johnson on the corner. It looked like that was one of those passes where they try to set the quarterback up for something later.
Well, I think what happened, they were in bump and run defense, Jack, and they wanted to throw the ball on top on a deep pattern and get it to him quickly. But Johnson played it very well, and Staubach just threw the ball over the top and it fell incomplete. But he had no chance to complete the ball, and that's why he threw it like he did.
Ray Oldham, who plays one of the extra defensive backs for the Steelers, is injured, and he'll not be back.
See if they go to Preston Pearson again. They're trying to Preston on Jack Lambert. They've been throwing a ball to him on this situation. Let's see if they do it again.
3rd and 8. Here's a little swing pass out here, and it is caught by the running back, the 35 to the 40-yard line. A Dallas first down to Dorsett. Dorsett came out on a little swing pattern, and what a touch Staubach had on the ball. Fingertips of Dorsett. He caught it, and Dallas on a 3rd down play keeps their drive going.
It's very difficult. Of all the things there is to defense in football, the one thing that's hard to defense is speed. Raw speed, native ability, and that's exactly the way he threw the ball. I didn't think he was going to be able to run to it and make the catch, but he did, about knee-high, and scampered through the hole, and that's the great sense that he has as a running back. He knew what he had to do. He just went right into the seam and picked up the yardage for the first down. A beautiful play by Tony Dorsett.
And a first down for Dallas at their own 43-yard line. Laidlaw is the other running back with Dorsett. And here is a give to Dorsett, running right and tackled for no gain on the play. His blockers couldn't clear it out, including Jackie Smith, the tight end, and Jack Lambert, the middle linebacker, was the primary tackler. Let's pause 5 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS radio network.
NFL football. Yours for the listening on WROW, Albany.
You know, one thing I wonder about is that Dallas is so effective from their spread formation. I wonder sometimes why they don't use it on 1st and 10 situations, because normally they use it on obvious passing situations where they have 5 or 6 defensive backs in a game. If they used it against normal sets, I think it'd be very effective.
2nd down and 10 for Dallas. They're in the I formation. And here is a delay to Laidlaw. He's across the 45 and hit at the 48-yard line and dropped by Jack Ham. Well, you seldom see Ham out of position, no matter what play you're running. Pass plays, draw plays, running plays, he's always there.
You know, the personality of this Dallas offense today is very wise. They use good discretion because they're using a lot of misdirection, a lot of counter plays to get the linebackers moving in one direction and then trying to get up through there as fast as they possibly can. This team reacts, responds, and pursues and tackles so well that you have to do that if you're going to move the ball with any degree of efficiency.
3rd and 5 Dallas from their own 48. A big 3rd down play. Tony Hill goes to the right side. Butch Johnson and Pearson, the other wide receiver. Staubach with ample time has the ball batted down. He intended it for Dorsett, who was being pursued by Tony Dungy, but then the ball was batted down by Dwight White, who got his hands up there. And it is 4th down, and White will have to punt.
You know, this would be a good time for White if he has any idea at all, any chance at all of running. This would be a great time for him to run on this 4th and 5 situation from a spread punt formation, Jack. Let's see what the situation looks like and whether or not he might take advantage of what they might give him with regard to running the ball on a 4th and 5 situation.
Here's the snap to Danny White, and he runs with the ball a few steps and then kicks it away. Theo Bell is back there, and they have to let the ball roll inside the 10, and it's down to the 8-yard line, and a flag is down. A flag is down back upfield.
He was considering the run, Jack. He waited there for a few seconds.
And an ineligible man went downfield for Dallas. And so instead of being pinned back at their 8-yard line, we alluded to that before. When that punter does anything untoward back there, there's always the temptation for an interior lineman to leave before the ball is kicked, and you can't do it.
Well, you know, usually you have a command by the up back, and everybody is supposed to wait for that command. When the kicker kicks the ball, then he says go, and then they all release. And evidently they didn't hear the call, or maybe Dallas doesn't do that, but we did it always because we wanted to make sure we didn't make that kind of a mistake.
Ineligible man, downfield, number 32, offense.
That was Dennis Thurman of the Cowboys, who left before the ball was kicked, and he was not one of the 2 outside men who are allowed to release. And now White will kick it from about his 30-yard line to Theo Bell. Bell averaged 7 yards per punt return. Here's a line drive kick that drives Bell back. He took it on the 7-yard line. He's to the 15, and what a tackle was made at the 14-yard line by the Dallas Cowboys. And downfield it was Thomas Henderson. A great one-on-one tackle. 12:08 remaining in the football game. The Steelers, who really have to move the ball now, are at their own 15-yard line. For the score, Pittsburgh 21, Dallas 17. Let's take time out.
The most important part of every move we make at United Van Lines. You come first in our name and in everything else we do, like our pre-planned moving system, our Betty Malone relocation services, and our exclusive sanitized vans. Let United Van Lines be an important part of your move.
We do our very best for you, north, south, east, and west for you. United, even our name begins with you.
Call your United Van Lines agent. He's in the yellow pages.
12 minutes, 8 seconds remaining. Super Bowl XIII. Jack Buck, Hank Stram, Pat Summerall with you from the Orange Bowl in Miami. Steelers leading 21-17. They have the ball at their own 15-yard line. And the Dallas defense wants to toughen up right here. Bradshaw at quarterback with Blyer and Franco Harris. Sets the club and tosses to Franco Harris. He has to cut back, and he gained 2, maybe 3 yards. Trying to go outside behind the block of Blyer. And the center, Mike Webster. And Ed Jones jammed it up.
That's like trying to throw spitballs at a battleship, Jack. They've done that several times in the game, and they haven't succeeded in doing anything on that right side. I can't understand why he continues to run to that side when he's done a pretty good job of running when he has run successfully to the left and especially inside of Harvey Martin.
2nd down and 8 as Franco Harris got 2. Then Swan is to the right, Stallworth left, and Bradshaw's back to throw. He rushed, he throws. Incomplete. Incomplete. And Bradshaw really coughed that ball up. He wanted to get it out to Stallworth, and he came very close as he intended it to Leo Bell primarily, and came very close to having Aaron Kyle walk right into the path of the ball.
Well, he really didn't, Jack. You know why? Because Brunig blitzed on the play. He saw him coming. He just got rid of the ball and tried to hit the turf some way so he wouldn't get caught for a loss. But it looked like it was a lot closer out there than it actually was. But he did a very wise thing. He knew he couldn't complete the pass, and he threw it and tried to hit the numbers. And did a good job.
3rd and 8 from their 17 for the Steelers. Another big play. Leo Bell is still in there in place of Stallworth, and he's to the left side. And on 3rd down, Dallas with a 4-man rush. The pass is caught at the 25-yard line for a first down.
Boy, what a great play, and a great catch by Grossman, and a beautiful throw by Terry Bradshaw.
And covering was Cliff Harris, who just couldn't get there in time to make him cough it up. A good 3rd down play by the Steelers out to their own 25.
You couldn't cover it any better than that, Jack, and the key to the whole thing was he threw the ball where it had to be thrown, right at the numbers. Had he thrown it behind or up on top, and he got a kick also from Harris on the play to make sure that he knew he was there, but the official didn't see it.
Well, Grossman just caught the big 3rd down pass out to the 25-yard line. The Steelers continue to make the plays they have to make. They lead 21-17, and on 1st down, here's Bradshaw back to throw. He looks, throws quickly, and it is caught at the 39 by Lynn Swan on his knees, covered by Barnes. But it's another Pittsburgh first down, this time to their 39.
That's what they've got to do. They've got to throw the ball and be aggressive and make something happen. And I still can't understand why they don't throw the ball more often in front of Benny Barnes and Aaron Kyle, just like they did on that occasion. They've done so twice so far in this game to Lynn Swan, and he's made good catches both times. I think they can do that any time they want to, especially on 1st down.
That third down pass play a moment ago was a big one, and now it looks like the Steelers have some good drive underway. They're at their own 39, a first down. And on first down, Bradshaw takes the snap, and he tosses it wide to Franco Harris. Harris gets 2, 3, 4 yards, tackled at the 44, and he gained 5, as it turned out.
He was in a hurry that time. He should have waited for the block of John Kolb, who was pulling on the play. But he went outside instead of going inside and didn't make as much yardage as he possibly could have had he waited for the block of the left tackle on the play. Aaron Kyle made the tackle.
A gain of 5 yards. Well, they might end up marking it back on the 43-yard line of the Steelers. A gain of 4, 2nd and 6. And they're eating up that valuable time. 9:15 remaining in the game. Steelers by 4. 21-17. On second down, Bradshaw back to throw. The blitz is on. He gets rid of it in a hurry. Throws it deep, and it is incomplete. And a flag goes down, and that might be offensive interference. No, they're going to call it against Barnes for tripping him. And it's going to be defensive pass interference against Benny Barnes. I kind of thought that it was Swan's fault more than the other guy.
No, he definitely tried to trip him, Jack. It's very obvious from up in here. And it's a first down for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And they took advantage of the coverage by Benny Barnes. He threw the ball up there like it had helium in it, Jack. It hung up there a long time, but it finally came down, but the pass interference call was made.
Cliff Harris was late getting there on the blitz, and Bradshaw just threw it up for grabs. And Swan was then tripped by Benny Barnes. He did trip him, but it was inadvertent as Swan made his cut right over the top of him. And it's a first down to the Dallas 23-yard line.
Bradshaw has really been a dominant force in this game, completing 15 of 27 for 296 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception. Swan has caught 5 for 102. Stallworth 3 for 124. Here's that quick screen again.
To Swan, he broke a couple of tackles, got to the 20, and then he is bent backwards. Pat Summerall, on that other play, the one where they called interference on Barnes, what was your impression of it?
My impression was just as yours was. It looked like they were both going for the ball. They just got their feet tangled up. As you mentioned, it wasn't inadvertent, but it's still a penalty.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
I know I marked it off, but should it have been?
I think it had. I think it should have been.
Yeah, I really think, Jack, it was an intentional thing on his part. He knew what had happened. He tried to trip him. He threw out a leg, and that's what happened on the play.
Okay, here's Swan carrying the ball now to the 20-yard line on the previous play, making it 2nd and 7 for the Steelers. They started way back after the Danny White punt to the Pittsburgh 15-yard line, and they might be going in for the clincher right here, folks. They're at the Dallas 20, and Bradshaw gives to Franco Harris, going wide, and he is hit at the line of scrimmage and pulled down. He gained a yard or 2, as it turned out, with Aaron Kyle tackling him again. That Kyle will be worn out tackling that big Harris all day.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for, but that was a counterplay with another option run by Franco Harris. And he was a little hesitant that time and didn't make a decision. Anytime you're running back and you run into the open area, you got to make a decision, right or wrong, and go. That time he didn't. He hesitated just long enough for the pursuit to catch up with him, and he didn't make but just 1 yard on the play. Now it's 3rd and 4.
Pittsburgh has kept the ball for almost 5 minutes on this drive. And they're now down to the 18-yard line, 3rd down and 4. The Dallas 18, that is.
Let's see if he rolls out here, Jack. He might do it here.
And Bradshaw sets the club. He's back to throw. He is rushed. He is sacked and pulled down at the 30-yard line by the linebacker, Thomas Henderson. And that takes him further away from field goal range. Now let's see. They mark the ball back up.
There's a penalty on the play.
Delay a game before the snap of the ball.
Yeah.
Delay a game, Pittsburgh. So no play.
They were lucky that time because they would have lost a lot of yardage on the play and would have made it much more difficult for the field goal.
Would have made it a 47-yard attempt. Into the game now comes Sidney Thornton in place of Rocky Blyer for the Steelers.
And that's a nice thing about a rollout down here. In case they do blitz or you're running away from the inside pursuit and the angles of the blitzing linebackers, and you get away from that traffic and have more of a chance to get rid of the football. Let's see if they might roll out on this play on 3rd and 9.
3rd down and 9 from the Dallas 22-yard line. Stallworth sets the club, or Bradshaw sets the club, and he runs it to Franco Harris, who breaks it open and goes into the end zone. Right up the middle.
Boy, what a great call. Great call. because they're coming tough on the rush. They ran the trap, something they do very, very well, and he blew it wide open inside. A beautiful block by the right guard, Jerry Mullins, on the defensive tackle, Randy White. They got a block on Bruning, evidently, because he was nowhere near, and they popped it clean as a whistle, went in for the touchdown, and Pittsburgh now leads 27-17.
Franco Harris saw the hole and turned it on. He looked like he was 20 years old the way he ran, Pat.
In the big games, you know his history. He is always at his best in playoff games, postseason games, whatever the case might be.
Mike Webster, the center, had a big block, and so did Ray Pinney, the offensive tackle. And now Jarrella tries to make it 28-17. Kicks it. Good. Well, the Steelers are in great shape now. There's a timeout on the field with the score. The Pittsburgh Steelers 28 and the Dallas Cowboys 17.
When you say Bud, you said a lot of things nobody else can say. Do it all. Oh yeah, when you say Bud, you say you care enough to only want the king of beers. There is no other one. There's only something less, because the king of beers is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
When measuring for home improvements, accuracy is important. A fraction of an inch off when measuring a bookcase can result in ruined materials and wasted time. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you True Value Hardware Stores offer their Master Mechanic 25-foot power return tape for just $6.77. The toggle lock will securely hold the blade where you want to measure. And because there's virtually no slippage, you can accurately transfer measurements. Get the Master Mechanic 25-foot power return tape for just $6.77 exclusively at participating True Value Hardware Stores.
We have 7:10 left in the Super Bowl game. By the way, some fan just ran on the field down here, and he had no chance to get out on the field. They took him out of here before you could blink your eye.
It looked like they had a skyhook at the sideline. They ripped him off there very fast, didn't they?
Well, Pittsburgh's in great shape, 28-17 with 7 minutes left. Looked like Pittsburgh was running a safe play, and it turned out to get a touchdown.
Well, that's the kind of a play that's a good play because it's a high percentage play, and yet you know they're going to be rushing. If you execute the trap properly, which means you let a lineman come across like you think he isn't going to be blocked, and then you block him from the inside out. That's what a trap play is. That's what the Pittsburgh team does so well. They clean it out perfectly, and the rest is history.
Well, the Dallas Cowboys could really use a good kickoff return. Here's a bad kick by Jarrella. It's taken by one of the upmen at the 25-yard line. A tackle, a fumble, loose ball, and a scramble forward at the Dallas 20, and the Steelers have the ball. A bad kick by Jarrella. Let's see. Have they ruled yet who has the ball?
Yeah, Pittsburgh has it, I think.
A bad kick by Jarrella. One of the upmen of Dallas got it. He fumbled it. There was a scramble forward at the Dallas 20, and that might be the end of the Cowboys here in the Super Bowl game if Pittsburgh has it. And the officials have not yet indicated. The Steeler players thought they had it. Randy White is the one who had the ball. He was caught. And then a scramble for the ball. And at the 20-yard line, how are they going to rule it? They got to give it to somebody.
Looks like Pittsburgh had possession, but we'll have to wait and see what they call it.
And here, about a minute after the ball was fumbled, they're finally going to rule Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh has the ball near the Dallas 20-yard line, and that might be the end of this game, Hank.
Yeah, that could be, Jack, but there's a lot of time left, and Dallas has a lot of character, and they're not going to roll over and die, I assure you that. But, you know, here's another illustration, Jack, of how important a basic, fundamental thing can be. Just being able to fall on the football property would have made the difference whether they have possession or whether they didn't. In this particular stage, why 3 people had a chance to recover the ball. They finally came up with it. But earlier in the game, they had the same kind of a situation with Furness having a chance to fall on it on the 10, and he blew the opportunity, and Dallas recovered, and they got off the hook on another occasion only because they were not able to fall on the ball properly.
Dennis Winston is the one who came away with the ball after Randy White had taken that kickoff. He was blasted He fumbled the ball, and the Steelers could ice it up here. With 6:58 left, they have the ball at the Dallas 19, and they're already leading by 11. The Steelers set the ball, and Bradshaw's back to throw. He looks and throws it in the end zone. Strong. Touchdown! Touchdown, Pittsburgh! On a 19-yard pass play to Lynn Swan. That might be the end of the Cowboys.
I'm going to tell you something. That was a fantastic, just a fantastic catch on the part of Lynn Swan. What a beautiful play, a leaping catch with such grace and such style. It was just incredible the way he made that play.
He was diving. He caught that ball on his fingertips. Swan did. Fell, got both feet down in the end zone. Slid out of the end zone, and now it's 34-17. Would you believe it? Girello says, make it 35. He is about to kick it with Colquitt holding the ball. 6:51 remaining. They've doubled the score, and now they've made it 35-17. The Steelers not only winning the game, a flag is down, but it's going to be against Dallas and declined by the Steelers and assessed on the ensuing kickoff. They're not only winning the game, the Steelers, but they are leaving no doubt that they are the best team in professional football in 1978-79. There's a timeout on the field with a score. The Steelers 35 and the Cowboys 17.
If you own a light truck, pickup, camper, or van, here's tremendous news from Capital Land Tire Mart. Right now, Capital Land is featuring special sale prices on Dunlop Gold Seal steel-belted radial truck tires. You probably spend more time behind the wheel than the average driver, so you need tires that can take the punishment of many miles of city and highway driving. You need Dunlop Gold Seal. The strength of steel provides the durability and wearability you require. And with the design of the radial plies, you also get a comfortable ride and easy control and handling. Plus, with lower rolling resistance, you'll realize savings on fuel costs. Radial performance at work or play. The Dunlop Gold Seal light truck tire. Now specially priced at Capital Land Tire Mart. Capital Land with the most concerned tire service you've ever known. Capital Land, Route 9, Latham, just south of the Circle next to McDonald's. Capital Land with special prices on Dunlop tires.
Johnson is deep along with Eloise Blackwell for the Cowboys. I look back in this game when there were 10 minutes 52 seconds left, and Randy Grossman caught a third down pass for a first down when Pittsburgh was ahead only by a score of 21-17, and that probably was the key play of this game because Pittsburgh went on to score. Dallas fumbled the ensuing kickoff. Pittsburgh scored again on the very first play. And the Steeler fans who have made the trip and the Steeler fans who are listening have got to know that they have dethroned the defending champion Dallas Cowboys. 35-17 remaining in this game. 26:51 remaining in the game. 35-17 the score. Girello will kick it off. And here is the kick from Roy Girella, high and long. And Butch Johnson takes the ball back at the 3s, out to the 10, to the 15, to the 20, gets outside to the 25, and then tackle, and a flag goes down. The tackler,
25 yards, the flags are down, preliminary signal.
Jack Dello flag. And now a clip against Dallas. When it rains, it pours. It rained here this morning, and it's pouring now for the Cowboys. Clipping marks the ball back.
Jack, your observation about the third down play by Grossman is a very good one because really there was a clutch play, and until that time, the Pittsburgh Steelers had not generated any kind of an offensive personality at all in the third quarter. That got it going, kept the drive alive, and provided Pittsburgh with an opportunity to finally score on a beautifully executed trap play by Franco Harris. The ensuing kickoff created a fumble situation, and now Pittsburgh 35-17.
And the Cowboys are way back at their 11-yard line. Staubach on first down is back to throw. Swings it out the door, set on a screen to the 10. He's to the 15-yard line and tackled at the 18. He picked up about 8 yards on the play, and Jack Lambert caught up to the play from behind as Dorsett cut it back. Clock is running. 6:20 left in Super Bowl XIII. A lot of people talked about a possible overtime game and a sudden death game. Steelers have more than doubled the score against the Cowboys. Their last drive was a dandy. You could see it shaping up. 85 yards in 10 plays. Just prior to that, an ineligible man downfield for the Cowboys, and Dallas had to kick it over again. Pittsburgh had been backed up to their 8-yard line. Who knows what would have happened. Staubach back to throw on 2nd and 2. Steps up into the pocket and is tackled for a loss back at the 10-yard line. He was really blasted. He thought he had time to throw, and he didn't see John Banaszak, who stayed right after him. And there's a sack of Staubach, and that's the 4th. Each quarterback has been sacked 4 times. And an 8-yard loss back to the original line of scrimmage. 5:45 left, clock stopped because of the sack, and now it'll start. And the Cowboys have 3rd down and 10. Remember that last Pittsburgh drive was aided by that pass interference call against Benny Barnes on the corner against Swan. Staubach goes into the shotgun. Stands on the 5-yard line, gets the snap. It's a 3-man rush for the Steelers. Staubach runs with the ball. He's to the 10. He's to the 15. He's to the 20. Has a first down to the 25. And he's down near the 27 or 8-yard line. Jack Lambert covered him as Staubach hit the deck. 5:10 left. A Dallas first down.
Dallas, the receivers ran a very poor pattern that time. There were 2 or 3 people in the same area that time, and as a result, they couldn't get the ball to him. Staubach very wisely saw what happened on the play and took off and ran, made a nice run, made some good moves in the process, and made the first down. It's now 1st and 10, and the ball's on the 28-yard line. But they've got to make something happen very quickly. They can't.
Look at that clock, Hank.
Yep.
It's just killing the Cowboys now. 4:40 left, 35-17 the score. Pat Summerall has departed. He'll be in the locker room of the winners for our post-game show. Staubach on first down, back to throw, zings it to the sideline to Drew Pearson, and he caught the ball at the 45 for a first down with a brilliant catch. And a great throw.
17 yards and first down.
Out to the 45 of Dallas. But just so long as they don't give them the scores. That's what the Steelers are thinking, Coach.
That's the big thing. You know, the only chance Dallas has, really, and they're 18 points behind, to win this game, they have to score 3 touchdowns because 2 touchdowns and a field goal wouldn't be enough.
Panel of media representatives have just finished voting the Sport Magazine Most Valuable Player Award today. Went to Terry Bradshaw unanimously. And now a first down at their own 45 for the Cowboys, and a delay, and it's handed off to Dorsett. He's to midfield. He's to the 45 of Pittsburgh. He's to the 40. He's to the 35 to the 30 and brought down at the 26-yard line. Dorsett ran from his own 45 to the Dallas 26, and Rick Moser got him.
And that's the one thing they can't permit them to do, Pittsburgh. They can't let them score easily on a big play, and that's almost what happened on that last one with Dorsett. He broke it nicely on a draw play and almost went all the way. He's having a fantastic day here against the Pittsburgh Steelers, a team that he idolized as a youngster and hoped that he would play for when he got out of college football.
Ron Johnson made the saving tackle at the 27-yard line of Pittsburgh. Now 3.5 minutes left in the game. In motion, Drew Pearson, and Staubach back to throw. Has all kinds of time. And now he's rushed. Now he throws, and Dupree caught it at the 16-yard line, and it is another Dallas first down. Dupree caught it at the 16.
As a first catch for him in this game so far, I thought maybe he would be more of a factor in the contest for the Cowboys in their offensive scheme of things, but he really hasn't done much at all because of the way the coverage is played, and that's the first catch in the game for Billy Joe Dupree.
To the 16 of Pittsburgh. Now 3:21 remaining. Clock stopped as he went out of bounds. Dorsett and Laidlaw both come out. 35-17 the score. Donnie Shell is out of action at the moment. Tony Dungy is in for the Steelers. From the 16 of Pittsburgh. Staubach takes the ball and he's back to throw. He looks. Still looking. Now running. Still looking. Throwing. And caught inside the 10-yard line by Drew Pearson. And then he's blasted. Knocked down. He had it at the 7-yard line. Some of the Pittsburgh players complaining that perhaps Pearson was pushing off. But there is a gain of about 8 yards on that play. Robin Cole with the tackle.
He made a good shot, too. Hit him right in the back that time after he made possession, but he made good contact with the shoulder pads. A good, clean, hard tackle by Robin Cole.
2:48 remaining in the game as the Cowboys move the ball. They were way back at their own 10-yard line. Staubach sets his club. 2:35 left. 35-17 the score. The Steelers lead. And on 2nd down and 2, a little swing pass caught by Dupree, and he has a touchdown. An 8-yard touchdown pass to Dupree. It almost seems anticlimactic, but you never know. It's 35-23 now. Boy, there's some plays in this game to look back on. The one touchdown pass that was dropped in the end zone by Jackie Smith that would have tied the game. And many others, of course.
That was really one of the keys of the game, Jack, the way it turned out, because Jackie Smith had the ball. He was wide open. He had possession. He just dropped the football. That's all you can say about it. He's been such a great receiver, but those things happen because people are human. That's why it's such a great game, and it's a great game that it is. But it was a tough mistake at the time because it would have tied the game 21-21 at that time.
The extra point is good by Septien, 35-24 now. And a wild scoring football game. Pittsburgh was blanked in the third quarter. But they have 14 thus far in this period. And Dallas has scored in each quarter of the game. We have 2:27 remaining. Here's a reminder, fans, that CBS Radio Sports brings you the Pro Bowl on most of these stations January 29th, the week after tomorrow. Hank Stram and I will be in Los Angeles for the festivities, the play-by-play, and Pat Summerall will join us before the game, at halftime, and after the game. Listen here for the Pro Bowl, Monday night, January 29th. Most of these CBS stations will be on the air at 8:50 Eastern Time.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. The Super Bowl.
I suppose we'll see an onside kick.
Leaving the stadium to double check for the postal surroundings.
Yeah, they've got an onside kicker, Jack. They've got to somehow, some way try to get another quick touchdown. With 2:27 left in the game, if they were to score another touchdown quickly, why, they'd be right back in this contest.
The ball at the 35-yard line. To be kicked off by Septien. And Larry Anderson is the deepest man for the Steelers. They are clearly expecting the short kick by the Cowboys with 2:27 remaining. Septien gets the go-ahead. And here's his kick. It travels 10 yards. It's fumbled, and Dallas has the ball outside their own 45-yard line. Dennis Thurman raced down and got it. Dennis Thurman raced down and got it after a Pittsburgh man had the ball briefly and then bobbled it. So the Cowboys, with 2:23 remaining, could get back within 4 points in this game. Dallas has it at their own 48. With 2:23 remaining. Steelers had it for a moment and was bobbled, and then Dennis Thurman came roaring through there, and he got the ball at the 48. Now Staubach, who moved his club from the 10 the last time they had the ball, will try to move from his own 48. Preston Pearson checks into the Dallas lineup.
They're going to try to get
Staubach from the shotgun. Looking and running, and now throwing, and it is caught at the 45 and then shaken loose. Billy Joe Dupree, the tight end, caught it, and then he was hit behind by Lambert and Johnson, and it's 2nd down and 10.
He tried to catch that ball, it looked like, from up here, Jack, with the idea that he was going to get hit when he made the catch, and that's exactly what happened. He was more concerned, I think, about getting hit than he was catching the football, and that's why he dropped it, Jack. Very obvious.
2nd and 10 from the 48, 2:16 remaining in the game.
You know, one thing from the spread formation with Dorsett in the ball game along with Pearson, you get him in a one-on-one situation, get on the ball, he could gin from anywhere on the field and couldn't make it a big play.
From the shotgun formation with Preston Pearson in the backfield. Staubach on second down is back to throw again. Four-man rush for Pittsburgh, and the pass thrown. Caught by Drew Pearson at the 35. Breaks loose and drives to the 30-yard line of Pittsburgh before he's stopped. And now we'll have the 2-minute warning before any more action. Ron Johnson was the tackler. Another Dallas first down. They're at the Steeler 30. There's the 2-minute warning. There's the timeout on the field with the score. The Steelers 35 and the Cowboys 24.
If you've got a family, you're going to be spending a lot of years in family cars. So why not get one you're going to enjoy? Like a brand new Buick LeSabre. It gives you loads of room, comfort, a sense of quiet, and something very welcome these days, value. Buick LeSabre. We didn't make it a celebrated family car. Families did.
After all, life is to
Football season's fading fast with memories of weekends past. As the all-time pro football spectator, all day I blitzed the refrigerator. Spaghetti, 87 yards, a Super Bowl of chili, 4 bags of chips, jalapeno dips, topped off with piccalilli. I tackled all the food in sight, but finally learned my lesson. Sad to say, there's a flag on the play. Penalty, indigestion.
Indigestion, Pepto-Bismol. Pepto-Bismol coats, soothes, relieves. For occasional use, only as directed.
Hank Stram, the Steelers scored with 7:10 remaining and make the score 28-17. And then Randy White fumbled the next kickoff. Had he not done that, and Pittsburgh gotten a score out of it on the touchdown pass to Swan, that last Dallas touchdown would have put him back within striking distance, and this drive would be for the winner. But that's not the way it is, of course.
That's right, Jack. It's not the way it is, naturally, but the point you make is well taken and well made. But here again, with 2 minutes, there's a lot of football left in this game, Jack, and a lot of things can still happen.
Dallas recovered an onside kick. With 2 minutes left, they have the ball at the Pittsburgh 30, and the Steelers are not rushing the passer at all. Staubach is under center. Has Preston Pearson in there. He is back to throw. Gets good protection. Now he runs out of the pocket. He slips, and he is finally down near the 37-yard line, and I guess they'll call that a sack. He had time, but no one was loose, and Dwight White finally got to him for a loss on the play. That stops the clock.
You know, as deep as that secondary is playing and as hard as the front four is rushing, a trap play could be a big play, Jack, and get them down there a lot closer because they're really concerned about the forward pass. And you don't care how you make a big play as long as it's a big play, whether it be running or passing, but a trap play would be very effective if they could run it efficiently and execute it well on this drive.
A loss of 10, 2nd and 20 for the Cowboys at the 40 of Pittsburgh with 1:35 left in the game. Less than that now as the ball is snapped. Staubach's back to throw. He looks and swings it to the sideline. It is caught by Dorsett and he's tackled, and he gained only a couple of yards on the play. Jack Ham wouldn't turn him loose. The rookie against the veteran, and the veteran won that one-on-one battle.
Boy, he really put the squeeze on him. It was a perfect tackle. Just the kind you like. Tackle him high around the numbers, grab him, and keep him from making any progress. That's exactly what he did, and then wrestle him down to the turf. A beautiful tackle that time.
3rd and 18, and now we have 1 minute left in the game. Staubach is back to throw. He steps up into the pocket and throws it long into the end zone, and it is incomplete with 52 seconds remaining in Super Bowl XIII. And now it's 4th and 18, and this might be the last time that the Cowboys have the ball in this game. Pittsburgh player Furness is shaken up. It is 4th down, and it's all over but the shouting here if the Cowboys fail to get to the 20-yard line in a first down. Now we have a timeout called by the Steelers as Furness walks off the field, hobbles off the field. If you dial set to CBS and wake up to the Sports World Roundup, Win Elliott and Jim Kelly start your day with a complete sports summary on most of these CBS stations. Into the game now for the Cowboys is Robert Steele, the Wookiee Ride receiver from northern Alabama.
What was that, the Wookiee?
Did I say Wookiee?
Wookiee.
I'm a little wacky, so I said Wookiee. 52 seconds left in the game. This is a Steeler timeout. Each team has 2 remaining. Now this drive with 52 seconds left becomes almost academic. And it is Joe Green going out of the game, and Gary Dunn relieves him.
Sunday, January 20th next year, it will mark the 4th Super Bowl played in the Los Angeles area.
Lambert had been to the sideline, comes back in. The Cowboys are 4th and 18 at the Steeler 38-yard line. If they make less than 18 yards on this play, the ball goes over to the Steelers, who in all probability would be able to run the clock out and win this game 35-24. That's the score now. Staubach is in the shotgun. And the Steelers show a four-man rush. They have a four-man rush. Staubach back to throw, drills it over the middle, and it is caught inside the 15-yard line for a first down by Drew Pearson. And now some fisticuffs break out, and the officials get in there and try to break it up. Drew Pearson made a magnificent catch at the 13-yard line of the Steelers, and Mike Wagner was on the stop. And it's another Dallas first down. The clock is stopped with 41 seconds remaining. Made a heck of a catch, Hank.
Yes, he did. It was a good throw, and you have to give Dallas a lot of credit. Boy, they didn't roll over and die when they were behind 35-17. They came back swinging, and they're doing a good job of moving the ball down the field and trying to get back into this game somehow, some way. It's very obvious, you know, unless a miracle of some kind occurs, that they're going to lose this football game, but they don't believe it. Not yet. And they still feel somehow they can do something about it with 47 seconds left on the clock, and that's the way they're playing. And it's a great tribute to the Dallas Cowboys and to this great game, Super Bowl XIII.
Dallas has called a timeout, and they have one remaining. And it was Drew Pearson who was shaken up and coming off the field. He knew he was going to get popped when he caught that one. Mike Wagner unloaded on him at the 13-yard line. In fact, Butch Johnson, trying to help Drew Pearson loose, toppled a whole group of players over, and he might have been the one that caused the injury. But it's a first down at the 13-yard line of the Steelers as the Cowboys try to make it closer. They have only one timeout remaining. We have 41 seconds left. They want to score, try the onside kick, and then see what they can do. Cowboys defeated Denver last year in New Orleans, but now it looks like the Steelers are about to do it to them. Steelers defeated Minnesota and Dallas in previous Super Bowl games. Staubach is under center, and he's back to throw. He's under pressure, hit. Throws the ball while falling, drops it off to Dorsett, trying to get into the end zone. He is out of bounds inside the 5-yard line. That stops the clock with 32 seconds remaining. Wagner chased him out. Even in a losing cause, you can note the brilliance of a fellow like Dorsett.
Yes, and you can note the brilliance of Roger Staubach, too. There's a pressure on him that time, and he dumped the ball off to Dorsett, who made a beautiful run down to about the, 3-yard line, Jack?
3 is what it is with 32 seconds remaining. Clock stopped. 35-24. I bet a lot of the gamblers around the country are rooting for Dallas right here. They're trailing by 11. Pardon the mention, but it had to be said.
Great time for a trap play, Jack. Boy, they're big coming. You can run it right in there. Clean as a whistle. I think they block it right.
Staubach back to throw. He looks, he's rushed, he throws, and it is incomplete. Attempting a diving catch in the end zone was Preston Pearson. And it'll be 3rd down and 1. A while ago, Dallas was faced with 4th and 18, and they completed a pass. Now we have 26 seconds remaining. And another play comes in from the Dallas bench.
A trap would score as quickly as a pass, Jack, if they were able to break it clean. And, boy, the Pittsburgh team is really coming off the ball and rushing the passer tough, expecting pass. That kind of a play would be a big play and get them back in the end zone quickly and have an opportunity for the onside kick. Let's see what
it is. 3rd down and a yard, and the ball is on the Steeler 4-yard line. 3rd and 1. Staubach under center. Has the ball, back to throw, fakes it short, pops it end zone, touchdown! Touchdown caught by Butch Johnson.
Oh, that's great.
And now this important extra point to put the Cowboys within 4. The Steelers were leading at one time, 35-17. Now it's 35-30. Butch Johnson caught the ball. That upsets the apple cart for some people who like to play with their money when football games are on the way. 22 seconds remaining in this game. And the extra point attempt by Septien. We wait for the snap. It's down and up. It is good, and the score is 35-31 with 22 seconds remaining in the football game. I hate to make this a gambling sort of game, but the gamblers are either applauding or groaning here in the seats. 35-31, and you got to really admire the Cowboys, Hank, and what they have done. They fell behind 35-17 with less than 7 minutes left in this game.
Yes, it looked like the bye-bye Blues. You know, it really did, Jack, but they came back very strong and did a terrific job. And with 22 seconds, you never know what's going to happen. If they could recover this onside kick, they still got a chance to win the football game. And it would be one of the great comebacks in the history of professional football.
Each team has scored 2 touchdowns here in the fourth quarter. The Cowboys have scored in each quarter. Pittsburgh was blanked in the third quarter, and it looked like things were changing around as the Cowboys closed the gap to 21-17.
Yes, but the big thing, the big catch by Grossman, as we talked about earlier, was really the difference. They kept the drive alive. They went in and scored. And then the fumble on the ensuing kickoff recovered by the Pittsburgh Steelers on the 18-yard line, and then Franco Harris finally took it in for the 9 on a trap. But that was the difference.
Now all the Steelers have to do is get this ball on the onside kick, and they have won the Super Bowl game. There's no way they can lose it unless they fumble it either now or later. So Septien, who kicked a short kick earlier that was recovered by Thurman, will try to strike him again, and even then, the Cowboys would have only 22 seconds. Steelers lead 35-31.
The last time he onside kicked it to the left side. Let's see if he kicks it to the left this time or changes and goes to the right.
Here is the kick, and it travels 10 yards, and it's recovered by Pittsburgh. At the Dallas 40, it went into the hands of Rocky Blyer. He fell on the ball, and the Steelers will be the Super Bowl champions. No time went off the clock. The clock doesn't start in the final 2 minutes of the half of the game until the ball is touched, and as soon as Blyer touched it, somebody touched him, and the play was dead. And the ball hit his hands, and the clock never did go. There's only Terry Bradshaw is announced as the most valuable player in the game. Previous players have been Bart Starr, Joan Namath, Lenny Dawson, Chuck Howley, Roger Staubach, Jake Scott, Larry Zonka, Franco Harris, Lynn Swan, Fred Biletnikoff, Randy White, Harvey Martin, and now Bradshaw. Here is Terry Bradshaw just falling on the ball. 17 seconds left. Timeout called by Dallas. They have no more timeouts, and this game is over. The Steelers are the champs, Hank.
Yes, they are. And
just we have a play like happened in the Giant Philadelphia game.
Yeah, that's right. But boy, this has really been a terrific game, and you have to compliment Pittsburgh. Really, both teams, but Pittsburgh has earned the right to be regarded the best team in the professional football in 1978. They've earned the right to do that. They won 14 league games and lost 2, and have been very impressive in this Super Bowl game.
35-31 the score. And Dallas has now used all of their timeouts. Pat Summerall is standing by for a post-game show for you here on CBS Radio. We'll go down to him shortly after this game is over. And we wait for the timeout to expire, and then the Cowboys will expire with the next snap of the ball. And then I'll see you a week from tomorrow night in Los Angeles.
Yes, one more shot, Jack. It's really been a fun season, hasn't it?
It really has, and quite a few of these players will be involved in that Pro Bowl game. Terry Bradshaw will take the snap. He does. He falls down. The whistle sounds stopping the play, but now the clock runs, and nobody can stop it. A courageous comeback by the Cowboys, but the Steelers have dethroned them. The final score, 35-31. That's the end of the game between the Steelers and the Cowboys, where the final score was the Pittsburgh Steelers 35, the Dallas Cowboys 31.
A performance story from Phillips Petroleum. I wouldn't be here talking to you right now if it weren't for hemodialysis, an artificial kidney machine that I use because my own kidneys have failed. The filter in this machine is made with a chemical that comes from a petroleum company. This filter is the part that takes the impurities out of my blood like a real kidney does. So I'm certainly grateful to the people involved in making it. With this system, I relax at home a few hours a week, I can catch up on some reading, listen to a little Mozart or Haydn, have a minor miracle performed on me, and go back to work again the next morning. And I want to keep going to work because I enjoy my work. I'm Dr. Peter Lundeen. I'm Chief of Hemodialysis at the Brooklyn VA Hospital.
Phillips Petroleum. Good things for cars and the people who drive them.
Well, can you imagine 66 points in a Super Bowl game? Most people say that most Super Bowl games are dull efforts.
Well, this has really been an exceptional game, Jack, and everybody said it was going to be a close game, and even though there was a lot of points scored, it wound up being a very close game. You have to give credit to both teams for doing an excellent job with the preparations, the coaching staff, Chuck Noll, and of course the fine job of Tom Landry and his coaching staff. But it was truly one of the great Super Bowl games of all the ones that have been played, and it's great for professional football, great for the fans around the country, because this is what they expect of this kind of a game, and they finally saw one like they hoped they would.
The Dallas Cowboys became the first team to ever get here 5 times, and they tried to become the first team to ever win the Super Bowl 5 times, or 3 times. But instead, it was the Pittsburgh Steelers who won in Super Bowl IX, 16-6 over Minnesota, defeated Dallas the following year, Super Bowl X, 21-17, and now I have defeated the Cowboys by the score of 35-31. We have some of the final team statistics.
Well, you know, at first downs, incredibly, both teams had 17 first downs, rushing yards, and this is unusual. Dallas had 172-65 for Pittsburgh. Passing, however, Dallas 17 for 29 for 229 yards and 2 touchdowns, and that all came, the most of it came when the game was over. On the other hand, Pittsburgh dominated totally in that department, 17-30, 317 yards, 4 touchdown passes, and Terry Bradshaw was justifiably made and selected as the player of the game.
And the turnovers, each team lost 2 fumbles, each team had a pass intercepted.
Total yards, Dallas 401, Pittsburgh 382, and so it was very close in a lot of ways. And even though it looked like Pittsburgh was going to dominate the thing and make it a runaway, in the fourth quarter, Dallas came back, showed a lot of character, showed the strength and the poise and the discipline that you have to be a good football team and play in this game. But they deserve a lot of credit for coming back like they did.
We went a long time before there were any penalties in this game, and each team ended up with 5 as it turned out. 74 yards for Dallas. The biggest of those, the pass interference call. Now, that was a big, big play. Hank, we might talk about it again. Lynn Swann was streaking down the right side. He made his cut in toward the middle. He was being covered by Benny Barnes, and he tripped over Barnes' foot. Now, Barnes didn't trip him, but he did trip over Barnes' foot. It was inadvertent. The flag was thrown, and you think the call was justifiable?
Yes, I thought it was, Jack, and even though it was an inadvertent play on the part of Barnes, he still had the leg out, looking like he tried to trip him, and the official was right there and made the call, but I thought it was a good call, and it was a big play in that drive that provided him with a chance to go and score.
I noted that one official who was closest to it didn't make the call. I'm sure they'll be talking about this in the post-game show. One official did make the call, but another also very close to the play, but on the other side of the play, threw the flag, and that moved Pittsburgh down into scoring position. I'll say this about Bradshaw. He's a gutty guy, man. And the Steelers, they don't sit on the ball. They burn you and continue to burn you.
Yes, and that's one advantage sometimes of having a quarterback call the plays, because, you know, they have a feel for the game, and they're very aggressive. And a quarterback like Bradshaw has that kind of a personality, and I think he was on the attack most of the game, which is what you have to do.
Steelers won the game over the Cowboys 35-31, and we'll continue with our wrap-up in just one moment.
The look, the feel is yours for that special occasion at Genghis Formal Wear. Genghis Formal Wear has a wide variety of the latest formal styles featuring After Six and Lord West. careful fittings, exact alterations, all at a rental price you can afford. When you pick up your formal, Genghis has you try it on again to be sure the fit is right. They make any adjustments necessary free while you wait. Genghis also sells the latest in formal wear by after 6. An always fashionable black tuxedo for only $135. All fittings and professional alterations are free. For the bride and groom, the gift of a 41-piece set of fine Libby barware free when you register your wedding at Genghis Formal Wear, where they care about your special occasion. Genghis Formal Wear, world's largest formal wear renter. Main level, Colony Center near Sears. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., Sundays, noon to 5. Genghis Formal Wear. They take pride in how you look.
The Steelers have won the game 35-31. Here's Pat Summerall in the Pittsburgh Steelers dressing room.
Okay, Jack, and Commissioner Pete Rozelle, Dan Rooney, and Art Rooney, and Chuck Noll are all up on the podium in the middle of the wild Steeler locker room right now, and Commissioner Rozelle is speaking, congratulating the third presentation of the Lombardi Trophy to the Pittsburgh Steelers. As soon as that's over, we'll be able to talk with some of the Steeler players. In the meantime, why don't I give it back to you?
Okay, Pat, you can hear us down there, obviously.
Yes, I can.
I wish when you get around to it, you'd ask somebody about that big pass interference call that was called on the cornerback, Bunny Barnes, all right?
I'll be glad to.
Meanwhile, Hank, there were some other key plays. The ball that Jackie Smith dropped in the end zone. The great catch by Lynn Swann. I guess the most spectacular play of the day in the end zone as he beat Cliff Harris.
I can't remember seeing anybody make a more graceful catch other than the great receiver we had at Kansas City. Otis Taylor made some of those fantastic catches, and it reminded me so much of Otis, that catch, because it was graceful, it was in stride, it was a beautiful leaping catch, a beautiful play, and was made possible because of the great athletic skill of Lynn Swann.
And Bradshaw started this game in great fashion. 3 third-down passes were right on the money.
Yes, and you know, the other thing that was amazing about it, Jack, is that he was throwing the ball into a 25-mile wind, and you know, we never talked about why they wound up kicking the ball and kicking into the wind. Well, nobody ever said anything about that.
We'll ask Pat to ask the question. He's in the right dressing room to do that. Not only that, Pat, you won't get punched in the mouth because the Steelers won the game, and you won't make anybody angry with the question.
All right, Jack, that save presentation's still going on. As soon as Chuck Noll gets loose from the television presentation, you can hear the hilarity in the Steeler locker room. I mentioned before, and I'm sure you did too, that this is the first team ever to win 3 Super Bowls. They've never lost. Ironically, I think, Jack, they've won here twice. In the Orange Bowl, they've beaten the same team twice.
So now you have to say that this Orange Bowl has become somewhat of a jinx for the Cowboys, who've won 1 and lost 6 here overall.
It's very quiet when we came by that Dallas locker room, as you would expect.
And they got a few of the breaks, Hank, with Mike Hegman stripping the ball from Bradshaw and scoring a touchdown. It's not very often you get a linebacker get into the scoring column, and some of those breaks went the way of Dallas. I don't think that Dallas, in losing, really got any bad breaks. What hurt them were their mistakes. When Randy White, for example, was hit, he was about to shovel that kickoff return back to somebody, and he was hit just as he turned the ball loose.
Yes, that's exactly right, Jack. And you know, the other thing that was very important in the game that we haven't mentioned was the fact that when Dallas did score after that fumble recovery, Pittsburgh came right back, didn't lose any confidence, didn't lose any poise, didn't show any signs of desperation. They came right back and got another touchdown, and that got them right back in possession and a dominant force in the game like they were early.
Okay, Pat Summerall, you have it again.
All right, Jack, thank you very much, and we can start off by saying hearty congratulations to Coach Chuck Noll, and a job well done, Coach.
Well, thank you very much. You're kind. You know, the job was done by the 45 people we have here, and they wanted it very badly and played very well.
And an outstanding coaching staff that works for you.
Well, we think so, yes. We think they're exceptional people and exceptional coaches, and they have done a great job this year.
These are always difficult questions to ask and to answer in a situation like this. Was there one key situation, one key play that you can point your finger at?
Well, afterwards, I think the fumble on the kickoff ended up being a real big play for us because it gave us another touchdown and kind of put the thing out of reach. After that time, we played a little different defensively, but I think it was probably the turning play or the key play of the game.
A lot of the people in the press box, I know this is not necessarily that important to you, but a lot of people at the beginning of the game felt that questioned some judgment about kicking off in what they felt was against the wind.
Well, the wind was going in one direction up high, and down on the field it was going in another direction. And really it wasn't that much of a factor until it got down into the end.
There was no confusion on your part?
There was no confusion, no.
Terry Bradshaw was named the outstanding player. Do you have any argument with that?
None at all. He had an outstanding game. He threw the ball very, very well. Got hurt a little bit on one play and still came in there and did a magnificent job.
Super Bowl champions for the third time now. What do the Steelers need?
Some rest right now.
It's really been a great season.
To recuperate, I think, and go after it, because I think we've got a fine football team. And I told the squad afterwards I didn't think they've reached their peak yet, and I really believe that. I think we can be a better football team.
Well, you beat a good football team, too.
There's no question about it.
Again, we offer our congratulations and have a great offseason, Chuck.
All right, thank you.
Pat,
Head coach Chuck Noll.
Pat, before you get to your next party down there, I would like to interject this announcement. The 8 o'clock news on CBS Radio, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, will follow over most of these stations 65 seconds after the conclusion of our Super Bowl broadcast. And right here, let's pause 5 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS Radio Network.
The Capital District's NFL football station. This is WROW, Albany.
Who do you have now, Pat?
Nobody right now. We're waiting for the most valuable player. That, of course, is Terry Bradshaw. And he is down in the process of being interviewed by the television folks. He'll be down here in just a second.
Okay, and we'll take it up here. Hank, we saw one person try to get on the playing field during the course of the game, and you remarked it looked like they had a skyhook here in the stadium. He had no chance at all, and even now, a lot of people try to mill around on the playing field, and the security involved in the Super Bowl game is just amazing, isn't it?
Well, the one thing that's so impressive about the Super Bowl game, really, when you come into the game as a coach, like I have on 2 other occasions, you're so involved with your own team and your own problems that you don't really understand fully and get the true dimension of all the responsibilities of the people in the league, the commissioner, and everybody else involved until you get involved in it like we are now, and it's fantastic what a great job they do.
The scope of the Super Bowl game is tremendous. Pat Summerall?
I have Jack and Hank Lynn Swan with me now, and congratulations on championships and congratulations on one heck of a catch.
Thank you very much, Pat. It's the greatest game I think we've ever played. No one expected us to put 35 points on the board to be able to move against Dallas's defense, but we were determined to put some up there and give our defense a rest so they can just go out and play a great football game.
Tell us a little bit more about that touchdown catch.
Well, the touchdown play was, oddly enough, a play that I put in 2 weeks ago. We had something similar to it about 3 years ago against Dallas, but it didn't work. And I noticed how the corners would come up in blitz situations, and they'd bite on that quick post. And if they bit on it, and the receiver could make a break to the outside, just run a takeoff, he'd be wide open. The first time they called it to John Starworth, and he ran it, and Terry floated one of his passes up there, and he got it in the end zone. The second time we ran it, they were giving me double coverage, and they had Cliff Harris playing me inside, deep, and they had Benny Barnes playing me the outside. So instead of taking it straight up to the outside, I kept it going towards the post. Terry fired it just by his head, and I made the catch, and the rest is history.
Heck of a catch and a heck of a throw. A lot of people up in the press box thought that the turning point in the game was the pass interference penalty with you and Benny Barnes.
Well, I think so. If Benny hadn't pass interfered on that particular play and tripped me up, I'm pretty sure I would have got to the pass, caught it, and it would have been an easy jog into the end zone, which would have resulted in a touchdown. As it was, he did trip me up, and we struggled a little bit, and Franco Harris made this great run. It's one of the best runs I've ever seen.
He seems to be at his best in games like this.
He is at his best in games like this, and I think because of the tremendous effect of our passing game this season, it's improvement that Franco has been a great deal healthier. He hasn't had to take all the shots he's taken in the seasons past, so he gets in a ball game like this. We get a quick trap going in the blitz, and he's getting a lot of hands and legs on him, and he just powers right through him, and he's the best.
Getting back to that pass interference penalty, did you think it was interference?
Well, I thought it was interference. I cut by him in front, and I tripped up a little bit, and then I felt something kick me in the leg again. And that was odd because, if I was just tripping over him, it should have only felt that one time. I should have only been tripped one time. But I got by him, and then I felt like someone had kicked me in the leg, and then I went down.
You gonna drink all that champagne by yourself?
Hey, I'm going to break the champagne open. It's a big bottle of champagne for a big team.
Lynn Swan, congratulations. Thank you so much. Jack, we'll be back with Terry Bradshaw in just a minute.
Okay, we'll fill it up here, and it gives us an opportunity, Hank Stram, to say to all of our listeners how much we've enjoyed bringing them the NFL games this season on Monday nights and on Sundays and on Thursday nights. While we've been reporting the teamwork on the field, there's been another great team at work, and that's the CBS Radio Broadcast Operations Team. Those who don't have the fun of seeing these games or get any of the notoriety or whatever goes with the job, but those fine people who keep us on the air. There's so many we don't have time to thank them all, but we'll do that collectively with special thanks to our studio producers, Howie Miller, Don Fraser, and Bob Peretti, with their fine help doing these NFL games. It's been a pleasure, and we have one more. It's a week from tomorrow night out in Los Angeles, a Pro Bowl game. Hank Stram, Pat Summerall, and I, Jack Buck, will be there. And Hank, Dick Brescia of CBS mentioned at halftime that unless somebody woos you away from us, we'll be doing it again next year, and that's great.
Yeah, I'm very happy about that, Jack, and we've had a lot of fun, and the excitement of it has been exciting. It's been a new dimension, a new challenge for me, and I want to express thanks and appreciation to Sam Diggs and to Dick Brescia and Frank Miller and Pat McGurk. We've worked so well together all year long. It's been a tremendous association, and unless something dramatic happens, why we look forward to 1979 with a lot of enthusiasm and hope that we can continue to grow and even do a better job in 79.
The final score was 35-31. Pittsburgh won it very shortly. Whenever Pat Summerall wants it, we'll throw it back down to the Pittsburgh dressing room. The score here at halftime was 21-14, and the Steelers won it with each team scoring 14 points in the final quarter. Pat?
Still waiting, Jack and Hank, for Bradshaw, who, as I mentioned before, was named the most valuable player. It had to be some very close balloting because Lynn Swan, of course, had a great day, and so did John Stallworth. I've been trying to find out what happened to Stallworth and why he didn't play after he had scored the early 2 touchdowns, but as yet we haven't been able to find what the situation was with him.
Evidently, Pat, we're going to sign it off right now. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
And Pat Summerall has been with us, as he will be 1 week from tomorrow night in the Pro Bowl game on CBS Radio at 8:50 Eastern Time. That's 1 week from tomorrow night. So there you have it in today's game. Super Bowl XIII between the Cowboys and the Steelers has ended with Pittsburgh winning the game 35-31. Our spotter was Paul Douglas. Our statistician, Al Lenza. Our engineers were Jim Rayfield and Jim Berry. Our producers, Walter Peterson and Patrick McGurk. Today's game has been sponsored by Phillips Petroleum, the performance company, by Pepto-Bismol for the relief of indigestion, by the IBM General Systems Division, by United Van Lines, where even their name begins with U, by Goodyear Service Stores and independent dealers across America, by the Eastco family of hand tools, by STP Products, by the brewers of Budweiser, King of Beers, by Buick, after all, life is to enjoy, by Kmart Automotive, your savings store, and by Ford Motor Credit Company, the people who want to give you credit for being you. Frank Miller is the executive producer for CBS Radio Sports. That final score from Miami, Super Bowl XIII, Steelers 35, the Cowboys 31. This is the CBS Radio Network.
At 8:05, here's the news. A spokesman says exiled Iranian opposition leader Ayatollah Khomeini will return to Iran by Friday. The religious leader said he would return and set up an Islamic Republic, but the date was uncertain. Egypt's President Sadat has told Time magazine that unless Jordan's King Hussein helps negotiate a West Bank settlement, Sadat will, quote, take over in its place. Hussein reportedly responded by saying, let him try if he wishes. Hussein says only the Palestinians can decide the future of the West Bank. State Attorney General Robert Abrams said today that if the state Senate fails to act by Tuesday on a set of controversial interim appointments made earlier this month by the governor, the job holders will be allowed to stay in office unless the Senate later acts to reject them. In his opinion on the case, Abrams said that if the Senate votes to reject any appointments any time after Tuesday, the interim office holders must leave immediately. The state's Criminal Justice Commissioner announced today that the state will use almost one-third of its 1979 crime-fighting funds to beef up the state's juvenile justice system. Commissioner Frank Rogers released a study spending plan for the Division of Criminal Justice Services, which called for increased aid to elderly crime victims and new programs to fight the growing arson problem. A number of preventative programs are planned for the juvenile court system. Tomorrow is the day for unveiling President Carter's 1980 budget and the probable start of a battle over which programs get cut. The budget is reportedly austere, providing a deficit of only $29 billion. Former President Gerald Ford says it is not definite the Shah of Iran will settle in the United States. Ford says the Shah wasn't happy about the amount of support from President Carter during the Shah's last turbulent days in Iran. WROW News Time is 8:07.
Charles Osgood is more than a newsman. He's also a great wit, a writer of verse, a person who entertains as well as informs. Enjoy Charles Osgood on Newsbreak, now heard every weekday morning at 10:30 on WROW.
As you've just heard on WROW, the Steelers beat the Cowboys in Super Bowl XIII by the score of 35-31.